Alright, hey guys. Alright, I'm hoping that everything sounds so clear. I had a bit of an issue with audio apparently earlier, but it should be okay at the moment. So just let me know if it's all clear and we'll go to the next step. Oh good, okay. Alright, so it seems we already had a lot of talk with command. Let's start with that one first, I guess. So while we got a chance, let's see what issues you guys are thinking of. So you might as well just throw some stuff out. What are your issues? And obviously, just let me know if you're talking from a defense or an attack position, because that is actually a big indication of what some of the issues are. And I just want to also state, when I done these maps, they were based on a specific set of new CTF rule sets, like the distancing and stuff like that. So obviously, when we did these testing with these maps, the actual results were different when we actually went live, because they actually slightly changed afterwards, which changed some of the maps slightly. And I think the biggest issue that people have found is on Command and Klondike, just because of the distance obviously people need to go. So I think that's why some bits have been changed. So that may be an issue with some of the opinions that people have. So do not be like, don't take it to heart when I tell you, okay, that was a new CTF change which has allowed this to happen, for example. So what sort of issues do you guys have with the current map at the moment? I'll go through some of the ones that I have, and then we can sort of see where exactly we want to affect and how we can maybe try and make this better, if possible. As you can see, I have got a document, so I will be putting down the main points that we kind of figure out. I can see what I can do afterwards. I have got a couple months by the looks of it to actually pre-plan all these changes, do a load of testing, and then we can go from there, really. So this is basically like for the PG commit. So I want to try and get a more than happy version of each of the maps we currently want to use on the next league for season 3. And the only way I'm going to be able to do that is actually get as many opinions as possible for these maps. Like if we go on to like obviously the pickup channel on the PG community, if we just go on there and you just go through and see what people complain about, a lot of it is a load of rubbish, but a lot of it is just because something happened and something triggered at that time. Not saying all of it is rubbish, I'm just saying there is some valid points in there, but there's also some invalid points. So I thought if I go through this, I can at least, we can go through like in a proper way and say, okay, right, what changes are going to be needed, what we actually want to keep, and then just find the middle part of trying to keep everyone as happy as possible. If I can keep get the happy medium, we can try and reduce the complaints. And I know a lot of people don't want to get new changes, but at the same time, some things do need to kind of change. Like at the moment where new CTF has gone through this morning, obviously the initial stage that is, it had some really big side effects. Then with a bit of fine tuning, it's released it a bit more, which is why I started doing this, just to help it out a bit more, take advantage of the new CTF, and that's what we're trying to do here. So, okay, I'll go through what I initially did with all the maps. So basically what I wanted to do, most maps had less spawns than what was best for a map size. So something like this, if we really go through, so at the current moment, we have 16 spawns in the whole map, which goes down to 8 spawns per team. That doesn't sound much, especially when it's 5v5. But imagine, like if we get rid of the 2 that I have additional that I've added, so one here, basically that will go down to 6 per team, which means it was very predictable for people to use. And when you have the new CTF, it triggered that spawns like the one that used to be here a lot more. And obviously with this back one removed, this one also triggered it a little bit higher. So I have noticed there's been a few complaints, or at least comments in chat, and obviously in another bit already, is about closing the mid. I'm not too sure what actually initially started this open mid. Like, does anyone actually know? It was before I came back to UT. Apparently it was in the iPod days. Does actually anyone know roughly why it was added at all? Make the area behind a bit wider. Okay, so UT4 initially tried it. Okay, fair enough. That makes more sense. I know it works for UT4. I've tried it. Map's quite clean, I must say. The biggest issue with it going to UT99, when you think about it, if you look from... let me see if I can make this window full screen. I can't remember how to do it. Okay, so looking at this position right here, obviously, if you compare it to UT4 edition, this is actually a set square. In UT4, it was a rectangle. It was wider, which is why some of the stuff that we tried out on the early versions of commands, especially in this area, like having the spawns in these sort of areas, really fucked up this map in this game. Because of how small and how tight it is, the scaling is different in this game. So that's something we need to consider. Which is why when a lot of people say, it worked in UT4, but why don't you try it? Well, this is actually the only reason. With the scaling and everything, I would have to rescale every map slightly wider. At least wider, and maybe longer as well, which will then slow down the pace of the whole game. Which is something we don't want to do. Make the area behind the flag or the pillar a bit wider. Which area exactly? Sort of this sort of area? So when you're saying like wider, how exactly like are you thinking of making like blocking off this corner so you can use the corner, or are we thinking more behind here as well? So we kind of round the corner, add in another route. Okay, I can go with that. So basically, we're adding an extra route, basically. So well, not a full route, but it's like a mini route. Okay, so that would benefit attackers a lot more. That also could benefit defenders, from what I'm seeing, because I have been, like, obviously when we're... Oh my god, this camera. Why is it getting stuck? Okay, let's do it from here. So obviously, where we're defending here and here, or maybe here, this will then open up a bit more for the defenders. The thing, okay, so when I was doing these maps, I've been trying to stop having spawns located near the flag. Now, this one here was actually the only one I've tried. This was actually between me, Jib, and Ryan. We was trying to figure out how could we make this spawn work and make it so that it affects... So defenders can use it, but attackers can actually counter it. So the point of this spawn was that if it's here, instead of being here, like if you spawn here, the attackers can't touch you. If you spawn here, the attackers has like direct line of sight, whether you're going backwards or forwards. So it's like a counter, so it's like a 50-50. It seems to work. I don't know why this is being funny. You try closing off the middle by adding the wall in the middle so it promotes less people down in mid. Close off the middle. What exactly do you mean? Middle where exactly? Are we talking about in base or are we talking about the center of the map? Center of the map, okay. I have to agree this is an issue. The main issue that... Okay, so the biggest way we've seen it, obviously this map and Duke were like the biggest two of the season, clearly. Like, there's no way of denying that. And I think it's because of this mid control. If we remove, so for example, this bit here, you would have less mid usage overall. But then that also then your defenders will ignore this, and it will be more, I think, focused on here and here. You've got 2 tunnels, so basically close it off in the center possibly. So are we talking about literally having a wall across this middle center? So basically it's like 2 split rooms. Okay. I can still see the mid defense being a thing. Okay, no, that's I'll definitely put that in. Okay. So if we're going to block it off, I'll find a way of getting it all. Are we still happy with having this open? As open as it is now, that is. Because obviously a lot of people still are disliking this, but a lot of people at the same time like it. I personally like it because it adds more opportunities for stuff. So if you're running through the middle, you can jump to the side. For attackers, they juke more. For defenders, it's easier to make a move instead of, you know, imagine they go spawn on the left, you're on here on the right anyway. It's kind of hard. You have to kind of beat the other one. It's like a race. Yes, opener. Okay. The thing is, if we split this directly in the middle, it will slow everything down. Jukes will be a bit harder, so you have to go round sort of this bit will be more contested. So yeah, that'll work. I forgot the other one. Okay, so we had oh, okay, sorry, I'll say we, but when I originally done this version, I reduced this one to stop spawn killing. That was to sort of defend these two to allow the mid to have a bit more opportunities. If we remove this, like if we lower it down, then it stops the cross sort of. Okay, so you can't shoot across. You have to be directly side by side. It will slow down the mid quite a lot. So if I have the wall there instead, this probably will be removed, or at least something similar to this. I'll probably keep the floor in, but this bit here will probably be removed anyway. I don't mind if you guys want to do like a you know voice thing. I'm happy to jump in the channel and then we could do it there. Turning it 90 degrees won't really work because this is like a one panel, as you can see here. If I do it, it will stretch and it's really weird. Yeah, sure. What channel would you want me to jump on? Chill zone, lobby, maybe one of those. I'll be on the chill zone then.
Hello.
Ew.
Hi. Yeah, sorry, I just thought this would be better because we're just going to be typing.
Yeah. I wasn't too sure how to do it to kind of benefit everyone, to be honest. I wasn't too sure how many would even turn up.
Well, you have 5.
Hello there. Hello.
Ew.
Hey.
Let's see what we got here. What are you doing?
Trying to go
We are
through some.
discussing-
Yeah. At the moment, command, and then I'll go through the others. Because 2 maps I got some very specific changes I'm hoping to put through.
Okay, I got one tip for you. Can you go to file?
And delete, yeah? I expected that long ago.
No, I'm more serious about the closing of or bringing down the panel to the ground. In the middle, at least.
Okay.
Because from what so it prevents like the diagonally it prevents the defenders shooting diagonally.
Having over
Diagonally
control where it
across.
should be.
I want people not to shoot through it.
You can already not shoot through it, you can just shoot under it.
And it's quite a big gap compared to
that's
what the
right.
spawn ones had.
So
I was thinking of trying it before, but because of we didn't know what sort of results we're going to have with the spawn ones, so I kind of left it. But then obviously now that they're being blocked, there's more control for the middle, so it kind of made it really strong for the defenders. So yeah, I probably will reduce it at least.
So I'm probably also against having a wall straight through the middle, like to have basically 2 tunnels.
I was thinking of maybe having a center, but obviously having... So if I had this panel having it... Let me get a better view. If I pull it so that it's 2, so one in the red side crossing across the middle and another one on the blue side, but having the middle open, so you can still cross over, but the only way to see through it is like a direct view.
Oh, you mean like, so in total it would be 4 panels?
So basically this archway that we got here. So this panel will kind of block off this sort of section on the left and on the right, but this middle, instead of being where it is now, it'll be removed. It'll just be left like one side and the other. There'll be completely nothing in the middle.
And then in front of the inner side, like
Yeah.
top left, for example.
So I wonder if I'll be able to grab it. No. So if I basically... I can't do it in this view.
Like for example, put it next to the health bag, but just a little in front.
Okay, so just rotate it 90 degrees and then...
Why is it not turning?
And then maybe a little bit smaller, so it fits there.
Yeah, so basically, obviously it'll be rotated, but if I had,
Okay.
like, obviously one on sort of this... Oh, I don't even know why this is doing this.
Yeah. Okay.
So, like, there'll be one on this side, and obviously another
Yeah.
on this side, but obviously rotating it so it's going through the middle, but then this middle will be removed. So this bump here will, for example, be open, whereas anything past this bump is just closed off. So it's like in the middle, you're kind of you're keeping the same style, but
Yes.
Bit
I
more
like that
resistance.
idea.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
not too
Nothing
much.
yet.
We basically just started.
Basically extend the back side of each base a bit,
Extending?
where you can stand, yes. So that you have more space there to maneuver. That was
Close
one
the
of the
mid.
suggestions. No, don't.
How about
It'll
like,
make the
flip
map
up the
really
whole
boring.
front?
The map has never been boring until the mid part came in.
That's why we're
map.
trying to reduce it. Like, I don't want to make it really strong for defense. I think at the moment we need to give attackers more chances to actually make more routes, but we also need to give defenders a chance to actually be able to counter that at the same time. So it's more 50-50 or at least 60-40 for attackers. But some maps seem to be 70% defense, or it's a little bit higher for attack, and it's still more 50-50.
So On the there's a command version. It's the mini command arena one. There's a window.
It's shit.
Yeah. But I'm thinking like those kind of windows in the side mid instead, so you can still get a shot off if you want, but it has to be like an even harder shot, for example. So if you go back to the sides in the middle.
So basically close it off, but add a window instead.
Yeah, so make it a little bit of a smaller gap. Like don't make it so fucking big. Like close it off just a lot, like 3/4 of it, pretty much.
You want it to be smaller.
Yeah, if anything, I think you should probably make it smaller.
It could work. It will add a bit of skill because obviously you have to be a bit more placement on your movement and stuff.
Yeah, obviously make it a little bit like noob BT friendly, if you get what I mean. But don't make it easy, but not that easy. You get me?
Yeah.
I've got a mad idea.
Oh god.
You see that ramp come down from mid?
Yeah.
Remove it.
No. Make it so you can't go up it, you can only come down it.
Huh?
No,
Basically,
So then you can go to mid and you still drop down, but you can't go up it to cross over.
So there's one major issue with that. You remember when I tried out the version where we had spawns in the mid, and it was a complete clusterfuck? You're gonna have the same thing again. The reason why, if everyone will just sit and wait on these the right and left side, that's normal. But if you add the bit, everyone's gonna want to go for the middle and then try and juke. But then you're gonna have so many people go in the middle, there's nowhere to go. So it ends up nothing will actually move.
I think to be honest with you, you got to make the size smaller. That's how I see it. Like I think that's the only way that it makes this map more playable is if you not close the mids off exactly, but make it so it's a bit more of a narrow hallway or a window that you have to jump through.
Was you here for the part where we were said about cutting through the middle?
No.
Okay, so just before we go for the next bit, basically this middle bit here, we're thinking of moving this panel, but we're having it on the, so like, if I go above, so we're going to have the panel on this left bit here, and this right bit here, but the middle will be open. So then this will stop defenders being able to hold the whole middle. They only have a side.
Okay.
Because obviously at the moment, that also, if we do that, that also will, I have a feeling it might slow down this side route a bit. Because you have to place yourself around it, or if you hit the glass or the panel, you stop.
What if instead of adding the whatever you call it, the fucking fucking glass thing? Yeah. If instead of moving that, why don't you make the corridor that you come out into the mid? Why don't you elongate that a little bit? So why don't you just make it like, how can I put it? Make it so it's a little bit tighter to go through the middle. If you get me?
Through this one.
Yes. So around here somewhere. So is there a way that we can like, so the middle part, for example, if we put that more to the right, that might make it a little bit more. So you can still control the mid because there's still some element of team play. You don't want to lose that by controlling the middle area. I don't think you want to lose that. But making like something in the corridors to maybe split it, I don't know, like making it.
Well, I did have a thought of actually having this middle section here completely walled off, so it would split left and right. So if you wanted to go from one side to the other, you have to go through the spawn, or you go through the center. It delays it by like like 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds.
But then you're gonna have the issue of if you want to cut someone off early, or if you, let's say you're attacking left, but you want to your flag is on that right side, but you want to return this through the right side like in their base, then it's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to do. So flag returns will be very sparse, should I say.
I think it will be down to the actual communication of the teams. I think very reliant on it.
I think I don't think the map is that much of an issue. I think it's just the middle area that needs to work.
Yeah.
But I think everything else is absolutely fine. The middle area is the big problem for me.
It's so open. Like I tried to do what they did in UT4. It was a complete clusterfuck. I removed it instantly. Like all it took was 5 minutes. Everyone knew it was gonna be shit.
Yeah.
And I don't want to repeat the same.
I think closing that area there is probably a good idea. Just making that a bit more narrow.
So just narrowing it down, yeah.
I've got an idea. Give me a second. All right, hear me out here. So, you see where the red bits are, right? Let's say you put a wall there, but you add a doorway down at the bottom, right? So you just add a door at the bottom, right? So, well, not a door, but an open door. So instead of you've got the whole mid area, you've just got that walled off completely. Let me take a screenshot quickly so I can quickly go on MS Paint, for example. No.
So you're basically kind of blocking off the view, but they're still having the same opportunity to go through.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm gonna just quickly draw you something up. Like it'll only take me. It's like I can't really explain it. It's really difficult. I understand.
Because I could also use the tunnels that we're currently using now as like a doorway, like that sort of narrow size. Are we talking?
Yeah, kind of like the corridor size. Like if you add that kind of texture again, but not add a God, really fucking hard to explain. Let me try and see if I can work this out for you. But yeah, the same kind of texture and the same layout as the archway area, if you get me.
Yeah.
So that kind of at the bottom of the ramp, wall it all off, fill it all in, so it's like a tunnel, maybe.
Okay.
So then you're not losing any mid play. It's hard to control it, and if someone is going to be standing in there looking at the mid spawn, someone could just come along on the left and kill you.
I see what you mean. So basically, on the right on your screen, folks, you've got that.
Yeah.
That entrance into the left of the enemy base.
Yes.
Basically, put that door, that type of entrance, bang in the middle of the
Perfect.
open pathway, and block off the left and right. So it's only that pathway.
That's
all
the
way
one.
down the rock.
That actually has a lot of benefits to it, I must admit. I don't actually see a downside to it at all.
Give it a whirl.
I was listening, so I need to see his drone.
Yeah, sorry, it was really fucking hard to get my try and explain it, but what Paggy said was dead on the money. Exactly what I'm
basically
looking
from the
at.
view I've got right now. Imagine, okay, so this bit here. Imagine this here will be in the center. It might be diagonal a bit, so it'll be like a tunnel going straight down. Just just a longer version of this archway, basically.
Yeah, perfect.
And it's just going from the outside to the inner. Like, there's no way you can control it. The vision will obviously be very confined.
Flag running would be really nice as well.
Flag running would be best. The only downside, you might get stuck in the doorway, but that comes down to player, player mistakes.
You might be able to make it in a way where you can't get stuck on it. Like
Oh,
if
I
you
probably
make it a straight corridor and you're fine.
Then
That's the easy way around it.
Let's just say hypothetically we put that door there. Could we actually then say that on the left side, that massive pillar there, we can shrink that a bit?
I think you should not shrink it. I think you should maybe edge the sides in a little bit so it's more curved potential, or so maybe round it off. Yeah.
Do you mean that pillar down the bottom? Now he's looking at.
Yeah.
Isn't that pillar low like one of the best ways to
counter
counter the
the
side?
from across the map.
Yeah. Like, the amount of people that actually juke, so if you go around the outer part, the only way they can see you is from the outer view. But if you go in the inner part, the only people that can see you is from the inner. So with being that side, it kind of allows you to juke around it anyway.
Yeah, I think leave it. Yeah, I actually think leave it.
But that stops the defenders just shooting each other across the entire distance of the map.
You maybe
no,
could
not
even
really.
you could even widen it. To be fair.
Um,
Just so you can actually stop defenders shooting at each other. But then again, I quite like that you can shoot defenders because it's just punishing the person who's going to mid
Yes.
anyway. So actually, I quite like keeping it there.
it blocks off the defenders enough that it can't actually make use of it.
Yeah,
But I think if you make it any wider, it would actually affect the attackers more than the defenders.
yeah.
And if you
So
shrink it, it will buff the defenders too much. So
I think with this map, you leave it exactly how it is. Add the corridors for the ramps, the doorways for the ramps, and I think you're onto something. Maybe manipulate the spawns a little bit differently. But apart from that, I think that would play all right.
Can you explain again what you mean, or what Pachi and you meant with your changes, with your
I'm gonna-
proposal?
Flux,
gonna
I've
let
just,
Pagy.
I've just sent you a PM, Flux, just a quick scribble, just to explain that from that
yeah,
view.
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Can you load it up on your stream? So I can have a look as well?
Yeah.
Good, please.
Okay, is that big enough that everyone can see?
That's the one. That's
Yeah.
the fucking one.
So basically, these bits will be blocked off, and obviously we'll keep in the diagonal effect that we have now. But
Is
this
that-
bit
that-
here is basically
front
with
of
the
it?
archway that's going to be here, the exact same. So I'll just move a copy over here, and we'll
Can I
just
join
block
in
it.
this conversation?
Yeah, of course.
You can
What's happening even here?
Which bit's going to be
go
the wall?
to
The scribble bit is the wall. So this bit here
Right.
and this bit here.
So just one tunnel down.
So it'll be
Yeah,
a
just
tunnel down, yeah,
Yeah.
and you can go up as well. Yeah, I think you should be able to.
and it'll be the exact same as this bit here, just longer.
Yeah, that will make it much harder to just stand and like play a mid position.
The
Well,
the only issue I have with that is if we do this, do I touch this middle wall, like this
No,
centerpiece?
no, leave it.
Leave it as it
Leave
is, yeah.
I think every map needs to have a meta, and mid
Yes.
control is, I think, without people playing in mid position, which is shit. You want to have a certain essence of mid control with one of your attackers, so I think that opens up the play route a little bit more. So I don't think you should touch anything. Like,
I
Okay.
think you can still block that hole so
This?
you can't shoot underneath the glass.
So so it seems we got quite a few people here. How does everyone feel about this panel being moved down?
Is this for iCTF, by the way, or
Leave it.
just normal?
I think you should leave it.
I'll be doing this
I-
for iCTF, but I'm leaving the map so that you can use it as normal weapons.
Okay, okay.
So it's
I
like
think
they
you
can use it as well.
Understand,
I think-
yeah.
I think you should leave the glass because I think it adds something a little bit taste when you can crouch and shoot under it, and
Yeah.
also you can be shot as well. So I think you should leave it. To be honest with you, maybe what you could do is where you're looking at now,
Yeah.
at the bottom of your screen, probably make that a little bit smoother because I fucking hate that so much.
Oh, you mean the stairs thing?
So I
Yeah, the
actually
little
Right under, yeah, you
haven't
got that
seen
over,
this
it's
before.
annoying, yeah.
It took me a couple months to realize that was actually steps. I actually
Yeah.
because it's so I don't know. I just see this bit here. I don't see this in game, so I never really looked at it. But then after a while, it's like it makes no sense. It has no purpose.
It's really annoying to walk over because you can't dodge over it.
So
If you,
I could make it like a ramp. You know, like we did with Dooku. Like we had the stairs, but we
that'd be
ramped it.
fucking amazing, yeah.
I could do that. So
You're
yeah.
in such a vulnerable position if you spawn there and someone's in front of you, you can't dodge away.
I don't know if I join in the conversation. I might be a little bit late, but what are the reasons for changing the command in the middle? Because I have always felt that it's good. I never felt that we need to change here. But I'm also I'm not against any changes. Might be even better. But is it like too easy to not control? You want more? It's gonna be easier for the defenders to control it. Is that what we were after? Or
I think
what-
it's
what
just
we're
trying
after-
to balance out the different routes. So like if you're having a center route, everyone's gonna be in the center. Fair enough. But if you go left, you're still at disadvantage because the center is always still gonna be the strong point. If we can, so take it as like if the mid is always the main focus. So defenders push up, they're always in the middle. You're locking down most of the spawns. You still can see on the sides, you can see in the middle. But if we nerf the middle, then you allow the outside to be more use.
right.
Do you know the final that we played, Paleface?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to play that again.
Oh no, you played it. I didn't play it.
That's basically what we're trying to get out. No games should have to be like that ever again.
I think that's
4-0-0
actually probably
in a
the
row,
best,
yeah.
like the best way to explain command is, and Juku and stuff like that is, if you use the 3D effect, how would the map change?
What are these torches, by the way? Is that lightning?
Yeah, this is the line.
Lights,
This is in editor,
Oh, okay.
so it's just easier for me to fly around and be more specific.
I think with Dooku though, I think I think the map is fine, but I think the spawns do need some sort of changing. Like there has to be
The spawns
away.
needs to be the same as it used
But where'd you put
Well,
them?
before we
think-
go to
I think
Dooku,
you
are we
guys
happy with the command
Changed
changes?
it, right?
Just so I
Okay.
can
Yeah,
swap
yeah.
over.
Sounds good.
I'm.
Yeah.
Here's what I think with Dooku as well. You have a close spawn in mid. You have a spawn up, where the high defender sits, and you have a spawn or two at stairs, right? So there's about
What the fuck are these apples?
there's 6 or 7. There's 6 or 7 spawns on the map. 3 of them being on the stairs. It really completely fucks with going stairs now. Like going stairs is null and void, and that used to be one of the most popular routes.
So there's actually 8 spawns per per team.
There's
Just to let
8
you know.
spawns, but I believe there's like half of those are directly in line with the stairs route.
So
So
around like the states and where he's looking at now.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
Promises first to answer your question. The apples are navigation points. Those
For
are
AI.
for bots.
Yeah.
Don't worry about them. Ignore them. Just they're breadcrumbs basically for bots.
But
Yeah,
but
don't-
we
don't
felt
worry, Snow
command
White.
was done. The discussion, the conversation about command is done.
We can come back to it.
Okay, cool.
Make some changes then, see what they're like.
So the main things that people tend to complain to me about is 1, spawns, and 2
spawns.
is just like how do you, if you do actually get in the base, which is the easy part, how do you get out? Because the spawns happen so
can't.
like if you have one person fall back, you're basically, even if it's just 2 or 3 people you're against, it feels like you're against 4 or 5 because you're always permanently against a defender. That's the only reason why I added this outside spawn, which is to get people out of the base.
Yeah, but
But at the same time, it doesn't really make it much of a difference.
no, it doesn't. Because if you want to feel the fullest, I'm just, forgive me speaking out of term here, but if you're taking spawns away from the base as well, doesn't that completely defeat the purpose of having new CTF? It's not having people spawn around you. You get what I mean? So let's say,
yeah,
But
So-
where do you want people to spawn?
but this is the thing.
that is the issue.
I think the spawns are not too bad, but there's something. Whether it's something to do with it's it's too compact. It's a bit too narrow, and I don't feel like. I think this map needs to be fucking scaled, if anything, widened, not like lengthways,
You mean
but like
with...
widened out.
So
That's how I
that's
think.
actually. So when I remember when I went back to UT4, I wanted to see the differences between the UT4 version and this version, and what I always
entrances,
come back
isn't
to is other than the extra entrances, the only difference is actually the scale. The scale
Yeah.
is wider and it's longer, so you still can get through as fast. Like for example, obviously, I believe the stairs is almost twice as long in UT4, or at least it feels it, because you can run along it, but it doesn't actually make any difference to the game flow. But in terms of UT9, if I made it longer, the map will slow down very quick,
But
and I
what
don't
if
think
you
anyone's going to be
widened
happy
it?
with that.
What if you
Widen
widened
it would still slow down. I think it will allow more opportunity to get in the base, but still coming out will still be the same. And to go back to the new CTF you were saying, like the option that I found to not fix it, but to allow the new CTF algorithm to be abused so it actually works better, is to have more spawns. And so far, in all the maps that I've tested, it works, guaranteed.
Are we?
But
are
the
we coming to
positions makes it hard.
Okay, so could we argue that Dooku is coming to the end of its lifespan?
I actually do think so.
Finally.
No, I really
I-
do, because the only way we can do this if we make the map bigger. But if we make the map bigger, it'll be slower and it won't be as enjoyable. I think the main reason people love this, it's constant action, it's fast paced. You can cap in 5 seconds, 6 seconds, and if you
Something like
double
that, yeah.
if you double that to like 8 to 10 seconds,
Not
the
really
the
double,
Dooku
like,
feel's not gonna be there. No, I'm just saying, like, if we scaled it a little bit, like just the bouncer itself, the bouncer will be so contested that the rest of the map will be too slow.
So FlowX had a version where there was a ramp from near where the stairs is archway to the lower platform under the high mid bridge.
On UT4, you mean?
No, I think that was on a sniper version, I believe. Like,
Do you mean
a
where
while
that key
ago.
thing is?
Flux is asking you for a battleship help, man. Come
I
on.
don't even know
It
what
was
he's
a
talking
ramp
about.
Yeah.
I think he means Dooku X.
Dooku X, that's the one. Yeah, Dooku X didn't play too bad actually.
So what exactly did it have?
It had
See
a,
where that key icon is down the bottom next to the light? At bottom
He
of the
means
stairs.
Yes.
right next to the archway. There's like a fuck. I don't know how to explain that.
well, it's not. I'm reading Jeremy. It's not exactly useless because it gives the opportunity for a defender to think, okay, is he actually going to come stairs or is he going to come right?
Oh, we're talking here.
Yeah. So there's a ramp that goes from. Yeah, that's perfect. There's a ramp
Yeah,
there.
up that thing, right?
Yeah. So you could just add like a tile, for example, that you have to dodge or jump up.
Or a
You know,
step.
it does. It doesn't have to be anything spectacular.
Okay.
It doesn't even have to be stairs, but like I'm trying to think of a map
Like the
that has it.
Acrony would have it.
Yeah, that's
The
it.
original
Perfect.
Acrony, not
Yeah,
the
like,
new
like,
one.
That's it, like Acrony, exactly like that. Because also as well, like if you're flag running, you can be quite sneaky and like go under it for a little while as well, like and leave that way. So it just adds something else that could be used.
So are
I
we
don't know, I'm just
thinking
trying-
that we need to add more opportunities in the middle? Is that basically what it is, or is it?
Well,
I
that is
think
that.
I think so.
But what we're after basically is make it harder for the defenders to defend. Is that what we're after?
If you're gonna do
Or
that,
easier
you're
to
gonna have to
escape.
spawn out.
I don't
Easier
think
to
it's
escape.
actually the defenders that's the issue. It's the respawning. So you have to go through each person more than once.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the issue.
exactly.
Getting in is easy. Getting out is very hard.
Yeah,
So-
but if we compare it to command, you always need to get one defender at the entrance and one defender at the exits. That's 2 times. Sometimes there's more, but here you have to face the defender more than 2 times, right?
Yes.
Maybe 3 or 4 times. Because it's very open if you compare it to command. But that's only when you get out in the middle. That's when you get the 3rd and the 4th. What do you say? Get together thing, right?
Yeah.
But in the base, no, I lost it.
Okay, so who exactly are the main attackers? Let's try and see if we can figure something out. So, alright, we'll start with you, Jusek. When you grab the flag, what direction do you favour?
I leave out as I'm looking at it from my base, or
Yeah, so, for example, okay, so you've
Low
literally
left.
just grabbed the flag. Do you
Low left.
leave right, middle, left?
left. Yep,
So is that going higher, or is that just straight through the middle, then left?
straight through base to left onto the pad, and hopefully I get a boost into a high.
Okay, Padri, which one do you prefer?
Probably right.
Right side, straight out, and then onto the bouncer, yeah?
Yeah.
Paleface?
I do, if there's no one in base, it's always nice to go up high, and I like to go the stairs out.
So, at the moment, out of 4 people, we are doing 2 right, 2 left.
But
Honestly,
I think the middle exit there, that's where the majority of the spawns are, aren't they?
So, yeah, you've like if you go from my view, we have 1 on the stairs here, 1 above, 1 left here, 1 right here, 1 on the right. That's how confined this area. Like that's why it's so hard to get out. That's why I'm trying to figure out: is it a route issue? Like if we grab the flag, bounce up high, we're free. That has 2 or 3 less spawns that you have to worry about. Whereas if you go right, you're ignoring 2 or 3 as well on the left. I'm just wondering: is it a routing issue, or is it something we can? Is it a spawn issue? That sort of thing.
Look,
I personally
you-
think it's a map issue. I
All
think
the holes in the galaxy. What the hell?
I've
just
I
think the map's
don't-
too narrow.
think that the map as it is fixable.
It's
Because
very
there's-
hard.
there's-
Yeah.
There's spawns on every route that you can take outside.
So you
Um,
agree with what I've been saying for the whole season? This map is shit.
We're not saying it's shit.
I'm
in a
not
nutshell.
I'm not gonna. That is, I think, not constructive. Anyway,
It's hard to improve it. That's
Yes.
what you talk about.
Yeah, it's
in UT4 they removed the pillar on the right side of your current screen, and added a entrance up high,
Oh yeah,
that
yeah,
side.
yeah, you're right.
with an
You get-
exit too low, in the middle, sort of, that you can juke a bit. Okay, so that is a route that has no spawn other than the spawns high, middle, or the spawns low. So you can. That is from my experience in UT4, that is a prime exit path.
Can't we just try a UT4 version of Dooku in this game?
we've
It's
tried it.
And
hard.
apparently it didn't actually go as expected. Obviously, because of the.
How many pugs did we try it on?
It was before I came along, but I'm reading your things, by the way.
Cool.
Flux, how long does it take to edit these maps?
It depends on what I want and how specific I want to be.
So,
No, honestly, like some things that I do a lot of changes that isn't visible. So, like, for example, you know this when I said there was an issue with this back panel. Well, I've actually got an invisible wall here, which stops it, and it took me a lot of like changes because it was blocking off that it would kill people if you went near it, or if you touched the flag, you automatically died. So I had to go through a lot of. I think it spent about an hour and a half, 2 hours just to do this wall.
So the command changes, how long do you think would it take you to do them?
It depends on how, like I say, because I could be quite specific on some parts. So, like, if I went to do the doorway and get it perfect, I would have to try and keep the ramp there, and I can easily put a wall there. That's not an issue. But it's the placement, how big do I want the doorway, how wide do I want it, how far, it all depends. I mean, obviously, like, some parts we can maybe curve it. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you could probably curve the archway so that it's not just flat. There's a lot of ways I'll probably do it, and then obviously when you test it, it doesn't work. Then I have to do some more work on it. It all depends.
So we're talking days or a week for a test version?
I could do it in a couple of days, depending on my work. Basically, I could probably do it in one afternoon. It's depends how much time I'm willing to put into it in one go.
Well, I would say just change one map at a time.
I usually do one map at a time, and then, or at least, because it depends on what servers. Like, Dad's more than happy with the spam I had last time. I would probably do it like per map. Here you go, have a map, and just keep sending it. Whereas with K1, it was a bit harder to do.
Qubit, you're...
Well,
Qubit is sending all the time, yeah.
Could you mute yourself or up your sensitivity?
Cool. I just got a thought about Dooku. I don't know, take it or leave it. But add another spawn or a few spawns, high, mid, in the entrance on the ledge above the jumper thing. Yeah, right there. I don't know, but when I do attack, I feel that the defenders that spawn down below that ledge always have a very short way to go back and kind of shoot me when I'm grabbing the flag. But if you add spawns up there, it takes another extra second for them to get down, and that might make some kind of change because it takes a little bit longer for them to get back into the base and see what's happening.
See, the thing I see in that is you're going to have an element of high control because all of the spawns are going to be around the high area. Even though I actually agree with what you're saying, like that extra second gives you a chance to like set yourselves, especially if you just killed a defender, for example. Like it gives you, and also if you're attacking through stairs, it gives you that window of opportunity to kind of sneak in under as well. So
okay, so just to kind of help with this, basically I did actually try a very similar idea to that. So in my first early stage, this spawn here that you can see in the center, this was actually moved to this corner where the apple was, and I had another spawn back here, so that kind of split the higher end. But I also did have a spawn here before I moved it down, so this one up here was here. From a player's perspective, as soon as you spawned, this one didn't feel right whatsoever. Like, you move forward, you drop off, or it wasn't enough to actually feel like you actually knew where you was. I don't know if any of you remember the commands one when I had it in the center spawn, but in the corners.
Yeah, that was odd.
it didn't feel right. Like, there was no way you could figure out which do I go left or right, And this one actually had the exact same effect, which is why I had to reduce it. This top one up here, actually, I'm not too sure if anyone liked it at all. Like, not a single person. This one here felt too powerful for defenders, for obvious reasons. It's behind the corner when you bounce up, and it was used more. But this one here, there was no purpose to it. So actually adding a spawn to this top area, I don't think anyone's actually going to like it. No matter what opposite, unless I actually, for example, add an extra bit here, so this expands out, I don't think there's any way to actually make use of spawns up here.
Okay.
It's too confined. I have got... So Juicer has actually made a option. This is very similar to the one I got from Jerome back in the before the last season. Basically, here on the left, on the outside, will be a doorway. Juicy, is this right? You removed this middle one.
No. I think you should keep that middle. That X there was. Did I put a red X on it?
Yeah.
Oh, so that was meant to be another entrance, but ignore that. Ignore
Okay.
it completely. Yeah.
So basically, if we had, I'm assuming this is like very similar to the UT4 version, having from the back end of the base on the right.
Yep. But instead of cutting through to mid high,
we
you can
just
cut
this.
straight through where the cross steel is.
So I could make it so that it cuts to this bit here as well.
You could actually.
Not here, but just so we can make use of this ledge as well.
Yeah.
That would then also, that actually could allow me to add another spawn to this top bit. I don't know how strong that will be, but, or at least remove one of this bottom right one or bottom left and then move it up, for example. So we could make use of this. But I have had a lot of people say they don't really want to add left and right as options, because obviously using this route is very strong because of the stairs with the boosting.
Yeah, that's why like the game would speed up completely, because again you're adding another avenue to leave out of base. So let's say for example you're bouncing up. Normally a defender, they'll grab the flag and they can dodge straight up. You can dodge straight up to the other side and run through that. You can be cut off from a spawn, so you're not completely getting rid of any kind of defense play as such.
Yeah.
So you can still be cut off if you make like a little junction, if you know what I mean. Like, so you use the bump room, the doorway that you said in the bump room, and then you create a cut-off point or a choke, whichever, and then add the entrance to the high, coming out where I put the doorway. So here.
Yeah.
And then you have the opportunity to maybe dodge, create like a little tongue of platform at the end so that you can actually dodge straight into mid-high. It's going to speed the game up a fuckload if you do it.
Yeah.
So that's just my idea anyway.
Any thoughts from everyone else? Like having this, basically this right bit here, a doorway going through, end up in this sort of section here, but obviously allow a route to, I guess we just dodge across to the actual, I don't know what you would call it, but basically this bit here.
Open that piece up.
Yeah, so basically allow it as an extra option to get out, or at least juke the base.
And an extra option to defend it if possible as well. So you don't want to give everything to the attackers, but the likelihood of you spawning there and cutting that off is quite slim. So it'd have to be a good defensive play.
And there's also another corridor added as it was in UT4.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think there should. I don't think it should be where it was. I think it should be.
I think
there.
here was bad. I think here was very bad. Personally.
Yeah.
You're basically confining so that this bit, a defender must be here. That's basically what it was asking for. If you have this option here, it's not all about the high defense now. The low defense now has a bit more of an option. And if they are losing, the high one would be forced to move back and then sort of defend this space here, or at least this doorway. So it's like a double buff, double negative at the same time.
Exactly. That's why I thought it actually you can create different options amongst that as well. So instead of it feeling like it's too attack heavy, you do have a choke point in there as well where a defender can trap you in there. And also you're going to have people aiming out of that window anyway, so it's going to have to be an air shot. It's going to have to be a good shot. And you can get... I'm thinking as well... Oh. Yeah, and it's. I think it's going to create more pace to that option. People are going to leave out of there, and people are going to go to mid. That means that the people from the let's say you have one of your teammates has the flag, and they're leaving that route, and you got 4 of the enemy players staring at that window, one trying to cut him off or whatever. But you've also got your teammate on the mid as well. It's exciting when everyone is on mid and flags are passed here, there, and everywhere. That's what you want to watch. So that's what I'm kind of thinking amongst it as well. It's going to create such a hectic environment on mid when a flag is there.
So the other thing that people were trying to... Well, there was 2 things that I actually had. The one that Jerome first came up with was actually a stairs buff. Was actually opening up a doorway here. Very similar to what UT4 had.
Okay.
I was personally against it when I started to figure out what exactly the possibilities were. But it was like, if I can get a proper view. So basically, there'll be a doorway here leading to roughly about here-ish. So there'll be a hallway between the two.
Okay.
How do people
Yeah.
feel about that? Because I know a lot of people are like completely against the high right and the low left being open. But
Sorry,
The-
could you say
the-
that again?
so basically, like having a doorway here on the lower part of the stairs that will lead into the base itself, the flag room.
Yeah, so I think that's in that Duke of X, the one that FlowX done.
Yes.
it's done something similar.
It was I think it was in there, but it wasn't. I think the placement or something was actually rather wrong because I don't know this corner. I don't know exactly, but
Yeah.
what exactly are the thoughts? Like, do people actually think it's a good idea, or do they think it's a little bit too much?
No, I quite like it actually. Again, I think if you're going to try that, I think you should try both of the ideas suggested, so that it's going to create two more options, which is what you wanted to do in the first place, is open up more opportunities
For the base
and
out, yeah.
and that can make the map feel a lot wider as well. So really, we're kind of gone the right way about it by not scaling it up. So we're not slowing the pace down, but we're opening up more of the width.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
that could work.
I got another idea. Take it or leave it again. To continue the stair so it goes all the way up high somewhere in the base. You understand what I mean?
I
So
think
like
that might be a
on-
little bit too much, especially where we got the boosting already.
Okay,
So we
cool.
have the option, but
Yeah.
because we
I
don't
just
want to,
think-
we don't really want to make this bit redundant.
No.
Like we want to keep this as like a, basically I still want to keep like defenders allowing them a bit more freedom so they're not forced into one specific corner.
Right.
So like obviously they're not forced to be down low, they're not forced to be just here. They're back in here to help the low, and they can maybe sort of be on this ledge here so they can see in the middle. They have freedom, but if you remove this bit and they're forced to sit back here because of the stairs or because of the bottom, the defenders are going to be very confined.
Right.
What if you that ledge there on the high of our base?
This bit here, yeah, or this bit.
I can't see a cursor. Yeah, move left a bit. Left. When you're leaving the base from high onto stairs.
Okay.
What if you did a ledge there? On that.
So basically this bit here.
Yeah.
That would be quite interesting.
Just on that edge, because
So they can
at
dodge
the
onto
moment-
here.
Yeah, because at the moment you can. What was I gonna say?
I guess that adds another route to leave.
Maybe it
Yes.
should be on the outside.
Yeah, sorry.
So
on
this
the
bit here?
other side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not on the inner ledge. The other to the left. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So you could dodge onto that and then possibly get out of there as well.
So, for example, this bit here, continue round. Would it be a full one? So you go all the way to the edge, or would it be just like up to a certain point? Because you gotta remember, if we do this, this buffs up the defender for high.
I think it should. I don't think it should be the full length. I think it should be something you have to jump onto or dodge onto.
Because already this bit here, you can see this bit here for a defender versus defender, and at some point, it's very similar to having like a second high mid at certain times.
Maybe now when you're talking, if the attacker is dodging on the pad from the middle, maybe it's a good idea to make the ledge start at the point where he's about just to reach it.
So we're thinking maybe this bit here, so that you can dodge across to here,
I'm thinking.
or-
No, I'm still thinking on the left side.
on this bit.
On the outer
Uh,
side.
On the left side.
Yeah.
No,
So I don't know how much of a delay there is.
I don't know. I kind of think on the inner because it's going to make it a lot harder for mid high to shoot you early.
Here seems to be the best for when you're thinking of defenders. If this one is here, this is abusable by defenders. Yes, attackers can use it. It adds a bit more flavor, so to speak. But
Yeah.
here confines the defenders that they can't use it. If they do, it's a very. I mean, if I do like this view here, it's still in line of the same view. So even if the defender's on this ledge here, they're still going to be shot in the exact same view. So it's like a The defenders get no benefit from being on there.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So you got to remember, we don't want it. We want to give attackers a bit of a boost, but we don't want to give the defenders much of a boost, especially in this sort of area. Since this is like a highly contested, obviously, with the vision that we already get from just
Right.
this bit
Because
here.
now the only way to get up high is to get boosted from the
Yes.
middle. And maybe if we eliminate that, of course it goes faster. But if you get another option too, that's probably going to boost the defenders. Yes, the attackers.
So do remember that if we are going to be doing this right, this side route up here as well, that's another high route as well. So I would probably try and make it so that you can bounce up into the doorway. Add a lift under that hole in the stairs. In this bit here?
No, I think you should keep that.
Yeah, I think this. I don't
like it
think
'cause you
having a
can shoot
lift
that.
here will be a good idea.
It's nice for defenders as well, and also you can boost through that as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but if you're gonna add a path, an entrance underneath as well, then it's not really gonna be of much value, is it?
no,
But to be fair, when I've been attacking now this season, the last since I came back, I maybe got shot in through that hole one time or two.
Yes.
The defenders doesn't really use it that often.
Like personally as a defender, I kind of use it to juke my attacker. Like I've seen the person land here. I'm sitting here. I've used it so that if I stand here, I can usually hear where they're going. Or like sometimes I would jump down here and shoot them in the back as they go around, or I jump here and then because they're looking here. So it's kind of like as a defender, it's really nice to be able to have options to counter the way they're going in.
Yeah.
Obviously, with 1, 2, like here is most obvious. That's why I don't really personally do it. But if you have these two, it just kind of allows a bit more rotation.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Just keep it. But a lift is not a good idea.
I think having a lift will make this a bit too consistent, and the defender will be basically sitting back here.
I think as well, like you don't want to be adding lifts there as well because it's gonna be like bleak all over again. People complaining about camping and shit.
What
Or-
about
Yes,
what
yes,
about
true.
bank beds?
A pad, yeah, a bouncer or something.
I think it's
Maybe
going to
not.
be the same thing. Like, if we're going to have this low route, especially if we're opening this up, they're still going to have two ways anyway. The defender obviously will have to pick which one are they definitely going to go. I still think this is more for just defenders or attackers juking. I don't
Yeah.
think it should be an option to throw yourself
see.
into the base.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It just makes it a bit redundant then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if we also add the ledge, I think the
Yeah.
stairs part is kind of buffed already.
Yeah.
There's
I do think the ledge on the inside makes a lot more sense though. Then, now that we've discussed it a bit.
Yeah.
There is one change I definitely want to do, and this is completely against defenders because I have abused it a little bit. This doorway, this hallway, I believe should curve to this door, this part here, or at least angle it so that we can't actually have defenders aiming at the stairs. Because right now, that is basically very similar to having a mid D, and it's almost to be honest, they're basically identical. You control this spawn at the stairs, and it's nothing more.
So just block that sight of vision from the.
Yeah, so basically, right now, let's see if I can get this to work. You can see basically all this. You can see at the top if you jump. You can see if they land. You can see here, and you can actually see this one spawn just from the blue glow, depending if you have that setting on or not. I was thinking if you made it so that it's like this, for example, so angle the doorway so it's facing this way, you won't be able to see this.
I'm not sure, man.
It's going to be a big change, but I don't know if it's going to be too much too far, or it's going to be a good direction to actually pull.
I think I think a lot of people think that defending on mid has no counter, but there's countless times when people defend on mid where you just sneak him around the back and just that you catch him off guard.
Oh,
especially if you put that route above that I was speaking about as well.
Yeah.
That low defender playing on mid is completely redundant.
I mean, on the plus side, well, from an
That's true.
attacker's point of view, if you move that entrance to the right a bit, it makes boosting out the base a bit easier.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's true. It
Because
would
if
make
you're
it a bit strong.
from stairs in base all the way out.
Yeah, I think you leave that person.
Okay. Something that a few people have mentioned this before as well. Actually limiting the access here. And what I mean by like the mid height itself, as in having maybe a gap here, so that if
Just one,
so go.
one thing. That spawn on the stairs that we're talking about.
Yes,
What if we move that to the left side?
I did that. They didn't like it.
Ah.
This is the thing. Like it's very hard to. You don't want to make it so that everything's outside the base, but at the same time, you don't want to make it so that it throws you off to the point that you don't know where you're looking. I actually had tried a spawn in this location here. To the side, I don't know if you can see the cursor, but basically, like here. But as you can see, like you can't really see exactly where you're on the map. I know it looks very obvious, but when you're in game going flicking quickly, your instant reaction is to hit that bouncer, and it for defenders it wasn't really that good. I did this spawn here as well, but because of the limitation of the space, it was redundant. It just allowed the defender for a free kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think with the changes that you're proposing, I think because there's going to be so many more options now for attackers to get into the base, it should encourage defenders to not just sit there and sit on this spawn.
The thing, you would think that, but when I think about it, if you look at this, like I don't like to use this all the time, but when I do, when I really confident about pushing, you have the control, but they're going to use this bouncer here to get up the top right here. So it's kind of promoting this sort of spot as well, because this one you have this is the best scenario position you're going to have if you want to stop that from happening. Whereas if you're the higher defender, you're not going to see it. But if you're a higher mid, obviously you still have the same opportunities as you had before. Boosting wise, if we can get a boost working for this sort of section, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
It will open up a lot of stuff, and the speed of that section will definitely be focused more, I think, for attackers. But I still feel like this low defender might need to have some sort of, I don't know if it's like a nerf, but it needs more options.
I think if you're putting that route in that I suggest, I think you need to not touch it because you're going to make it really attack heavy. So I think having the balance is like if someone can spawn kill on the right, let them do it because they're susceptible to the other entrances where the high defender will not be able to call it and the low defender won't be able to call it either. So I think if you leave that as it is and add the entrances that we spoke about, I think this map will play really well.
I have another thought. Take it or leave it stuff. Yeah, you can type first. And I think that will make the mid area kind of lesser DM-ish, because you have another route to add to go, and it might also make it a little bit harder for the low defender, and that is to add a tunnel through this big area in the middle.
This bit here.
In the lower area, just through from the double pillars and through to the other double pillars.
So how does everyone feel about that? Because when I played it in UT4, obviously you had the panels in front of it that you can see through, but you can't shoot through. For UT99, obviously we won't be using them sort of panels. But at the same time, see, I don't know if that's going to be a major nerf. Like, it will be the point that there'll be no need for it because it's so easy to kill the person. If that makes sense. Like, if you go on the bouncer, you have the speed advantage. If you go through the middle, they know where you are. You're either going to be on the front or the back. But it's a clear archway, isn't it? So, would it be used, basically?
Are we talking about the bottom?
Yes. So, for example, like straight through here, there'll be an archway going right through the middle. Is that what you were trying to say?
No, to the right. Go to the pillars.
These pillars?
To the right. Yeah, the two pillars to the right. Go to them.
So basically straight ahead.
Yeah, and that yes, there and straight on, straight through here. That's where I mean that you should maybe.
Okay.
What happens if you add a tunnel here through? Because then when you the right low defender also will have this area to focus on because somebody will maybe just come out and shoot you if you're spawn camping on the stairs. Because this will also allow the attackers to have another route to
Yeah.
go through.
Yeah.
And also when you get out in the middle, you are kind of what do you say? You safe from all the right
safe
and
option,
left
yeah.
sides. Yes, but you are very slow. So people that are on the right and on the left will have the time to use the pads to get behind you also. So it's kind of a win-win situation, you know. I don't know. It's just
What
a
about
thought I got.
what about like a four-way opening then on that actual pillar?
Oh yeah, maybe.
So
I'm
like
not
you
too
have-
sure about a four-way because
So-
it's a guaranteed usage, and you don't want to make anything guaranteed.
Ah, true.
The two-way is obviously okay. It's a safe passage, but you're open, so that's why I quite like it. I'm actually using that concept or thinking of that concept on another map that I'll show soon.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So
cool.
I actually quite like that. It helps both defenders and attackers in every situation.
Uh-huh.
So you're gonna have it open all the way through.
Yeah.
And,
So
and
literally
maybe,
like a doorway straight through.
and maybe move the pillars a little bit closer so you have some kind of protection when you get out there. I don't know.
I think it's going to be like a risk versus reward situation. You're risking
Probably.
going through there. Your reward is that you got
Yeah.
through, but the risk is you're very open.
It's still it's not maybe the issue here. I mean, we don't need to change the middle pretty much, or do we?
So are you thinking about shrinking that then if you're gonna add a tunnel?
No.
Because if you go through the tunnel from right to left, it's pretty much an easy path into the bottom of your base, isn't it?
It is, but it's
And
a
it
slow
blocks
one.
off. It's a slow one, yeah.
What I could do is I can actually slant the flooring so that if you tried dodging, it would stop you. It's very similar. Is it Grudge? On the side routes, it dips down and then goes up.
Yeah.
We could do that so that
That
it
could
won't
work.
be as fast. But obviously, where you're covered, it's still a safer option. We could do that.
Yeah, maybe.
So we all in favour of that? Because I personally quite like
Well,
it.
yeah, I don't know if it will make the issue of the map better. If it will, if will make it easier for the attackers. I mean,
I think it's just another option to get. I mean, yeah, when I think about it, yes, you can go through that, and then that would actually counter the high D. When I think about it, that would actually be a really good counter to the high D,
okay.
which would then actually make the low D have another place to look.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it'll make it harder.
Yeah, so yeah, it actually makes it harder for defenders.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, now that I think about it, there is only one issue, which we said we wanted to reduce on command, is if you look at my view now,
Yeah.
the control you have.
Ah, right.
You can just control the spawns, can't you?
Yeah,
from
you
left to
basically
right?
can control everything apart from high, and most of the spawns will be left or right.
Right.
So that's the only issue, and I know it's only one issue, but it's a major issue. You're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 spawns you're basically blocking just from that.
To make the tunnel more narrow.
If you make it narrow, it'll be almost impossible to use. I mean, I could make it this sort of direction, so it kind of removes the access from one side
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not going straight, it's going at
at an angle still.
Yeah.
across the map rather than
So you
I
still
would
got the
say-
extra
sideways.
option.
Yeah.
I would say that you maybe not would make it straight or make it more like an S thing, so it makes a little turn before you get out of it. Because if you make it straight, the defender can just check there every third second and see if someone's coming. No, is someone coming? No. But if you make a little turn before you get out, he needs to go into the tunnel and check it, and he won't do that.
Okay.
You get my point?
Yeah, because I was speaking to Jib about that with Grudge, with a change we were thinking of.
Great mind thinks alike.
So
right?
it slows down the path so that it feels longer than it is. It also allows you to go around corners, so to speak, when you're not. The only issue I have is the amount of space I got. So, I mean, it's not. It
Yeah.
looks. It's not as big as it looks. Having to.
No, it's not.
Maybe.
But I mean, it's not a thing we have to do. It was just a thought that I got.
Yeah. I mean, because if it's gonna be straight, risk for the rewards, there's not as much. It's okay. Yeah, there is a lot more risk than it is actually. I think for this one, I would have to play around.
Maybe just the changes that we were talking about earlier and see how they go.
Yeah,
first.
Yeah.
Because then we don't want to make it into a completely new type of map, do we?
Yeah.
No, I
Just
think
wanna
it's
open
good
up a
to,
bit.
like we do with command. You did some changes a few seasons ago with opening the walls to the sides, and now we kind of closing them up again. Making some changes, not all the changes at the
Yeah.
time.
Okay, I'll put it down just as a. Just so it's like an option. Okay, so I think we're pretty much quite solid on Dooku, allowing extra options in for attackers. That alone, I think, will be making it a little bit more challenging for defenders. Even myself will have to agree that will make it a bit more challenging, especially for the low end over the high. I think for the option on this staircase, I think we're going to leave that out for now until we try out the other version, the other editions.
Yeah.
Because stairs will also have a bit more of an opportunity, especially with that low extra hallway. So yeah, I'm quite happy with them. You know what? I think we're going to go on Acrony now, because not a lot of people are going to like these, but we'll see. So, I personally have two major issues with Acrony, outside of spawn wise. I believe high is too reliable, and low has almost no reason to use at all. Unless you're skipping, quickly going to low and then side. Like, there's no way of doing a full low. Mecha saying delete Acrony. I don't think many people like Acrony at the moment.
No, it's not a favorable map for a few like it, of course, but it's not like, oh yeah, let's go Acrony, and everybody's
Yeah.
like, yeah, sure, that's nice.
I personally like the style of Acrony,
Uh-huh.
and I think we can actually make it a bit better with a few changes. So one major change is that if you look from the view that I've got now, you can see that this low back area has no usage whatsoever. There is no reason to use it other than I've got the flag, I can maybe hide here. But then you always go up the thing and go to the left, or you go to the right anyway. It's completely redundant.
Yeah.
No, voice is in the PG channel, Chill Zone, so you can join us. So I actually was thinking of how can I make the low a bit more used. So the option I had was to actually this whole back. Let's see if I can get a better view, because this is very
Yeah, you
hard to
don't
explain.
have your water.
I have water. It's just that you have to be really close to it.
Okay.
It's in game. It's like this is a clean UT. This is not my settings. So this is what you normally see. It's for the editor and everything. So yeah, basically what I was thinking of this thing is so annoying. This area, these slope.
You're gonna cut it out.
I basically want to move this forward to where the flag is now.
Uh-huh.
But I want the flag to be underneath. Now this, yeah, so basically everyone goes high. If someone's high, someone will camp there until the flag comes out, and they will sit there to control the mid. Now, if the flag was low, this then gives them the person the option to juke more. It also gives them the option to actually use the low. And it's like another option to allow it, so you can't be focused on high. So if you are going to go high, you need to go up the slope first. and then you got so it adds an extra maybe 2.5 seconds extra just to climb up the slope.
Are you saying it would be down? The flag would be on the bottom floor?
So basically, it will be like basically where this pillar is now, just right here, instead.
So you'd have to, if you wanted to go high, you'd have to go backwards up.
So yeah, so basically this thing here will be pushed forward against here, but the actual slope won't be this one. It will be the exact same one as this one here. So the actual time to go up the slope is faster, it's more efficient, and it's direct.
What about if you just added a lift at the back? So on the flag stand,
Yep.
you close off the back, you bring it forward, and like you got in Grudge, have a lift at the behind.
I was about to say, like Grudge, yeah.
And just basically close off that, so low attackers have the option to come behind the base and come up the lift and grab the flag.
So the only way to get to it is the bridge. Sorry, the lift.
Well, you got the lift on the right side. At the
You
back.
got 2 lifts. You got 3, wait. Well, you got the low right in and the lift on the left, and then the lift behind that Badgie's talking about.
Yeah, so like just basically have a lift where you are right now.
If you
Okay.
put a lift there, you kind of make yourself a bit more detectable.
Yes.
Because some players go sneak there when unseen and then do a cheeky grab. If you put a lift there, they'll be instantly detected, like in Grudge example. I don't know.
There's still one major flaw that everyone keeps forgetting. Will you use it?
Yeah, indeed. I see it used very little time. I've seen some players mainly on Div 3 and 2 and 4, not in Division 1 very often, doing
But
that.
I think
Going
the problem is though
sneaking.
it's too long. The path.
It is way too long.
That's why it's very rarely used. Like in some of the games I've played in,
It just feels redundant. Like there's no use for it. There is no purpose. Why use it? Which is why with how dominant the top area seems to be. Like I know some people think that high is not dominant with the current stage, but it is. Every route you go up high. If not, you go on the left. But then you always end up going high.
There's a ramp right in front of the flag that goes to high.
Oh yeah. But
That dumbass ramp that was added.
when that was reduced, like it wasn't as strong as it is now. People still go up the high route. So they would obviously they can go up the higher, they drop in the middle, but they use the bouncer. So like at the moment,
Can
you
I add
always
this?
go up towards high.
Can I request removing the bouncer there?
I will be, yes.
Really, please.
I actually learnt very late that you can actually jump on the side of it and it will bounce you up anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't know
and-
that.
Yeah.
I feel
weird.
like about 6 weeks ago I learned that.
When I used to play this, Deadline used to play this a lot. One of our main differential from the rest of the clans at the time was we knew, like, we barely missed that dodge, like ever. Where many people didn't do that dodge
Yeah.
correctly as often, and that's a skill set that you had to use if you wanted to. Making the bouncer there for me was, in my opinion, personal opinion, was terrible.
I think about 60% of people agree. At least 60%.
But most people are leaving high, so it's very good to escape high. But can we make it more beneficial to go like left low or right low?
That's what I want to try and do now. So, obviously with this idea, this would actually nerf the whole high coverage.
Yeah.
That was the reason why I was thinking if I put it on the bottom, people may actually try and cover the low over the high, or at least mix it up a bit. So that there's more options. Like you can, instead of jumping down, you already be down low. So you just go left or you go right. So that's...
Oh, put in the flag
Well,
lower the flag.
Yeah, so
Oh.
basically lower the flag to here.
If you do what you're saying, and you leave the spawns as the way they are,
Spawns need to change.
literally everyone will go low 100% of the time because almost every single spawn is high right now.
That's right. Yeah, you invert the current state, I believe.
It was very hard because spawn locations, all I did was add one. That was it. And at the moment there's still,
You
I think,
added
3
rare,
or...
by the way. Don't remember.
Sorry?
The one
Where
up
did you
high
add
on the left there and that little box that's
Okay.
drop down, whatever the fuck
Yeah,
it
there's
is.
one here. So if I look at spawns, there's like one here. There is one here. One
Okay.
here. and one on this box. So there's 4 down low, whereas high, there's 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. So technically low should actually have the opportunity, but for some reason, still in the calculations with the new CTF and all that, it still favors the high a
It
bit
does.
too
You're
much.
spawning high way more.
Even though it says it goes by vision, how far they are and all that, it still chooses to use the high, and I'm still not too sure why. So that's why like the high itself needs to change in terms of spawns. No matter what, but the low also needs to change because it's not
That
all in this one square.
vision takes in account walls.
There's one for through walls. There's also another calculation for visual, like physically you can see them.
Well, are you not doing the you haven't seen how these play with the spawn fix? Like,
Yeah.
has it not been updated on the servers yet?
So apparently it's
Do you have
been
to
there
do
since
UTI
Monday.
and I edit?
It's been there since Monday. I've been told. I found out
Really?
last night. Yeah.
The new InstaGib Plus?
Not the IG Plus, the new CTF distance changes. So basically, Daode found out that he wasn't actually using the correct ones. He's actually found out that his calculations were wrong. So we tried out a new one, and some maps actually felt better. Command felt better.
Is it on all the servers?
I believe so. At least 1 to 6 should be as of Monday. I've been told. Daode's always had it on his.
Well, I didn't notice any difference.
Yeah,
I
I'm
thought it
not
hadn't
feeling
been
much of a
updated.
difference. So I mean, I requested K1 to change it last night, and he replied saying there was done since Monday. So I don't know yet.
I
Maybe
don't
it's just
think
map
they
related.
did a goddamn thing. Then, like I played Command like 4 times over the last 2 days, and it felt the exact same.
Did
That's
it
why I
use
thought
the
nothing
side
had
routes a
changed.
bit? Like, did it spawn on the side tunnels a bit more, or is it just generally still the same?
It generally felt the exact same. I
Okay.
didn't think there was anything different about it.
I can't say much. I haven't played these couple of days. So.
Yeah, I haven't played recently either.
I'm thinking about because now about the changes, your suggestion, it's gonna take a longer time to go up high. Is that true?
It's not that it wants. I'm not trying to nerf the time it goes high. I just want to nerf the control that the high has.
Because what I'm thinking right now is that if you want to take the high route, because right now the high route is kind of the same time. It goes exactly the same. Yeah, as it does to go anywhere else. But if you want to go high, maybe you should, need to maybe go backwards and take a ramp. Just add a few seconds so you can't escape so fast if you want to go up high. So you make it a little bit harder to just go there. I don't know. Because then going left or going low will make that's the fastest route to go. If you want to go high, then you're playing in the slow game. If you're not getting boosted or something, then you can escape high. I don't know if you.
There's a few options to do it actually.
If you get any thoughts.
I think the timing wise between low. Remember, we got compared low to high. That's basically the main thing we need to do, not the right side, because that's still I still kind of I'm a bit iffy on that side still, well the side route anyway. So basically the high one, no matter what, is dominant, and the only reason why I think it's dominant is because of how easy it is to control. That's it. Time wise, I think low and high are pretty solid on 50-50 between the two. The issue with low is that it's so open, and it's like if I go down here, you can see all these grooves in the flooring. It slows the players down, and that's one thing I'm going to be doing. I'm removing that to make it flat so that you actually have a proper pace, and boosting will be a thing down here. Because as we notice, boosting has actually become a really high thing for any of the division right now.
Yeah, that should definitely be flat.
So I think flattening that would actually allow the low. I'm not too sure about reducing the scale of the pillars.
You get stuck quite easily with those.
Very easily.
Slopes there near the pillars.
Yeah, and if you do this flat, maybe I'm just thinking the box there in the middle in between the pillars.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happens, just to make the lower thing even faster? What happens if you add a pad, a small bouncer? That
Where?
if you
In
go
this bit here?
Like a sprinter one?
Huh?
Like the sprinter side bouncer, you mean?
Yeah,
Like that?
yeah. You can't really go really far in it, but it makes it more beneficial to go low if you add such a thing there.
It's not a bad idea.
I think that actually would be a bad idea in general. One, considering the spacing you got. 2, if you already reach halfway, you have much more opportunities to actually make a new play. You can go left, right, center. You know, there's a lot more opportunities if you hit that mid threshold. So adding an
but
extra
generally,
bit
like,
might
if
be too much.
When people go there, they almost always switch into their team's left because it's the closest way into your base.
Yeah.
If the bouncer is there, then it encourages you to go low further and into your right. So it would open up those 2 routes more than it being almost always into that left side.
But you remember, if we're doing this flat thing with the boost in, you're having the same concept. You know, have someone jump, you boost them once, they'll be doing the same as what a bouncer would do in this location with the height that you've got. Because remember, look, there's not much height
if
anyway.
you have a booster, though. But it's all about cutting off sight lines. Like, that's why people cut into their left. It's so you can't get shot across the map. You're cutting off sight lines, so it would still, I think, if the bouncer is not there, I think still people would primarily be going into their left.
Yeah, and when you go down there, I like to boost, but it's barely ever my focus because there are always people there. There's always people. Oh, he's down there.
You have to cover.
Yeah,
you have to cover.
Because you're always fighting. If you're up high, then you can be alone for a second or 2 or 3, and then somebody comes up on the bouncer behind you. But down here, there's people dropping from left and right, from all over the place. So you need to be very very focused about what's going on around you. But if you add a pad, as you say, help that it might be easier to take it and try to go escape and get into your own base low right instead of low left.
It also gets you into the base quicker just for attacking purposes.
Yeah, it does.
Like,
and
if you get the low spawn, you can get to their base quicker with that pad.
Yeah.
Okay.
And upon that, if you get a boost also when you're already on the pad, then you're kind of already in your low right and you're kind of already in the base. So you save yourself another 2-3 seconds on it.
So you really want to boost out the low area. That I can see that working. Yes, it will definitely buff this low end.
Yeah, and you can still swap for the left side if you want as well. So
yeah,
true.
You could boost off that bouncer too. It could be sick.
Yeah, indeed.
Speaking of bouncers, one mild idea I had. I don't know if it'd be too OP, but you know, on your team's low right side, how there's the hole that drops you from high down to your low right.
Yep.
What if there was a bouncer on your low?
Oh man, that's sneaky.
Yeah, a bouncer on the low right there to bounce you up to high through that hole.
I think after what we was just saying, I think that would be complete opposite of what we was trying to do.
Yeah.
It might be a bit overpowered. I could see everyone going that way.
Yeah, and you have a spawn there, so.
Okay,
yeah.
so basically, if I remove this, I don't know what you would call this slope, or whatever you want to call this. If we remove this completely, okay, having a bouncer on this side, I'll probably do. Having both the option of this being as a way up as well as the bouncer is probably a no. Like we would have to choose between one or the other.
The only thing about that is I feel like you have to keep the slope just because if the flight carrier goes low right and takes that new bouncer up to high, anyone who gets spawned on the lower left side, they would need that slope to have any chance of being able to get a shot on the flight carrier.
So that actually comes to my next part. So, you know how, I mean, Ryan, you should probably know this, how I wanted to nerf, the changes I did here was to nerf this whole division of what we were doing.
Boxes, and you put the boxes.
The boxes
on the high right.
works. That's perfect. Doesn't need to be changed. It does its purpose. The only trouble is, when you're, as a player, you can't actually see this. So I was thinking of doing the opposite of what we did on Sprinter. Was on Sprinter we expanded the bridge so that we had more of a chance of using the high. And so far, results have been great. It works. People are actually having to change up their routing and even jump to actually get a shot. What if we did the opposite by making this bridge skinnier so that we have higher chances that the side shots from here. So if you, for example, you spawn in this low area, but you can't go higher, you can just walk here and then try and do a pop shot.
Yeah, that or you just make it a flat straight bridge like the one on
I could even well, I'm trying not to put it as flat because at the moment that counters the whole defense on high, so it stops the defenders from DMing each side.
Yeah.
So like if we thinned out, for example, just this middle bit here, and then have it so it comes to maybe this line here and then this line here. So it's like a really thin, it kind of angles in the middle and then angles back out. You would have, basically this will probably end up about here maybe? So you've already gained like maybe a centimeter or two? Yeah. So you definitely can clearly see, even if they get boosted or even just without even jumping, you probably can see their head or maybe their shoulders. And if you jumped, you'll be able to have that extra chance. It's like a risk versus reward. Like it's
that might just nerf a bit enough the high route.
I think the high route's still really safe.
Yeah,
but
it will still be safe.
It's not though. Like with
only because of control.
Used to be. When you added that spawn up there, man, like
the
if
spawn...
you don't have people up there, like you get spawned on to hell every time.
But if you consider without the spawn, as a route in itself, it's very safe because, like me and you discussed with Jib, like why we block this off. They just come up, they drop down, and they're safe. Or you know they get boosted right across, and there's nothing to counter it, so to speak, unless you're ahead of them or you get a nice jump from up here and you get a nice shot. I'm just trying to open up more opportunities in this center bit because most maps the center is most important. In Acrony, it means shit. Like there's no control in mid. Maybe bottom, but in general there is no control. The only control you have is in base. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to nerf up sort of this section of the control. Well, mostly this bit here, not as a defender but as an attacker. What other changes have I got on this one?
Have you gone over sprint already?
No, I've only done commands, Dooku, and this one now.
What was it on command? Can you just show me that? I wasn't home before.
Yeah, sure. I'll just quickly go for it.
No, if you have your notepad, it should be enough.
It's kind of hard to explain without actually physically seeing it.
Oh, okay.
Because some of the changes will be visual. So basically this bit you probably can see on my screen now. So these side ones are going to be closed up. Not fully, but we're going to have one of these doorways in the middle, leading to the outside and in.
Doorway like those
this one here,
smaller ones?
Yeah, so it's not as open to snipe.
Basically, you can't. It's an in between of a blocked up, like blocking it up, but it's also allowing the option to giving it.
It's the middle turn before the older version and this one.
Basically, yeah.
Just cutting off sight lines.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. To keep it open, but not so open how it is.
Yeah.
We also did come up with, well, the others did come up with an idea of allowing a bit more space in the base. So
I die so much.
Yeah, extend those.
Basically, this bit here, this will expand to here.
Yeah, make those wider. Those fucking back walkways.
At least halfway.
So so far,
you don't always fall in the fucking slime there, man.
I do so many unwanted dodges and slime.
Yeah, me too. So far, this extension here has been perfect. Everyone's loved it. Not a single complaint.
Can you make that flat too?
I'm going to be doing this.
You don't get caught on that shit?
It's
flat or a slope?
I will probably do like an invisible slope. I don't think I will do any flattening because this is actually separate things. So, let me see if I can make
You're going to make that wider, right?
So, as you can see, there's 3 levels. 1. So, it's very hard. So, you got this level, which then has this little bit, and then this goes... Okay. The way they designed it is very weird. But,
so it's hard to edit that area.
Oh. Yeah, as you can see, that's one panel. But then, obviously, it affects this slope as well, which was an issue I used to have with this. Because it affects this slope, but it didn't affect this one. So, I had to kind of angle it a bit different to stop all the things.
Okay.
Well, I do like the different levels, to be honest, because it gives you kind of a... It's harder to hit above the ledge when someone is entering.
When they get the spawn on the other side, yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's
it's
why maybe
actually
to
perfect
slope
for
it
defense.
so you can't get caught on those edges.
It's also perfect for defense, for this wall. It stops the control, because if this was flat, if you think about it, you could probably stand here and you could see everything. Whereas if you're here, you're struggling to see. So having this actually keeps the defense in check for this corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. That seems fine for me as well.
But yeah, expanding this to, I was thinking maybe sort of this bit here. So you basically gain all this space. So it's actually benefiting both defenders and attackers.
Yeah, make it so you could go right behind that pillar. You could attack in behind there, so it's not just one narrow spot that the defender has to look down. If you can juke in behind.
Yeah.
It's almost like for attackers, it's basically the same concept of jumping in the middle here and then jumping on, over the slam. Like you juke over this bit by going one side the other and then you jump back. It's the same as doing this, but it's a little bit longer. But it's still like adding an extra opportunity to get yourself up.
But you are going to connect that, right?
Yeah, I'm going to connect these two. So I'm basically probably going to expand this one so it comes out. So this bit will still end up here, but then it'll go to this level. So I have another panel here.
Until you go from the base, the flag stand, that area, until that slimmer post, right?
So basically, exactly like this. Exactly like this.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah, so it allows so much more opportunities everywhere.
Yeah, that's really good.
That seems great. That seems great.
I believe that
I really like this as a defender and as an attacker. Seems.
That will be really strong for a defender to stand back there, but I still.
It won't be as strong as it already is, though. That's the thing. Like when you figure when you're.
If you die, you're.
Yeah. So remember, with this map, what I've found out, you need to have the balance between the left and the right between the defenders, and if not, the defender is forced to come back. So if you can't control this corner here, you kind of hold here, so you can sneak up and help out on the right. So you're basically doing the same thing, but you're allowing a little bit here, so you can shoot back before the corners, so to speak. So I don't think it's actually going to buff them up too much. It's just going to allow more freedom, I guess. That's the only way I can put it.
It's going to be more valuable in flag standoffs for sure.
Yes, especially for attackers. They can sneak behind you without even seeing it. Like
so far you just have the opportunity to come outer right and try to shoot the attacker without the defender seeing you. If the flag carrier is mispositioning, or
you're doing that same thing on both sides, obviously, right?
Yes. Yeah. So like these pillars are not going to be touched, they're staying exactly as they are. So the vision will not change. Like it literally, the only difference would be you would have a little bit extra that you can go behind. You can step back a bit more. That's literally all it is. There's no downside to this, I don't think, at all.
Can you change the textures to brick fucking wall?
I will add some lighting and stuff. Don't worry.
Ryan would love a brick fucking wall there.
Yeah, we need some brick fucking wall textures.
I mean, they're not too bad. I just think it's the lighting itself. I mean, obviously, what you're seeing now is a darker version because this is a complete clean UT. This is not the one I use or anything. So this is default lighting. But I think, vision-wise, lighting itself will fix, especially like with what we've done in this middle bit.
Do we need that small thing there, that pole on the left side?
What pole?
The lamp pole.
The lamp pole.
I think so. It's more for vision. Like if you have a defender standing here, the actual attacker is at. How can I put it? The defender has a benefit every way. They always have an advantage over the attacker. Having to go here, you can't see this corner whatsoever. And I think with the attacker, like this is like a dead zone. Like you very little can see anything, and the defender will always have the first shot in general, unless you pre-shot, obviously. But
that's why low ping is such an advantage on command, because of specifically that scenario.
For this scenario, yes. I think like for other scenarios, like for coming through for this viewing for this way, it's fine. Viewing around this corner, low pingers win. I can't defend that at all.
Yeah. Those two spots, like those two scenarios, are the main reason that
I need to pre-aim
low
more,
ping is such advantage on command.
Okay then.
I do like these changes though.
These seem really good, honestly.
So command Dooku's been done. Akri just go through. I'll go through Grudge.
I saw.
Wait.
What?
Oh, never mind. You wrote the right things for Spirit.
What wasn't Spirit?
Okay, so these ones I haven't actually put everything.
Spirit is just fix the bouncers, yeah.
No, I personally think it needs a bit of a downscale, just to
What's
not.
Yes,
downscale?
downscale the mid especially.
If I don't downscale it, I'm throwing in bouncers to speed the game up. I'm sorry, everyone, but it's gonna happen. It needs
Well, there's
something.
bouncers everywhere already, and it's still
Yeah, and
It's one bouncer,
yeah.
but that one bouncer isn't enough to actually make a difference. Sideways and in base,
The
I think.
sideways, on the sideways.
Yeah,
Just
I think the
downscale it,
center
just
is fine.
downscale it.
Eternal Caves, I will go through that soon. I won't go through that yet.
Okay, let me read Dooku. Try upscale the map to allow opportunities.
Okay, this one's a question.
I catch you up on the end of Dooku, so.
Yeah, so don't worry about this one. This one's like I'm thinking of trying, but if these changes don't work, this will be like a last resort. So I'll probably put that on the
high
end.
right leaving center back wall. I'll check the VOD later. Don't worry.
I can quickly go for it now. It's going to be like 2 seconds.
Okay.
So in general,
Do you have a Did you do a paint drawing of the outer mid walls? Like how much you're putting them?
For what?
Just for these like sightline blockers that you're putting on the command, the outer walls.
I think Dusik just made a small painting, but it was
Just so I have an
This one
idea of how.
So this is basically the design, the idea of it. We have a wall here completely blocked off, and then the archway will be through the middle. So it's literally like an in between the two versions that everyone likes.
All right.
Okay.
So for Dooku, it was basically have a hallway, like a arch, the same archway here on this wall. It will basically cut through to this bit here, so it'll come to this high bit here.
Oh,
there's already a version like
very
that,
similar to the UT4 and the FlowX version, which I think is Dooku X.
Yes.
The difference.
Dooku X has one entry on the staircase.
Yep.
Right?
And this one will
And
also,
domain.
by the looks of it. But what we're doing is, for this bit here, we're going to keep open, and we have a little hole here, so you can dodge onto this ledge. So it'll give it a bit more purpose.
Oh, that makes defenders.
It makes it harder for defenders, and it gives the attackers a bit more of a chance. The other option was also to have basically an archway through here. I know it's been tested.
The good thing about these changes,
there's a version with that. There's a version with the archway there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It also will force the low defender to play more in the base.
Inside, yeah.
It's also the high defender as well, because... Okay, so for example, high defender, yes, they can see everything.
You can have so much more
capping
capping with those entrances.
So basically, we kind of figured out, it's not getting in the base, it's getting out.
Yeah.
So having this highway, I would probably add a spawn up there.
It's getting in too as well.
It's getting, yeah.
But it's getting...
And a Div 1 match, it's getting in as well.
Yeah. I'll put the standard for Div 1. It's getting in as well.
But the actual
fucking grab on Dooku, fucking paleface, like guy playing 4D back shooting me, like it's just, I didn't have enough entrances to go.
So that's basically in a nutshell. That's the changes. We're adding more options to get in and out.
It'll be fun, I'll say. Okay, thank you.
I'm not too sure how it will affect. Like the game flow of the map will still be fast, if not be faster. So that's something we'll have to be worried about.
I think the defenders will be on the edge all the time. I've been
good changes so far.
Yeah.
Like now that I've got time, I'm actually able to figure out, especially with this season. This season,
Grudge. I'm just gonna say before you get into Grudge,
delete it, yeah.
the main reason that Grudge is unplayable, especially in Div 1 matches right now, is because the spawns are so fucked.
Okay,
you 100% of the time will get spawned. If you're attacking in through the sides, you get spawned on literally 100% of the time. So I think if the spawns are actually ever fixed, it will instantly improve Grudge. But anyway, go ahead with what you were.
So basically, in terms of as a whole for this map, spawns are extremely difficult to place. Okay, there's no question about it. Yes. So like down here, there used to be 2. There used to be 1 here and 1 here. I reduced it to 1. I didn't want to have many spawns.
Why is your crosshair black? It's so hard to see.
Is it black?
Yeah, it's black.
It's white on my screen.
Yeah, on the editor it's black. On the stream it's black.
Oh yeah, I can see. I don't think there's any way I can change that. Okay, so you see this joystick here? So the joystick is the spawn. Now, to the left of this grate, it used to be 1... I don't know if you can see it. You know what, let me brighten up the... You might be able to see a little bit better if I put a brightness on it.
Can you just make it bigger?
What bigger, exactly?
The crosshair.
Sadly not. Editor is very specific.
It's a piece of shit, that program.
Yeah.
It's an old program.
It's so frustrating to use, man. I was trying to learn it, and I just was ripping my hair out.
It is 20-year-old.
Yeah, I think that says enough.
Is the brightness much different? Because I know this map's pretty dark.
Hasn't changed.
It's
Okay, you know what? Let me do this for you. Can you see the cursor a bit better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, alright, I'll do it that way instead. Alright, so basically, in the previous version, before we had one spawn on the left here, one on the right here. But obviously, as you can see, you got one here and one here at the top, left and right. I found that this basically made it so that if an attacker does get into this zone, you're still screwed because of the spawns, which is why this was changed in the back. This stops people. So how many times have you grabbed the flag, you've gone through left or right, and you got a back spawn?
Mm-hmm.
It used to happen so often. So obviously that was the thing. So basically, in terms of spawns, there is very little you can do. So like on the side, you've got one on the corner, but if we use this top one, it may disable itself because of distance. Obviously up here, there's nothing you can do. You can do nothing on this slope here.
It's more the one on the first one that you showed there.
It's yeah, these ones are like the biggest make or break, and there's no actual options to.
The ones on the bottom of the outer ramp are the ones that are breaking the map right now.
Outer ramp, as in.
On the sides.
When you enter the base.
Oh, this bit.
Not like on the outer. Yes,
Yeah.
those spawns.
This one.
Not even the one on top of the ramp. It's literally the ones at the bottom of these ramps. That's where people always spawn on you.
Yeah.
That's why I believe that some spawn calculators are not accounting the walls. Because
Something is fucking it up, yeah.
Basically, there's looking into it.
I believe it's that, because if they didn't account the walls, you wouldn't spawn there.
So we're
Because you have
actually,
at least
I've
a
actually
wall
kind
there.
of gave him a few questions to try and calculate, and he's pulling the mapping bit if anyone's interested to see the calculations. Like, you basically have like it's basically a point system. So every single time a restriction happens, it will reduce the score, and the one with the highest score will be the one you spawn on. The thing is, there is a
Whatever
lot
that
of
number
questions.
is, just make it way higher.
This is actually vanilla, by the way. That's how vanilla works. Obviously, with the way Dave's made some changes, and I haven't got the exact way of how his works, but I know there's still a visual and a distance, like a general distance, it will try and figure out, and then it reduces. But the closer you are, it will increase the score, so that it will reduce how much score rating that spawn has.
Okay.
For a map this size, where would you
one
actually
quick-
put spawns?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on, Ryan, go on.
No, one thing I was gonna say is, why don't you get rid of the water, so people actually can sneak in low? Because the problem now, like, no one goes to the low sneak, because like even if you get into the low undetected, they're gonna hear you hit the water. So it's like, what the fuck was the
Yeah.
point of going to all that effort and taking that time?
Even if you dodge, you hit a tiny
You hit
bit
the
of
water and they hear you and they know
Yeah.
you're there.
Okay,
If
so
the numbers are there, then attackers can actually sneak in.
if you want,
And they'll try to
have a quick read, and it will be exactly what you just said.
I was going to say, don't get rid of the water, just change it so it doesn't register as water, so it doesn't play the sound effects.
So
Well, yeah, it works
basically,
either way.
no matter what, it's going to make the sound effects if it's classed as water. You can make it visual, but then it will be pointless. What's the point of having water when it does nothing?
Just get rid of the water then. Just make it
So-
the same tile set as the rest.
Basically, I've come up with a few ideas to make it so that low is now more dominant than high, so to speak. At the moment, as a defender, we defend left and right. And if we're on last resort, we use this slope at the back, because we can hear the bottom no matter what.
Yeah.
It's way too safe. Okay, so it's way too safe. Now, a few options was we need to reduce the size of this back area and push it forward, which isn't that. It doesn't fix really anything. It's
I don't
just
think that's necessary.
it's just kind of like, it depends on how the game flow. Like, you don't want much space on here. That's the only reason. But it wasn't. But the thing is, if I move this back, this where the flag area is, all that gets pushed forward as well. So you're just thinning out the area, so it won't be as long. But we still have the same issues. Now, the issue I feel is that the only directions we have is through. If you go low, you're using the lift. That's the only reason why you would go low. Yes, you can use the slopes, but who uses the slopes nowadays?
Well, if you've been attacking like 5-7 minutes, doing
I'll be right back.
low,
Okay.
while exiting low, and trying to go lift, doing low, then swap for another side, you may get the opponents off.
Yeah.
But that happens on faster paced divisions. I will exclude 1, because on 2, 3, and 4, I've seen it a lot. People press the button. I will give the example on the Slips game.
Okay.
Razor Weapon versus ESF, I believe. Slips came hard, was hard grabbing, trying to go lift. The times he capped faster after that when he dropped low and sneaked out for left or right side, because he was pressuring so much the high, everyone forgot about it, because about the left hand side areas. So
yeah,
Put your text file back up.
Sorry,
Put your text file back up so I can read it while you're talking.
I'll put it on the low left. So, I've come up with a few ideas. Jib also had another idea, which is quite good, but actually pulling it off is going to be extremely hard, especially with the way this map has been designed. So, a few options that I was trying to say, like, we need to nerf the defense of their vision between each base, and that basically means the sight lines, the left and right. The middle is perfect, I would find, but it's the left and right seem to be way too strong for the defenders. If you do get past the attackers, you then have to fight the defender and anyone else you've just killed. So it's almost redundant to actually keep pushing. It's almost like you're throwing yourself as a bait for one person to get through, and if they sneak it, they need to try and pull off a very fast get on the lift, get out cap.
Yeah,
we need to remove that and actually try and give them more of an option. So a few options was that I want to make it so that the low end is the focus over the high. So the flag will be dropped low into the water, but then I would open up the water area so I can probably add 1 or 2 spawns there, so that they won't be so focused on the front end. If that makes sense.
Wow, that might break the flow of the map.
It may. I don't know. So basically,
Not break, change it.
It will change, and that's the big changes of this. Like,
I got a phone call.
Okay.
Any chance of putting another lift in?
A lift where?
See where the lift is at the minute?
Yes.
If you move the one that's there to the left, if you move forward towards it, like go to the left. There, you see how you've got Damo on left and right?
Yep.
Move one lift to the left and another one to the right, and break up the middle bit.
I was thinking of that. So the thing is, that will make it very defense heavy, because having one lift, if your attacker goes up, they grab the flag, goes up, they have nothing to follow up with. If we have these 2 lifts, they have a follow up. And we don't want to make it too much in defense favor. We want to try and make this more of an aggressive map, I think.
Yeah, but it's still hard to follow. Even if you've got 2 lifts, it'll still be hard to keep up with them.
I have another. What happens if you add 2 lifts instead of just 1? What change will that make?
Okay, so it's the same thing, ain't it? I personally think this middle bit needs to stay as it is, because you want to centralize the purpose of this middle bit. If you change it, the middle bit will change the map completely. Like, you will always go through the side routes, or if you use the middle, it won't be as important or as rewarding as it is already.
Yeah, it's a high risk, high reward
exactly.
Route.
And you don't really want to remove that, especially with the design this map is. So I was thinking of adding an extra so-called route. That would actually be on the sides. So if I use, like, for example, here, because of the sight line here with the defenders, it's impossible. It's not impossible, but it's very tough to get through. So what if we have a doorway similar to this on the right here? It will basically do like a U shape to the other side.
A tunnel?
Yeah. So this is like a safe option. So I can't remember who it was.
Longer but safer. Okay.
I like
Yes.
long way around instead of going in that.
Yeah. So basically, this route
No,
here is a very fast, rewarding route, but you can go safe by going round. So that the side routes will have a bit more of an opportunity. But obviously, I would make it so it's
But slower.
quite a bit slower compared to this. So it's a choice.
Yeah, if you just make it a U shape, it's automatically slower.
Yeah.
Ram's going to be pissed.
The other option to using this was actually so that defenders
Yes, he is.
actually can't see the person going through here. Because when you think about it, if you're here or here,
you don't
you spawn
know.
in there, they can just sneak in, and you've got an extra view that you need to check. So this is like a direct nerf to defenders in general.
Yeah.
That seems fine.
I have another thought about that.
Okay.
In the lower, in the middle area there, when it's getting down, where you have the cursor.
There you go.
What happened if you make that entrance a U form, so you can't see through to the other base?
The thing with that
Uh-huh.
is the actual distance. It's too narrow to make a U shape, or at least to have some sort of blocking. I could probably make it like a right angle, so it's like a 45-degree angle.
Okay.
But because of the size of it, it will be almost redundant anyway, because if it sticks out, for example, to here, on the left, it will stick up to here. You still, it's... One, it will slow it down, which is something we don't really want to do for this bit. And two, you're still like a direct sight. So for example, you just stand on here, and you still get the direct sight, whereas if you're here, you won't. You're still having the same issue, depending on where the person is standing.
So where will it come out on the other side?
So basically, I was thinking of a wall, like, opening here. So it go through this wall here, not through this bit. So you kind of walk through this bit, then you go right.
A U shape.
Yeah, and then you will land here.
On the same position, the opposite
Yeah,
side.
so basically like this bit here. So on both sides you will have this, and it adds that extra opportunity to get out and use the sides and not just focus just all in the middle.
No, that seems okay.
And you're not thinking about, adding a jump pad somewhere.
You love
For
jump
this
pad.
map, no. I really am against
I
jump
don't
pads for
think
this.
you can fit a jump pad here.
No.
The only jump pad I would ever add is this back bit. And personally, it's not even... the lift actually allows everything in it.
You can check that bug with the flag, if you can fix it or not. I don't know if it's
What's
vanilla bug where the flag stays on the flag stand, but it's like 2 feet taller and goes into the wall when the lift goes up.
I'm actually not too sure what actually happens, because I believe that is a vanilla bug for the engine itself.
For the engine, okay.
By the
Because
way, obviously this is like a static
after
once
this
it
one,
lands.
can you go back to Acrony? There's a bug. I don't know if you know about.
Which one's that?
The one where you activate the lift before going
That's
onto it.
down to IG Plus by the looks of it.
Okay.
Because when IG Plus did an update with trying to predict where the person was, if there was any lag, it was triggering all the doors and everything that has a trigger, like lifts, for example. So like for here, the trigger's here, and if you're within the radius, it would trigger the whole thing to move. I think with IG Plus, if it was expanding the thing, or it was thinking that you was ahead of yourself. So if you stood here and you was moving forward, it will think you're a second ahead. So it will try and predict, and then it will just trigger before you got there. So that was actually an IG Plus
You
issue.
remember the clip that Evil
Yes.
got you, right? Okay.
That was nothing compared to what the original versions were. Trust me, it was
Okay.
So
triggering
it's
before they even
Dion's
touched it.
Oh
I'm
my
not saying
God,
it's his
that's-
fault, but it's
Poor
from
Dion.
what we're seeing.
Fuck off!
That from what we're seeing, it seems to be related to that.
Okay.
Flux, I joined in late, but I have a question. So it seems like you're trying to nerf defending here right now.
You're gonna
Yes.
fuck this map up.
So basically I wanna nerf defense for their vision, just literally vision. But I wanna allow more opportunities for the attackers to get in and out.
Because the biggest problem right now with Gridges is that everyone spawns behind the flag once you kill them.
Yes.
Like,
And
I
that
already
has been
told him,
nerfed.
the spawns right now are the main issue with with Grudge.
That's why I'm trying to add more opportunities. So that if we have more, so
Grabbing
okay,
is
so
the issue.
But more routes doesn't change that, right? You've still killed the defender on the side. It was spawned behind the flag. All he has to do is take one step, kill you on the flag.
So the one thing I haven't
spawns
said,
on the side, you can't get in. Grabbing is the issue. It's too hard to grab.
Yeah, but an extra route on the outside doesn't change that.
Okay, so that one was only just for attacking. The actual extra route I was thinking for, as in changing the base wires, was actually this corner. So this corner, now I don't know if anyone noticed, this is actually a room that you can't get in. Imagine having this bit here actually is removed, so the hole actually covers the whole thing. So you have to dodge onto the flag, but this bit will be thinned out, and then this here will be opened up as like a route. So then we'll be having spawns in these corners instead of round here.
And also, he's removing the water so you can actually sneak in low properly now, and that makes another attack route.
Well, basically, having the flag at the low and having this expanded, like so for example, this bit here, where it's so small, basically I'll cut off this corner and then have it so that maybe this corner would then reach here. So it's like this whole corner will be removed. So having just the water just here, only where the flag is, so maybe this would probably slant down a little bit more, or I might increase it, increase the height. So the water will only activate as soon as you touch the flag. The only other option will be just to remove the water. It's only there for aesthetics at the moment.
Yeah, but removing extra corners makes it again.
Yeah, the corners I'm very skeptical on, but it was like it's the only way I can add spawns safely.
Because
that's why it's a good idea, because
Can you just
there's two spawns on the other side. One of them needs to be moved.
Just add the spawn on the empty room, and people will have to suicide to leave it. That's enough.
Like, as a general, Grudge is a really skilled, fun map. But the way that the defense is, I think, is the only reason why the map is at a standstill.
Yes. It's mainly because of the spawns.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even general the spawn. It's just the shape of the design. So, like, if you look at it from underneath, like, which directions do people go? You fast track it through the lift, bounce up, you win. You go through the side, you're fighting your way through, but to actually get past that, like, someone can also do the same route. You go through the lift, and you go ahead of them. Like, no matter what, you're still in vision of the whole enemy team, almost.
So how Grudge was before is if you would kill a defender, he would most likely spawn near the lift, so you could just stop that route.
Yeah, bridge area. Yep.
Yeah. So that route was, of course, if you make it, then you make it. But it was really hard to make it because everyone would be spawning there, and now they spawn behind the flag.
So they've always spawned behind the flag.
Issue
just so you know,
needs to be solved.
So, like I said earlier, this spawn here has been reduced by 1. It used to be 1 here, 1 here. So I've reduced the back spawns by 1 spawn. Percent-wise for the total spawns, it should be more center-based. But obviously, you're always going to get this back one, because if you're against... so if you grab the flag and go right, all this vision is blocked, so this one will still be used. That's the issue. Yep. If I removed this panel here and this panel here, when you grab, you're in vision of this spawn. So technically, it should disable it.
It won't.
It may not, but the thing is, it has less. It will actually reduce the chance of using that spawn.
Okay.
It's still very hard because this bit is so close together. Everything that will want to spawn is either right next to you or it's in front of you.
Yeah.
But they're the only things I can really think of, like allowing the low end to be more focused. The defenders have to be forced to go low, or at least check on low more often. The flag being lower is just like an idea of forcing the low way. But I think the actual vision for the defense needs to be nerfed, either way. I'm not too sure what else to actually do, so...
Yeah, so people are annoyed by that spawn killing in the long hallway, but that's, I mean, that's not really an issue.
The spawn killing was never an issue. It was more, if you fought your... like, okay, you have 2 people... Let's to do a random event. So you had 2 people on each team on the right side. They're both dueling each other. They all miss. They just carry on going forward. Yeah. Just imagine there was no back shot at all. Now you've gone against them too, but then the defender now is also shooting you this whole time, and you're so technically against 3. Imagine if you kill someone, they just spawn in front of you. You're still against that person. So now it's like instead of being against 3, you're against 4, technically.
Well, that's how it is right now. You kill them and they just spawn in front of you.
Yeah.
Like 2 times usually before you get to the flag.
They never spawn behind you anymore. And behind
exactly.
is actually better.
So like having these side routes need to be nerfed in vision, just no matter what. But I can't find another way to actually
fully agree
do it.
on that. I'm willing to try it. I don't think that's an issue.
I don't think vision is the issue. It's just the way the spawns work.
I mean, the way the spawns work at the moment, we need to try out. So
if you
I'm
have
not
a
going to make
defender
changes
that's
to this
fully
until we
focusing
try
on
it.
shooting down that hallway, please do it against me, man. I will go in
Like
through the
Fox,
middle.
I told you the main issue is the
the
spawn
spawns.
on the lower ramp outer. If you could move those spawns somewhere else, it will help so much. It's those 2 spawns that are breaking the map right now.
The only reason why they actually work is because it's the only one that's not actually in the restrictions like everything else has. If you go like the lower ones, they only activate because they're not in vision, so they're like the backup spawns. The ones on the flag, they never activate unless you've run away from the base already. The ones on the side are always going to be there because the rules itself allow it. Like there will always be like a high contested spawn.
But that's
into the system.
It always was. That's fine.
Yeah, like there's nothing we can do with the side spawns unless we make
Is
a
there
change.
a spawn on the bottom of that low ramp? The one coming into the base?
So down here?
No, up front a little bit.
No.
I mean, there's one here.
No, it's okay. Turn right.
Oh, right. Done.
Turn right.
This bit?
Just keep going.
Oh, other way.
Yeah.
Right.
Right there. Right there, at the bottom of this ramp.
Oh, bottom? No.
What if you moved that awful spawns we're talking about and put them right here? So then it's still in the same vicinity, but they're not spawning in front of you where they can just kill you as soon as they spawn.
Yeah,
and also they're more when they spawn there when you grab, they're not in a great position to cut off the flag.
And it's harder to spawn kill as well if you are aiming at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the flow of the map will change drastically. Just for first of all, so obviously there won't be so much on the. I think most of the gameplay will be lower based
much because it's still the same exit time out of the base from there. You run up the ramp and you're mid. Like it's you're just
it's more the fault that you'll always be low.
In and having people spawning in front of you after you kill them.
And make sure you face them out of your way out.
What if you just add that spawn? Will it break it much?
If I add it, it will. So, just think of it in maths. Like, if there's 10 spawns, if 4 of those are no good, they will move down, but all the other ones that have a better chance will move up. So, it's like it will remove the ones that it can't do at the time. So, if, for example, if someone is standing...
It will give a bigger chance on not spawning on the...
Maybe?
On the ramp.
It depends on positioning. So, like, if you're standing where I am now, you're basically disabling the one down low if you added it, the one on the side, and obviously the middle ones. It will spawn more. The back spawns will be more focused.
It does it though. Like that spawn right there to your right on bridge. When you're coming in, they spawn there, and then there's 2 on your left where they spawn.
That's new CTF at the moment.
That's the whole issue. You can't attack the sides. So if you moved one on the left side down to where I said, I really think it would help a ton.
Can we consider not changing it without testing with the new CTF fix that Diode was talking about or whatever?
Apparently it's been on the service all week. It hasn't done anything. I didn't even think it had been updated because everything felt the exact same.
So apparently it's been on there since Monday. I will probably get him to double check.
I have not noticed any difference.
I haven't played. I can't talk about it.
I've played a ton of bugs.
K1 wanted to do like some update for KOTG, and I don't know when he did that. He wanted to change it with those. I'm not sure.
He told me he's done it from Monday. I spoke to him last night, and he said he'd done it from Monday. So I could double check with him, see if he's got the right values.
I hope they haven't been changed because it doesn't feel like they have. And if he has changed them, I can tell you that it hasn't really changed anything.
We should just check on K1 first on that.
Yeah, I'll double check on that. I'm only doing these changes just as
You
like a
also
backup.
talked about moving the flag down, right?
Yes.
I personally feel that's not a good
Yeah, yeah, because then you can attack through the high middle and just dodge down for the grab.
That's a huge nerf on the high route.
And
High
you
road.
always have the high ground as defender then. I don't know if you.
I don't
High
think.
ground.
If you're if you're on the middle, you can always go either low or high or middle. If you're low, you're stuck to low. That's
I'm not too sure if it will affect defenders at all.
No,
Position-wise.
Pretty sure it will. It's much easier to defend the low ground, right?
Oh yeah, it's much
You just-
easier. But wouldn't it be easier to be focusing the left and right because that's the main route they're going to go through? If you can hit them before they come to the ramp, that's going to benefit. Like if they do get past, for example, and they go down the slope, you still got that extra second or two that you can react on as a defender. So like in terms of defense, you're not going to be focusing low because you still want to go for your first shot.
No, but the issue is if your flag's down low, you know it's down low, right?
Yeah.
If it's on the middle, it can either be low, it can be high, it can be left, it can be right. But if it's down low, it's down low. You can have just everyone jump down low, see where it goes.
Okay,
It's much
that makes
easier
more
to
sense,
defend
yeah.
than if the flag's on where it is now.
I just thought it might
Oh.
open opportunities of where you could run.
But you're just blocking off opportunities.
Okay.
Flex,
put the flag low,
you need to
yeah.
just trust me on this one. Okay?
No, I'm waiting for opinions. Like that's why I waited. Like obviously, well, okay.
I
you said
really
about
think
Grudge, I really
that
thought
the
it was
map
good.
as a whole, I don't mind the minor changes, but the map as a whole, the main issue is attacking in because of the spawns. And there's too many on the side. That's why I keep asking, like, if you could just try the one spawn each side outer on the bottom of that side ramp, move it to where I said on that bottom lower ramp, it would make a huge difference. Trust me.
Yeah, I do see opportunities for that extra route on the side. That makes sense, I guess.
Okay.
Just sneak in. I think that would help.
And it's an awkward spawn for the defenders too, because they have to go through low and get to the lift up to the bridge to get a sight line on the flag. And by the time they get there, the flag is going to be grabbed. Whereas the spawn where it is, 2 dodges and you're back at the flag. So,
Is there something to be done about the volume a lift makes? The sound volume.
That should be easily fixed. To be honest.
is there a way to make it come back down faster? Like the speed,
should be able to.
so you're not waiting for it like you have to now.
Because at the moment you can go make a cup of coffee before it comes back.
Yeah.
Click on mover.
And you
let's
can
see.
actually hear the lift in the other side, in the other base. if
Yeah,
you're
it should be able to actually get it.
Uh,
I think it's got like a timer of how long it's up there. I need to double check which one it is and play around.
That would be
but-
really good if you could lower that a lot.
Is that
Move
something
check.
people want to have? Like, if they make
I don't
it,
see why
do
they
you want to have
wouldn't.
like a follow up with it? Because that's the main. That was the main complaint that people had. Like when I tried the bouncer, everyone was saying, yeah, but they could just follow up, and it just they went up with them. There wasn't much of a reason to go up high anymore. So would this still be the same result or similar
No,
result?
it wouldn't, because it wouldn't be instant like a bouncer. Like just have it so it's half
How
a
much is
second
it
or
now?
a second, whatever.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
If
so you're
I'm
not
if I'm
sitting
assuming
down
right,
there
it is 2
waiting.
seconds. I think it's this one.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Yeah, put it on
Like
one.
lower that to 1 second instead of 2.
Yes.
Because if they take the flag up there, and by the time you wait for the second lift to come down.
Yeah, they'll already be dropping back down.
Yeah.
So, mover.
Oh god, this is so quick.
Nice mouse sends.
This is a default. I don't touch. Yeah. Okay. So having it as like literally 1 second, that's the sort of time you're expecting.
It's okay.
That's
okay.
that's a lot better.
Yeah.
Stay open.
Yeah.
That's
so
perfect.
Yes.
That's honestly perfect.
So yeah,
You wouldn't be able to catch the guy, but it's just for flow of the map. Instead of sitting down there waiting for the lift like you normally do, that'll speed that up.
And the sound. Lower the sound.
God, I'm
Okay.
a genius. You know, like it's just it's hard always being right. It really is. I have to.
all right,
say.
shut up, big head. Okay, so this whole midsection, we're agreeing. No, don't do it.
Don't fuck with that. I don't think it's a good map. Like it's a good layout. It's just the flow. It's the spawns really. It's the main issue. It's too hard to
Okay.
grab right now because
Oh, yeah,
of
spawn.
people spawning in front of you. I still want you to try moving that one spawn to where he said. I really think that would help that. A lot.
And maybe the side route. So fine.
Low side ramp, just the one. So you would still have the two there. Like you'd have the one on the side on the top of the ramp and the one on bridge, but the one on the bottom of side ramp you move to the lower ramp, and that prevents people from spawning right in front of you after you kill them.
Okay.
Because it happens so much too, where when you're attacking in, you have to look towards like bridge or towards the defender for spawning, and then as you're looking there, they would get that fucking horrific spawn at the one I want you to move. And it's just a free kill. It happens all the time. That's why it's so hard to grab right now.
Okay.
That spawn is the issue.
The one thing I was thinking of, like, just to sort of, how does people feel about the spawn camp from here, from the view that you can see on my screen? How do you feel like people sitting here the whole time?
Let them do it. It's fucking.
I don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're happy with it?
It's pretty useless.
Yeah, it's useless.
Okay. Because you gotta remember, I'm thinking of like pickups plus competitive play. Like I'm trying to mix up between the funness between the both.
Yeah, no,
I don't want to
think
make
it's
it just
fine.
one side.
It's not utilized that much.
Okay. So we're all happy about the U-shape addition on the side here.
Yeah, we can try that.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be an easy remove.
I prefer a Q shape personally, but
A what shape?
if you like the letter U, then go ahead.
I'm maybe thinking of U as like just a base. So I mean, we could play around with making zigzags in between, so it feels a bit longer, and you might hit the wall or something. But I think a flat U shape or something it might just to get a base idea of how it's going to run off.
Yes, that is good. And I love the brick wall textures on Grudge. By the way, look at those beautiful bricks.
They look ugly.
Well, you gotta change the color. You gotta make them red. Brick fucking wall.
Did you remove already all those? There used to be a lot of like rocks and everything up there.
At the top?
Yeah.
That's
Above the map.
No, they're all the same.
That'd be cool. Just have some rocks fall on the defenders and kill them randomly.
The icicles. You want to remove the icicles?
No, I don't want to. But it looked like they were gone on the.
It depends on the lighting and all that.
It is
they
odd that
show
there's
up more in the lighting.
icicles in a jungle. But
1999 we're talking about.
yeah, true.
Okay, so we're happy for them changes, yeah? We'll scrap all the others, just have the the lift change and that. How does everyone feel about the water though?
Nice and simple. You don't need to make drastic changes. I like it.
What's the lift wait time for the back lift?
Oh, make it the same as the change to the one we just did.
I personally think that one should stay.
Too. Surely, check it.
The reason why I think this one should stay is basically because if you're going off as a flag standoff, having it high will stop the defenders getting back onto it, which allows you that extra second or two of keeping the flag up the high bit.
Yes, but think about flag standoffs.
That's what I'm thinking of. Flag standoffs is the only reason you use this bit.
Yes, but that's often an issue where you get in low and they'll just lift camp it, and you're sitting there waiting helpless until their covers get back and kill you. If you lower the time, then you can actually. That's not going to work.
So 2 seconds. So you want to reduce that
from 2
as
to
well?
1, from 2 to 1, like the other one.
Okay, would you figure that? Any other views on this? Like, do you feel like
this one I'm not too. For me, it's okay. It stays. I like that you get an extra chance to jump up. As if you're returning, you need that 2 seconds to close the gap, because you'll never shoot it down.
1.5. That's a nice middle ground.
Turn into a betting stream at this rate. I'll put it as a maybe. I'll probably leave it as it is.
That's fine. The other lift was the main one to change anyway.
Okay, so we're happy with that, yeah? Actually, water. I think this is one thing we do need to talk about, because...
Remove it.
Right now, I feel like this doesn't really do much, but as a whole, it just nerfs the whole low. What's the point of using it?
Remove the water. It allows the attackers to actually sneak in. You can't sneak in that way right now. That's why no one puts in the extra time.
Okay, so if I was to remove the water, how do you feel about having this flat?
What's the use of this ramp? Doesn't add anything, right?
So the ramps basically just slow everything down. That's all ramps do.
Make it flat.
It doesn't matter.
Remove water, make it flat.
Yeah, I'm okay for that as well.
Yeah.
At least you can test that.
I thought you wanted to add extra pathways there to the sides, but
I was thinking of doing it up here, this bit.
Sorry?
But this bit doesn't actually work. So on the actual corners itself. I was thinking of on this lower area of cutting this corner off though, so that it kind of curves into the middle, so we have more room to actually use down here. But I'm not too sure what to actually do with this area because I feel like this bottom area is completely redundant no matter what we do, which is why I was trying to think about the flag. But
so those side entrances, you could extend them and have them come out in here. But yeah, I don't know.
Oh, what if you put What if you put a hubbity-haw down low to connect it to the lower ramp exit? So if you leave low, you can go at the sides. It might be a bit OP.
That's what I meant, yeah. So you open that side entrance where you were go down low?
Yeah, so you can get to the right to that. Yeah.
Yeah,
That'd probably be
sure
way
what I'm
too
looking
OP
at.
though.
Yeah.
You could juke so easy.
the thing is, people, we need to open up opportunities. I think. If you get past that halfway mark, we need to find a way of making it easier for because at the like you said with the spawns, it's defense are just hands down strong in that situation when it's in base.
Yeah, but if you do that, you need to close those two gaps above the drop down. So you should not be able to drop down and take a side route. That's too easy.
Really?
Yeah.
I think if you open that path as well, then if you put in the spawn in that position as well, you're gonna have the same thing, aren't you, again?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that. Is there a way you
No,
could just make that a little wider down there so you can move around better? It's on a straight tunnel shot from bridge.
I could try and make it a bit wider, yeah.
That'd be a subtle change, but might improve it a bit.
Especially as it's flattened out, it will not take an extra second to get off this extra bit here.
Yeah.
I'll probably do the same on these two side panels, side entrances as well. So they're flat. Get rid of the water, so that will make it. So the low route will be like an extra 2 seconds faster, as a whole, depending on if you go through the ramp. I still don't think it's going to be enough to actually make low viable though.
Low is very viable already.
As in attacking in, though.
Well, removing the water makes
not
it more
in, but
viable.
out low is.
Out low
like,
is yes.
Next to the lift, it's the only way to go. So.
The water is it's so OP at the moment. Honestly.
It is, yeah. Removing the water.
Yeah, that
improves low.
might be enough.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do it as that then. Any other maps you guys would like to go in before we go to the next one? Well, the next one I see.
Wait, you've already done EC2. That's.
I have got some ideas.
You done Spirit already?
I'm the EC2
I haven't changed them. These are only just
master.
notes.
You can't do EC2 without me.
So EC2, I'm not too sure if I even got it installed on this one.
EC2 is very simple. What needs to be done?
Remove it.
No.
I haven't actually got the map.
Well, I'll tell you very simply what.
Let me see if I can.
It's literally just two things. The first major thing is you need to make the spawns mirrored because they are not mirrored. The high spawns on blue are different than red, and I believe there's also one additional back spawn on the blue side. Red is actually better on EC2. So you need to mirror the spawns, and the only other thing that you could do is just scale down the flag room. So it's quicker to run around the back, make those routes more viable, quicker to get out. The only issue is when you grab, it's by the time you're getting out the sides, like the whole team can fall back and stop you from getting mid. So if you way scale that down, so it's way quicker getting to the tunnels to mid, that's it. Those two changes are all it needs.
So I have got a few ideas as well, and it does actually involve the spawns base-wise. I would be able to show, but I can't actually find a download link for the map to make it easier. Actually, no. This would actually benefit because defenders will stick in their own place. Like in terms of defense, it won't actually make a difference. In terms for attackers, it will.
Let me see if I can send it to you.
If possible. So basically, like the general idea that I had. I wonder if this is my old notes that I was thinking of.
Shit.
Left. Okay, yeah. So I have actually got the. Basically, the two sides Okay, so in the base, you know you got the spawn at the back. We're in the little cave or whatever you want to call it. I was thinking of making it both sides, but I will pull them forward so it's actually more of the front of the base. So that you actually have that route, so it actually removes the whole idea of needing to suicide. And it won't be so that when attackers come in, they can't just spawn block you in that corner. Because you now have both sides to fight.
We tried that exact idea years ago in iPug, and it didn't work out because people spawning in the front there made it way harder attacking both in and out.
Okay.
That's why I think just by simply scaling that cave, the flag room area, way down, like way smaller, make the flag room small, keep the back spawn room, and that literally fixes everything. Because even if you get the back spawn, I mean, you're not necessarily forced to suicide if it's just like 3 dodges to get to the front of your base.
Yeah.
And also, as an attacker, you can get to mid before the entire fucking team can fall back on to you.
Okay. So scaling down the actual mounted,
yeah, like
whatever
the
you want to
whole
call it.
flag room area. Just make it way shorter. Like
Maybe-
almost like half the length that it is right now.
How about making it possible to go back? You say that. So now you always have to go around back, right? If you could make it possible to go back up, like.
What, both sides?
Yeah, so now you always have to go around back, right?
Yeah.
No, you don't. You can still dodge in.
You can
But
dodge
if it's
in.
scaled down, you can go
Yeah,
around back
you
a
can
lot
dodge
more
in, but you cannot
reasonably.
dodge out, right?
Yeah.
You can't dodge out, no.
No, so if you could make it possible to dodge out.
Or just add a small ramp there, like
a skill dodge, you make a bunny track dodge.
So basically, just get the current ramp it's already there and just flip it the other side.
No, make it a bit harder. Because if otherwise it's OP, why would you ever go around back again?
Because of
So
defense.
make it like a skill dodge,
Just get your teammate to boost you off it.
or that. But yeah,
You can already do that. You can already boost out the flag.
a slanted slope where you have to dodge over and if you fail, you fall in the lava.
I don't know. Yeah.
I
Not a
have
bad
no
idea.
strong
I
opinions
just
about
don't think
Eternal
it's
Caves. I don't know.
necessary to completely change the
So
map.
does
like
everyone
that.
actually agree that the red side is always better than the blue side map?
Yes, it's because of the spawns. They aren't mirrored.
No, it's because on red you have some cover to get.
Especially as a
away from flag.
defender, because if you get the high mid spawn on red side, you spawn on your side of high, so you're instantly back running down your high tunnel. Whereas on the blue side, you spawn near the enemy's side high, and you're facing the wrong way. It's weird.
I was watching the stream and someone mentioned make a hard dodge exiting the base.
Yeah.
You make it like dodge like the Acrony one.
So you like the original one, not the new one.
Yeah, it's almost the same size.
Okay.
What, off the stand?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That would
I
actually
don't know.
help out.
I mean,
for
it's
solo
not even a
play.
hard dodge. Like, I don't think you need to add something like that.
It's
That's
more
a-
from the stand to the actual front end, so you actually can have, instead of having to be forced to go all the way around to spend, what is it, 12 seconds to get round the base, you just
Yes, but
flip.
that's what I'm saying. If you scale it to like half the size, not the mid, just the flag room,
Yeah.
then running around will take half the time. That's what I'm saying. If you just scale it to half the size, then you can get to the front and make it mid before the whole team is there waiting for you.
Both.
I think the issue with the actual... I don't think the actual issue is the actual flag room. I think the issue is just the spawns. The locations where you can go.
No, it's the
So
size.
even if we did scale the actual room down, it won't be enough for the actual back spawn to stop you from suiciding or allowing you to actually make a play in general. Like, I don't think there's actually enough spawns in the actual map. Like, you always
that might
spawn
be
at the
true,
back.
but you could do both. Like, you could scale it down and then take out one of the back spawns and move it somewhere on the map. So there's one less spawn on each side.
Oh wow, I
in
don't
that
even have the
back room.
original map on here either. Eternal Caves is really hard. Like, I personally feel like it's one of those maps that I think, like Dreary, if we could get it slightly working, it could actually come back.
I don't know, man. Feels
I
so.
don't know, it's a risky sort of change, but I think it's one of those that people would love to see back.
Oh,
What,
yes.
Dreary?
Dreary's another one, yeah. I think
No,
it's one of those
fuck
maps.
Dreary, man.
Gauntlet.
Gauntlet, yeah, I think that's another one that people would love to see if it was
Dreary's
balanced
way
out a
too
bit.
ping raped.
Or at least Trunklet instead of Gauntlet.
Dreary
Yeah.
was badass.
What about Vault City?
I don't know that one, personally.
You do.
Do I?
If you saw it, you'd
Sniper
recognize
map.
it. You literally played it in the sniper.
Oh wait,
draft
I've
map.
got a. I've actually got. Oh, I know this one. Yeah. Spirit.
Yeah. So what were your ideas about Spirit? Because
Spirit. I want to try and see if I can fix the bouncers. Because at the moment, I don't know exactly what bouncers they got, but they're broken no matter what happens.
Yeah.
And I want to downscale the map slightly, just as a whole. Like, just get the whole thing and downscale it maybe like 10%.
But I just fixed Spirit.
Have you?
Yeah.
Since when?
Go to IP9, test it. It's fixed, as far as I can tell. The bouncers now behave the same way that they do in single player.
But the map itself is really not gonna work, right? I mean, it's
That's
so open.
not my problem.
No, but that's what we're
I
trying to
do
fix.
like the idea of
Yeah.
downscaling it.
No, I generally think the actual Spirit thing, as a whole, has anyone defended in it?
Yes.
How bored were you?
Depends where you stand. If you're
If you
standing
go
up
mid,
in the
you
high
should-
where it's
yeah, just go mid.
going across, it's not so bad.
Okay, remove the whole mid. You can't defend mid. How bored are you?
Yeah, then yeah.
You see what I'm
It's
saying?
pretty shit, yeah.
It takes a good 20 seconds for someone to get to the other side sometimes.
Yeah. And it's way too open.
It's almost
way
like
too open.
Sprinter, but without the without the slopes.
With no cover
Yeah,
at all.
with nothing. Like, that's how I feel, and it feels like you have to go one side because the bouncers are only effective for one side of the map.
Yeah. It
I
already
wish I could use
didn't
right
work
side.
when people in zero ping were hitting like 30 accuracy max, and now everyone is on 40, 50. Really doesn't.
I think scaling it down, like you say, if the bouncers are fixed already, then good. Bouncers are fixed, and then maybe add some sort of sightline blockers in the mid air. You got to put something in there.
Mid will have to
screens
be
or
yeah.
something.
So I was thinking of
Yeah.
like, if we're gonna do that, we have to put some walls or towers, so to speak, to
Walls, something,
cut
yeah.
off. Even if it's like a tower in the center, which I know a lot of people won't like, but think of it like Bleak. Doesn't matter what version, you have that middle section where there's like a so-called tower. You can't see across a way, but you can see far left or far right if you're on the right or left. We could do a site similar to that. That will probably fix the whole mid. Ish.
Yep. That's all it needs. It's
It
already
just-
there. Like the bottom,
Yes.
you like just would build it off that bottom circle thing and just put it all the way up to the ceiling.
And I think for the side routes, if we really wanted to keep it the way it is, a second bouncer will have to be there. So it'll
Yeah,
be a
so
bouncer
not
on
just
each
one
side.
on each end. Like have one on each end, not how it is now, where there's just
So like,
one
it will be a
on
choice
side.
between, do we keep the slopes, or do we make it so it's only bouncer accessible, or we make it slopes on both sides, so we even out both red and blue. That will probably be the biggest question when it comes to the side routes, after the scaling testing, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know,
I would
it's-
say not slopes on each side because that's slower. I would say do it like if you're exiting the left side.
So
and
what I
it's the
mean is,
bounce-
you know, like,
make them both the same.
well, where it is right now, you got one side of, well, each side has like one side biased. One side will have a slope, the other side will be flat wall, which will then have the bouncer. So imagine if we had a bouncer on both ends, but would we keep that slope on both sides as well, so you can use both routes? That's what I mean by it.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I personally would just have it. I would do a bouncer on each end, like you say, but I would take out the slope. So it's basically make it the same as
Just
like
a
when
wall.
you're exiting on the left side on both ends and on both sides.
Okay.
Because that's the quickest, especially if you have a booster. So if the goal is to speed it up, that would be the best because slopes are slower.
I gotta go, guys.
See you.
See ya. Okay, so we've done Command, Dooku, Spirit.
You didn't
Eternal
write in the
Caves, Sword
EC2
Off.
stuff.
I've got
Wait,
this one here, so I can
Why
just
is it
transfer
doing
over it.
Oh, there.
EC2, I'm not too sure really what we can do. Like, I can scale the base, that's fine. We really need to
Scale the base,
extensively
mirror the
test how it
spawns. That
does.
is so important. Mirror the spawns.
Yeah, it's so unfair at the moment.
Yeah.
I didn't even
The
know they were
spawns should be
mirrored.
identical on both sides.
And I think that would kind of change things quite a bit.
It would.
Alone.
I mean, at the moment, the center of the map, high and low, how do they feel with you?
The mid of EC2 I think is perfect. There's nothing wrong with it at all. That's why I say scaling down the flagram would change everything and mirroring the spawns. Because the mid area isn't bad. It plays good. Once you get mid, you have opportunities to switch and juke, and it's hard for cutoffs. So the whole issue is getting mid. That's the hardest part. It's because the flagram is so fucking big.
Yeah.
By the time you get up the back ramp to behind the base, literally the entire team will be standing in their front waiting for you. And that's, I think, by downscaling it, literally to half the size,
Yeah, I agree.
would make a huge difference.
Okay. I'll see how that goes.
I don't think we need to add another access ramp to the flag from the front.
No, I don't think so either.
Because I think that kind of changes the whole dynamic of
It does. It does. And it's a classic map, and I don't think it needs drastic changes like that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think from my experience in Sniper on that, let's say you come into the base, you kill the back defender, they spawn in mid, you run around the back, and as soon as you grab the flag, their defense is already back in their base.
Yep, dodging out high tunnel, they'll be staring at the flag. And...
Yeah. So if we can shorten that time, then
Then it'll make it more. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I guess
I'll have to see about Eternal Caves, but from what I saw, the few times that I played it, I don't like it either way. As long as the mid stays the way it is, I won't like it. And I can tell you why. It's cramped. It's cramped like fuck.
I think that is the only issue that I think people will bring up. But at the same time, a lot of people will say, but that's the reason. Like, if you're going to fight through it, you need to be quick. And if you're not quick, you're going to get stuck in there. So
yeah, it is cramped, I agree. But the thing is, I think the map is so well designed, like, even in terms of spawns, when you think about when you're attacking that map, you don't really encounter attackers all that much because everyone's separated from the high and low. So it actually flows pretty well.
So there's another thing. You said you can switch.
Yes.
I don't see how. You have one route high.
The only way you
and
can
one
switch
route low.
is through high.
Okay, you can drop from high to low. Okay, that's one
so
switch.
you can also switch from the front of the base. Like, you can be leaving out low side base and switch to high side when you get to the front. There's switches like that and vice versa.
Oh, so it means in base wise you can switch.
Yeah, when you get to the front, and you can also drop from high to low if you're mid. So I'm assuming what you're suggesting is you want to have a way to switch from low to high mid, right?
I'm not suggesting anything at the moment. I'm just saying these are the problems, and maybe you can address them by being able to switch to high. But I don't know.
I have an option.
I don't have a lot of experience on that map. I've
played it a ton.
Not
and
say much.
The thing is, the mid on command, on EC2. When you get the flag mid, you make it to your base really quickly, so the need to switch isn't really there. You know what I mean? Because if you're gonna get cut off, like let's say you leave out high mid, if you get cut off, there's either gonna be someone just standing in high mid, which you're not gonna really make a switch there, and most of the time the cutoffs are gonna come in from low in your front of your base. So it's not like a lot of maps where you need to make switches in mid. Because you make it through mid really quickly.
Yeah, and I think the hundreds of times I've played that map, I've not ever once thought, damn, I wish I could switch to high once I've...
Exactly.
I think it's more the idea of, I wish I went high instead of low. I think that's the only thought people get.
Yeah, but I think with that map, a lot of the times, if you're going low and the enemy's calling it low, it's so easy to just juke it up and run back in base and go high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that big to make that.
And that's the dynamic. If you make that switch, they commit low, then they're forced to run all the way to the other base to cut you off, which is a good thing. That makes it, and that's why I say the mid runs well when you have the flag, because it's hard to cut flags off there.
And I think that's only possible because it's cramped.
Yeah.
It
I think
definitely
it's a good thing
allows
on that
cross deals
layout.
to have it's such a fun like out of any map, having a cross deal, that map is probably one of the most fun you can have. Just crossing through mid, not the base to base, just the mid area sort of thing.
Yeah. It's a good map. Like,
We did come up with an idea when me and the other league admins were going through. We was thinking, okay, so you've gone through the low entrance. Now you know the where you've got that little panel above you. That's high.
Yeah.
Just on the side there. Imagine if you had a little lift that leaves you up. Now that's something we thought of, and we're not too sure if we would actually pull that off though. So that's basically like you have an extra route to go from low to high.
where would you put it? Sorry.
So, has anyone got internal caves they can just quickly send me? Because I haven't got a single
I can
version
send you
of this
the
one.
original one. That's all I have.
Yeah, can you send me that one, please? I haven't got any original maps on here for some reason. It's the
Yeah.
version I got from the PG, so it's a clean one. It's very hard to explain, but basically it
You could
allows.
just go to a server, but here I'll send you. Well, here's the original one. Just sent it to you.
Thank you. When it finally... There we go. No, not that.
Gonna grab a drink.
It sounds like he knocked his over.
Mm-hmm. The previous drink.
Okay, so the location I was thinking, so this area here. Now, this bit almost has no purpose, apart from dropping from high to low. So, what we was thinking of is if we had a little lift behind here. So basically we access it from both sides. So both here and here would have like a little U shape, like a little archway between the two.
Yeah.
And then it will have a little lift that will literally lift you to here. It's just like an option that you can go from low to high. Because at the moment we got
I
high
don't
to
mind
low.
that switch. It's subtle. I honestly
What
don't
the
think it would get used that much.
It
but,
won't get used, but it's like an option that...
It's an option.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that.
So that was like something we was thinking of, like that would allow from, like especially if you got like a complete standoff between these two, that will allow you to make an extra route through, or because it doesn't actually affect the middle whatsoever.
Right.
Why not just have a bounce pad there to take you up to that ledge?
I think for a map to keep the theme the way it is, having a bounce pad would actually make it look really ugly. It wouldn't fit. And I know it sounds
just do a
weird.
lift at a 1 second interval.
Yeah, like a real quick one. Just a quickly
Yeah.
up and down.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth trying.
That's fine. I think those 3 changes then, all it needs.
I still think this spawn here is going to be an issue, personally.
No.
What map are you on?
That's what helps make the mid flow though, is because of those spawns.
So
And
all I could think of is just mirroring it, having another room on the other side. I think that itself would just help it so that defenders can push out. Well, not defenders, but I mean teams can, because at the moment that is the main spawn. Of the map.
mirror it. It's how
So
many
it's on the
go
other
into that
side.
spawn room and tell me how many there's actually in there.
I think it was like 3.
3.
Yeah, there's 3. So that's
Is that
why.
the way it's on EC2?
Yes, 3 as well. On
I'm
EC2.
fairly certain blue has 1 extra, but
So blue.
so what would you do if you mirrored it? You'd have
Yeah, they got 3 as
1,
well.
2 on each side or something?
So basically, I'd probably call it, yeah, so there'll be 2 each side. So yeah, literally copy paste this straight onto the other side, exactly the same location, and then have it so that it's 2 and 2, so it evens it out. So if it, like, if you grab the flag, you can't just have one person sitting on this ledge here, and then just spawn kill him, because that makes this is the main spawn. You either suicide and you get lucky, or if not, you have to fight through this. If you have it on both sides, no attacker can hold both. And especially with the scale,
It might make it
if we
more
have with the
likely
change.
that when you suicide though, you keep spawning back. Into
Yeah.
you'll just go between the two.
But at the same time, you got 3 spawns versus 2 and 2. So if someone was standing here, you still have a higher chance to go on the opposite side. I don't know. It's like depending on the rules and all that, if they do properly work. When
Yeah,
it's
you
fine
could
tuned.
try that. I don't know how that would work.
Ryan's idea on shrinking the area a bit.
I think the
Yeah.
biggest shrink itself would actually be just this mountain. Like,
Yeah, at least
this
the
bit
mountain,
here
that
won't be
would-
so much.
The length of it. That's what I said.
Yeah,
Like literally make it half the size almost. Maybe not quite half, but a lot smaller.
30% or
Yeah.
at least 30% should be enough.
Because it also allows people to come around the back too by doing that
Faster.
instead of always dodging straight to the flag.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Nice.
That might be an issue.
Well,
So
you gotta
apparently,
figure it.
all this is one thing. So scaling it will be the whole thing.
You shrink it all.
So the
Well,
whole
that's
thing.
fine. That's the whole area you want to shrink. That's the flag room.
Let's see if I can do it from here. No, that's moving. Okay. But yeah, I think this would actually be very tough to pull off. So let's
Ryan,
do...
DI mix got filled.
Oh, okay.
Okay, coming.
What the fuck?
Scaling towards the origin, so you would have to move it back into position, and then
Yeah.
So it is doable.
So you can already see just from this size. I know some of you won't actually see exactly what it is, but you can see the width ways of this one versus this one here. You can already see the difference that it will make.
It's the length that we want to shorten, though, not the width.
Well, that is the length.
That is the length?
It's every single part. Yeah. I'm just seeing like what roughly the size would be. This is a 30% decrease in every single part.
Okay.
So 0.7 times 0.7.
Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, that's the sort of size we're looking at. So you can see that there's a bit of a difference.
Go from the side view of it. Like I want to see the side view, like to see how far the running distance is around the cave. That's what I want to see.
So it will be this. So it'll end roughly there. You know what? Let's make it an easier
that's
way.
not even that much smaller than.
Let me make it easier.
I'd make it
okay,
even
there you go.
a bit smaller than that.
So that would be the actual general size if it was 30% decrease.
That's better.
That looks better.
Like in terms
See, that's
of
what I'm saying. You
in
shorten
base,
this,
that
then
definitely
it's-
will be a lot easier. This bit is definitely in favor. This routing obviously will be much harder because you have less movement to go. That's the issue we're going to probably have.
You could also one other thing also with the scaling, if you could make the walkways along the back and the sides wider so you can move and dodge around better on them. So you're not just walking a straight line, easy kill. That would be another good little change to make.
I'll have to play around with this and see what I can pull off.
Yes.
Because for me personally, I'm very limited on this sort of shapes.
Yeah. Well, that's the general idea anyway. That would make all the difference.
Yeah. So basically, like base to base, well, base itself, change the scale, but center kept as it is.
And
Maybe
mirror
with
the
that lift.
spawns, of course, huge.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that'll make a big difference. Your idea about the spawn room is interesting. The only way we would know if that works is by playing it, though. It's just theory, right? So
I'm just gonna put it in so we can try it out.
Okay.
Ryan.
Yes?
We're assembling on IP 4. 5 mix.
All right. All right, Flex. Well, this was good. We made good progress.
Oh, definitely. It's just getting to doing it.
Yeah.
Any other maps anyone wants to bring up? Any little things or like Brixton? Are people happy with the way it is?
I would say you should just work on what you've got to begin with and then do it again.
Well, because I got a couple of months
Brixton's
at
fine
least.
for the most part.
I just want to, if I get time, I just want to go like, okay, right, I can work on this when I'm bored and all that. So
Yeah. Well, you've got a few maps there to be going with, haven't you?
some of them maps are going to be easy 10-minute changes. For other parts, it's going to take an hour or two just to get it right.
Yeah.
So what did you go through there? Because I was in and out. I
Acrony,
saw Command,
Grudge,
I saw Dooku,
Eternal Caves
I
2,
saw Grudge,
Spirit,
bit of kids.
Dooku, Command. So
Yes.
that's 6 maps.
Yes, Spirit
Revenge.
I'd really
I
care
need
for
to look into Revenge. If people are willing to...
That's just unworkable for Insta, if you ask me.
God, Revenge.
Revenge will be having a spawn
to me,
relocation.
that's relatively straightforward. Way scale down the mid, especially. All right, I gotta go.
I couldn't see that even working in Insta.
Yeah, I know. It's not a good Insta map, regardless.
I'm loving this. Sorry.
Chat in a bit.
Have fun.
The chat in pickup games at the moment.
I haven't actually seen.
It's not
any
like
of it.
it doesn't matter. Like, don't worry about it. It's not related to maps. They're just, as I predicted, the high ping players are complaining about NewNet.
NewNet.
Yeah, because they're using NewNet for IDM for the King of the KOTG Cup.
Yeah, they all realize very quickly why IG Plus is better in almost everywhere. Almost. Any other maps anyone want to discuss? Or anything they might have figured out? Alright, it seems Revenge seems like a map people just want to delete. Like, nobody's happy with the way it is. As I expected before the league. Disposable, I don't think anyone's ever going to touch that again, or mention it.
Sorry?
Disposable. I don't think anyone's
Oh,
ever
you
going
can
to touch
probably
it.
make it work.
I can't
It's
change
just-
the map at all.
Oh, right, okay.
Because
yeah,
the
sorry, that's
yeah.
that's the problem, right?
Yeah. So the map had
unless you
deleted it
can
on the
get-
save.
So unless you can get a really old version that has the geometry still there.
Yeah. So basically, I have to reboot it on every change, and it will delete itself. It's stupid for a couple of like millibytes or whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, it also protects the map, right?
It protects the map,
nobody
yeah,
but you
fair
can-
enough.
Nobody but you can really edit it.
If that was the purpose, then fair enough. You know, I can see their side. If
There's
it was
some-
just to save size, then I think they're an absolute pillock.
Well, yeah. But I mean, like, I've seen, for example, UT Comp in 2K4 has the same issue. Like the 1.7a that you can get, that you can download, that doesn't have, how to put it?
The source code.
Yeah, that doesn't have the source code.
I think that was because
In
they
it.
got a protection on it. I did it on a mod for another game as well. People used to
I-
steal it and stuff.
I mean, you can just remove all the code, right? Without rebuilding and just save.
Yeah.
Or you can delete it from the finish.u. But it's the same thing. I don't understand why.
Yeah.
So sure, it's 20 kilobytes or something that you have to download extra.
And within these days, what is that? Yeah.
Well, you have to remember, okay, UT Comp is from 2006, 2007.
Still.
Yeah.
You know, fiber optic, I think, was coming around already.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not too sure on any other maps that are needed.
What did you discuss for Acrony? Because I wasn't there for that.
I'll quickly bring it up. So, basically, it's still in theory, because I didn't get a proper yes or no with some of the changes. The ones we definitely got a proper yes was the low, middle, the sloping, that'll be flattened out. That will speed up the low, so we can't...
Where? Which one? Oh, all this stuff in the middle?
Yeah, this bit here. This will be flattened out. Guaranteed.
Okay.
It just keeps slowing people down.
Okay.
Maybe this bit area here, which is the entrance to the low. I need to play around with this to see what exactly this is, the purpose of it. Really is. The high bridge itself is going to be thinned out. And this is so that, if I can get the right position here.
Thinned out?
Yeah, so basically like the width itself is going to be shrunk.
Okay, so you can shoot people more easily from low.
Exactly.
That are on the bridge.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it will allow them, so like hopefully I can get it to the point where you don't actually have to jump to see them. But
Yeah,
if you
okay.
jump, you get a better shot. It's like a risk versus reward. If they want to go up higher, this will definitely be an extra route to counter that if they spawn on the
Okay.
low end. And there is some extra bits I want to remove, like these tiles. They are getting in the way, plus like this little shitty thing here sticking out of the
Okay.
wall. I don't see the point of any of this, so I'm just gonna.
No, that's a geometry error. I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
I'm just gonna completely remove all that.
Okay. Seems fair. What about the killing stuff? Like,
Spawns need to be adjusted. We still haven't got to, basically for like the Arachne as a whole, we couldn't figure out spawn locations as a whole.
okay.
I removed the one from base because clearly that was an issue for when you grab the flag and you went to leave, because sometimes they'll spawn behind you.
Okay.
High, we seem like high seems to have a high priority in terms of spawns, but I need to try that on your new distance because that could actually have a massive effect for the high routing.
I can show you a location that I taught my team that I think works pretty well even with the old version, where you can block basically all 3 spawns that are high.
I'm
or close to high.
assuming it's. Oh, whereabouts then?
Okay, you see the little plank there? On the left side
the
of
plank
the screen?
itself, yeah.
And then balance on the edge of that little, and then just above the spawn, and from there you can see all 3 spawns.
So basically hit
and block them. Sorry?
Yeah. So this was
where you just moved.
I knew this from the start. That when I had made it, it was like, okay, I need to move this back one here to actually allow it to. But everywhere I moved it, it didn't feel right. So if I moved it into this corner here, there was a lot of the people wouldn't realize where to go. Like they didn't realize where they were.
Yeah.
If I moved it over here or over here, it benefited the defenders, but then it also allowed spawn killing to be. You were not moving if you spawn there, basically. And obviously, with the way the people are controlling this whole this section here, it made it redundant because like this one barely gets used. If it does, it dies, and if it was up here, they die anyway. If it's from the bottom.
So do you remember where the spawn is on UT4?
I don't remember UT4 ones.
Okay, so UT4 has one in base high right. Basically.
As in
go
here?
to the little tile. At the basically on top of the tile in base high right. The first tile.
So what? This bit here?
I'm not seeing your mouse cursor yet. So
Oh, sorry.
yes.
Yeah.
Not the little.
I wonder if you can see. So this bit here.
Sorry.
It's very hard because I noticed that on the stream my cursor's black, whereas on mine it's grey.
No, a bit further back, even. But in principle, yes, that's generally the area where the spawn is in UT4.
Okay.
So that could be another option. That was pretty much fine. I mean, you still got fucked, right?
Yeah, but not as much.
Assuming that these rule changes that you've said work, this would actually work.
Yeah.
Just saying. Yeah. So that's basically the spawn. In UT4 you don't have any on the. Actually, go a bit out to where the people from low come up to high on top of the bridge, right? There's a few differences in UT4 that a bit outside of the base, where the spawn is like.
Sorry.
I have a hard time describing this. So okay, so right now you're looking at it. Okay. There's a trick jump that you can do to get up there without using the ramp. That just slows you down. So, for example, you can come out, right side, right? Then go up here and do a little trick jump with a wall dodge and go up immediately, without having to go through the little without having to basically walk in a circle once.
Okay. So you're
that one
basically
was-
talking about using this.
Sorry?
So you're talking about using the bouncer.
No, without the bouncer. You can. Yeah.
This one here?
The I'm not sure. No. That's not used in UT4, I think.
Because I know we can
for
use
the most
this
part.
in the current part.
You can. I don't know. I'm just talking about the little. Can't show you easily.
Okay, so do it. Okay, so
Let's
we're on
do
the
this
flag.
another way.
We're on the
Can you-
flag. Where would you go?
Um.
Up high right?
No, low left.
Low left. Okay.
And then you
it's
get to
just-
the middle. You go up the little ramp, and then towards your base. Again, up the ramps.
Okay.
But then instead of walking in a circle there,
Yeah.
you just go up the first ramp and then do a trick jump onto the little ramp.
Okay, so you're basically like having a little like a diagonal thing you can dodge up, basically.
Well, you in UT4 you don't need anything special here because you can use wall dodges, right? You just jump and wall dodge and then you're up.
Okay.
Maybe that could be another way to open up something if you increase the ramp there, or if you just extended it down.
It just crossed my mind that maybe it would add something to the game if you're able to, if you are leaving low left, a way to use the dodge thing inside the base to get up high. So if you go to low left in base,
Yeah.
and then maybe remove, not it's not in, move a little bit more to the right.
Okay, so you're talking about what sort of here?
Nah, yeah, look to the right. Yeah,
Okay.
that the pill. No, you went too far. The pillar that is, yeah, the one to the there. No, yeah.
Remember, there's a delay, so it's kind of hard to keep up.
Yeah. If you stay there, and then the right pillar, if you remove that one, you can run all the way and dodge up high from low left. So you add up high and you have the wall to cover it, because doing it on the pad, or yeah, where the pad is right now, then you have the whole middle and low right also where people can shoot you from.
So basically what you're trying to do is remove the middle part and make it so it's more in base.
No, just remove.
So like
this,
instead of here,
this,
it'll be
this
here.
Pillar, this pillar that is blocking us from just running on the ledge to the upper right. Yeah, inside the base. Yeah. So
Yeah.
remove this pillar that we have in front of us, and maybe that will make a difference. If you try to go low left and then you see, oh, there's two people here, then you just run across here and dodge up, so you end up behind the box in the high right.
Okay.
I don't know if it will add anything. It will make maybe, maybe a juking or something.
Well, what I was trying to do, I was thinking of, was trying to make this whole high left actually usable in general.
Okay.
Because at the moment, every single time, like, with the previous chats I've had during the last 2 seasons, when we're trying to figure out what we can do in Acrony, this high left has there's no reason to use it whatsoever.
No.
It's for cross caps.
No.
But it's not even used then, because people just use the pillar as like a defensive thing. Because obviously if people go to the low left, they go up the lift. But if someone's watching the lift, like, there's nothing to reason to go here at all.
No.
Everyone's always pulled back a bit. So I was thinking of removing it in general. If not, I need to find a way of making a purpose for it. And I was kind of thinking of allowing an extra route to go to either to drop down to the low left or to go towards the middle high.
Drop low left seems like a good thing, because then it will still be defendable for the defenders. They can kind of, because it will not be another entrance. It
Yeah.
will just be another exit.
Yeah.
Think very carefully about that, because if you open that up, you will have defenders both high left and high right in base, and they will see everything that's coming in. Everything.
I won't open up, like, so it goes to the... It won't do this bit. This here. This will still be blocked off. There's no way it's going to be. I was thinking more of...
No, even if you drop straight down.
Just dropping from here to here.
Yeah, even if you drop straight down, it's going to open up so much visibility that you're not going to like what's going to happen with competent defenders.
Okay.
Because I think, anyway, right? This is just my extrapolation, because
of course,
if I look at this right, you can have one defending high right, and he sees everything that's coming high. Okay?
Yeah.
And you have one high left that is going to see low left and low right and low middle.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
Well, that guy will probably not be in position all the time, but yeah. I don't... he will be able to see it, but he won't see it all the time. He has to walk around and dodge around and look around, pretty much.
That's enough.
I think it will. I think it will cut. So like, okay, so the point of the second defender is basically low left, yeah, and they can sort of peek through the middle. At least I do. I can peek through here, and I can see low right, and back up as
low
a high
left,
right.
low right. Yeah, and back up for high right.
We already have that full potential of the person. Now, if it was high left, you're already cutting off low right. You're already cutting off low mid. You're also cutting off high right, I guess. Yeah, because you can't see through the gap so far. What I mean by with this high left was that it's like almost like a direct straight down left, so that you have to sort of look almost identically right down. So it's not actually visible through high or through the corner of the left low. It's just almost like a direct down slope.
Yeah.
Okay. It depends on the angle, I guess.
Yeah.
But don't make it too open, basically.
And as it is right now, it is like I want it to be to exit high right. You have to run around to get there. It takes a few, a big amount, a few extra seconds to get to high left, as it is right now. If you don't dodge straight down and dodge up on the ledge that I was proposing to remove. But yeah, yeah, and maybe.
I'm not quite sure what switch you're talking about. You want?
Well, yeah, I was just earlier when we were talking about this map. I was talking about that if you want to escape high right, maybe we should add a few seconds for that escape to be made, because it goes very fast. You just need to grab the flag, and 2 seconds later you're already up high, and you can get covered by your defender if he's fast.
Yeah.
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 So in general, we want to restrict high, basically.
Yes. And if we do this, adding high left, so they can drop down left, I think that is a good thing to do, as it is right now, as far as I'm thinking. But I don't think that you should add that you can dodge from high left, from the slope here, as you can do to high right. You should not be able to dodge high left and escape in that route as fast as possible. I think you should keep it, keep it like this.
Oh, okay. So
grab the flag and run around the pillar, and then pass the lift, and then you're able to drop down left.
So basically, like, restrict this access from the slope here to the left.
Yes, it would. You shouldn't be able to do that. Only if you get boosted.
Okay. Another thing that I just noticed, you can remove the cutout in the pillar on top of the ramp from the flag, because that's gonna make it much harder.
Sorry, which bit? Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, can you repeat that so I can see?
There's a cutout in the pillar, right,
Yeah.
on top of the ramp. If you just remove that, that's gonna make it much harder to actually make the jumps.
I'm more than happy to do that.
Right.
I've seen so many people fail it, let alone, actually being able to use it.
Yeah, I never thought about it.
That cutout isn't there in UT4, by the way. I don't know why it's there, but it makes the jump much easier because you have a flat surface that you can dodge off.
Yeah.
Off. right? If you're on the
Which
ramp,
one?
you have to angle very
What
specifically.
cutoff? I don't.
This one on the screen, right in the center, at the top of the ramp.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
I think if you remove that, you make it much harder.
I mean,
Maybe
what
it
people
even
usually do
becomes
right
impossible.
now,
I don't know.
they actually use it as a hideout. So what they do is, because like I noticed in UT4, I think they used to hide behind the pillar when they first grab, in case of spawns. But in this current version, they kind of hide out in this little cutout, and they kind of decide: do I want to go high right? Do I want to drop low? Do I want to go left? Like they even use this to actually drop in the middle cracks where the bricks are missing, and then they just jump in that and then jump up high with the bouncer.
Okay.
That's something
So,
I've noticed.
With the dodge. Let's call it dodge now.
Yeah.
But what happened if you remove the the back of the cutouts, so you can just run out there and, as you say, drop down in that little breaks in the wall there, or you can, yeah, you get out mid low much faster.
You can even make this a small tunnel through the pillar.
Yeah.
So
See, I'm not too sure about this because we already have high as a priority, and we're always gonna. So basically, as you've probably seen it in there, they always have like a cover here because they're washing in base and they can spawn trap from this bit. I don't want to give them a reason to use this ramp if they want to go low.
No.
I want to kind of restrict it. If you want to go higher, use the ramp, or you find another way. If you want to go low, I want to try and move them to that sort of section. So, I mean, I'm even thinking about like restricting this, like the size of this ramp, just to kind of adjust to make that work. So, like, if you want to go high right, it will be slightly shifted to the high right. It will not block off this bit here. So, like, it's hard to explain, but so you can't make moves on the left with this ramp.
Right.
The other thing I was thinking about, it was rather 50-50, was actually this back area. It's not used.
Well, I was thinking
all.
about that. I think it's a good idea. The thing that
You like
were
it?
talking about, yes, because it's as you say, it's not in use. No one is. It's just there, and it's not in any kind of it doesn't serve any purpose. So if you make as you thought, I'm kind of excited to see. Oh, I think that might be good. I'm not sure yet, but it sounds good. If you want to explain it to the other.
So basically, this low end doesn't get touched. This back end never gets touched. Like I think in the whole league, we might have seen 4 people try and sneak in through this route just to get a back shot on the crossover, but that was it. Like there was barely any use because you always can hear them, you can see them clearly. Like it took way too long to get anywhere. So in the middle area where you got that slope that goes from the middle to the high. Imagine if you had that here instead, between this low and to here where the flag is, but the flag will be on the under part instead. So it'll basically be where this pillar is here. So that low will get a bit more focus, and if they're holding up high, they have to have that extra 2 seconds to go up the slope, and then run up high with the ramp and all that. So it's like it's an extra nerf to the high end, like just get into it. But in general, it's harder to get out of the base, but then you have more options as well. So you can just rush low if you really want to.
It makes it much faster.
It makes it much faster going out low. It makes it much harder to go out high. Also, you have defenders spawning high and covering all the exits low. And then you get shot from high ground, which you can't hit as easily, and you are fully exposed. This seems like a very good way to guarantee 0-0. Sorry.
No. It's like this is the reason why I'm doing this stream, because obviously you could see something that we might not have, and clearly you have. So it can go 50-50. Like if I want to try and branch out the spawns so they're not in certain locations, so it will stop the spawn locking. But this bit was only just to buff the low end so that it's not high is not the only route that people want to leave. Like when you think about it, they grab the flag, they drop. If they do drop left low, or they drop low, they still will go up the bouncer to go up high, unless they actually commit to a full left side. It's the initial instinct of going high, That's the bit I want to nerf. And this, having the flag lower, basically does that. But the slope itself at the back needs to have a speed buff, which will be the slope buff that I was thinking of, the design of it, of using the other. Because it's just like, you go in and out, that's it. I'm just trying to find another route of allowing the bottom to actually be worth it. Otherwise, at this rate, I might just remove it entirely.
Have you showed them the proposition you were having for the mid area? Getting the mid ramp slimmer?
Yes.
Okay.
And the pad?
The pad I actually haven't said about yet.
Okay.
But it's like, obviously we got the higher bit that we're talking about. The spawns, obviously, it's going to be... I need to see how this new CTF, the distance changes affects the current map, and then I can sort of adjust to where the location would be and what possible areas I can go for. It's for the design of this map, it's almost impossible to change what it is already, but clearly it needs to have something. So I might have to use the base a bit, like Dode, you said about the high right. I probably will test that and see if that works instead of the slope. That will probably allow the higher to have less spawns up higher. In terms of low, you have literally 4 spawns right next to each other, so I need to do something with that as well. Have you guys fixed the wall on the left side close to the lift? There is a small invisible thing sticking out. That will be removed.
Oh yeah.
Toxic slime, that stays. I'm sorry, I know Evil didn't like it, but...
no, it wasn't Evil that was complaining.
Oh, is it not Evil? It was,
Evil was in favor of the slimes, okay?
Okay, who was it again?
It was someone else that was saying, someone from Razor Weapon, don't know what division. It wasn't Evil.
Oh, okay, for some reason I thought it was Evil. No, he had the issue with the lag, where the lift went up early, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, that's why.
Evil just had that issue. He wasn't complaining about the slime.
Slime stops lift camping. That fixes fixes half the issue, at least. So that has to stay. And it's funny.
Lift camping in what way?
By going up and down, up and down. I know you could do it from above, right? I know. But it fixes it partly that you don't want to sit underneath. So if you make a mistake, you're punished for it.
You can also change the conflict resolution on the mover, because there's multiple ways that the mover can resolve conflicts, like collision conflicts.
Oh yeah.
So you could make the mover crush whatever's underneath. So then you get killed when something goes down upon you.
I guess it serves the same purpose as...
Yeah, it serves the same purpose, but it doesn't punish you for accidentally falling into that thing.
It's...
Right?
Well, if you do that accidentally, then you... Well...
Then you should die.
It's a part of the game, I'd say. It's kind of fun. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I like the concept of it.
What shouldn't happen is you go there when you didn't want to trigger the... The only thing I would like to get fixed is what Evil showed. When you're not touching the lift and it goes up, then you go onto it and he's not there. Without anyone else touching the lift.
I will look into see if I can do it from my ends. Dad, am I right that it was an IG Plus issue? Or is it...
it's difficult.
Yeah.
It's really difficult.
Yeah, I believe it's difficult. I just... was trying to reach the real issue there. There's no issue with the slime. The issue is the lift going up before it should be.
It's like some sort of prediction code, like where there were the next step or something, wasn't it? I can't remember exactly what it is, but it was something to do with movers.
I don't think that is it.
Okay.
It's more like weird collision on the lift. So
it's hard to replicate something really specific. But Evil managed to do it by walking backwards, so...
Basically, if anyone could figure out what can trigger that from happening, I can look more deeply into, is it a specific corner? Is it like a certain height or something?
We can go to a server and do that.
You probably would, but you have to replicate it so it happens every time before I can say, okay, here's the issue.
Yeah, but I can try to go on the server and...
Yeah. So if you find it, do let me know, because at the moment, the chance of that actually happening... Like, throughout the whole season, I think it only happened once or twice.
Yeah.
And to have that little... I mean, Acrony was actually played more than we expected, so... And even in pickups, we have not actually come across it once or twice, other than the new iCTF long time ago when it came out. But then it got fixed, and then we haven't really seen it ever since. So it's a very hard one, this one. I could see about shrinking the lift itself, or at least blocking off around the lift, so that you have to directly go into it. But then I still would have to play around to see what I can do with it.
Okay.
So there's gonna be no promises on that yet until we
No,
get some more information.
I just want to check it if you have
Yeah.
the info on it. Just that.
Can you make mid-low area easier to access high? It's weird circle. You have to walk now to get high.
Bouncers.
Okay, so basically, actually, the original idea that I had for this middle area was a bouncer. So basically, what I wanted to do, there was two concepts. Me and Jib had two different conflicts of the idea. So Jib was thinking of remove the whole bridge, and then you have to dodge off, hit the bouncer, and then you will land on the other side. For me, there will be a hole in the middle of the actual bridge, and the bouncer will bounce you through the middle of the hole. Both ideas kind of got scrapped as a final form because we felt like it wasn't enough to actually make the play good enough. Because, like, for example, Jib's idea was to actually speed the high even faster. Especially if you got a really nice dodge, you hit the bouncer and then you get boosted, you'll be landed inside your high base. So that kind of was like the main reason why I said no to that. And then my reason was it didn't actually speed anything up, but it just ended up that you had a hole that you had to dodge. And then it was like, it actually had no real purpose in the end. So the kind of bridge and slope idea, at the moment, I think that where it is now is kind of the best it probably could. Unless we add some like dodging up slope where you can go from the slope, dodge up in the corner, and then you'll be up on high. It just makes it very hard because you have to kind of pick where we want the slopes. If you're low, you can't do shit when enemy's flag is high. Actually, so the counter to that at the moment that I'm going to be doing is actually thinning out the bridge at the top. So if I'm on this sort of angle from the side, like any person trying to kill the flag carrier, this will be shrunk to about here-ish. So you can actually see the player going over the bridge, and then you can try jump, and then that helps with the counter with the guy on the high over the bridge. This would be nice for the low to high. In opinion, you need to improve the low, left low, high is the route every single person to go down. We're trying to. In terms of low, Paleface, was it your idea with the bouncer?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, bouncers was Paleface for sure.
So basically, this lower area, we're gonna where these slopes are, we're gonna remove that completely and make it flat. So instead, in the middle of these two pillars, we're gonna have a bouncer, and then we can use that to kind of slingshot the low. So then low actually now becomes a lot more viable than it was before. Right now, all it does is just slow down. It becomes a massive mess, and the spawns that are next to it, you still can use them and still kill the flag carrier anyway. So low is going to get a massive buff on this next change. You have to take 2 stairs to get high. It takes too many seconds. The thing is, if you can't, we can't make everything balanced to the point that every route's going to be identical. Because I mean, JP, you can probably like agree with this. Like having all the routes having a balanced feature. Like, for example, your deadline teams with the boosting, that completely scraps the whole point of having a balancing of each of the routes because the boosting increases extra opportunities.
Yeah.
Like when you're the one that you guys impress me with the most. If you go up from the flag in Dooku, you bounce up high on the high left. And then you boost over the stairs, right? I will always bring that up. I don't care what anyone says. You boost over the stairs, you land past the actual the ledge above the stairs.
Yeah.
And you basically land next to the bouncer.
And that's one person hitting 2 shots.
Exactly. So having these opportunities, no matter what I do, there's still going to be a team or players that can still pull off new tricks. And these are the new tricks we want
have
people
one
to
on
bring.
Acrony as well.
You're going to have to show me that later.
No. I need to call Sadino and Evil.
Okay. But yeah,
I've seen it. I can tell you what happens, but I don't know how to do it correctly at the moment.
Okay.
I haven't practiced it enough. I can go on the server with you and show you where you go and from where to, and it's fun.
I can't wait to see them, to be honest. You guys made some real inventive boosting and tricks and all that.
And most of them are quite old.
Yeah.
You've seen those videos that Sadino sometimes puts it on.
Oh yeah.
So we've been doing some of those boosts for a long time.
Map is small. In my opinion, you have to wait. In my opinion. Okay, you have to be able to switch from mid area faster to high. Also for flag runs. Also for returns. From going from low to high is already too quick, which is the very reason why we have to remove the bouncer at the what would you call that? That little thing going.
What?
This little shitty bouncer here. Like, I don't know. It's not a slope, but it's like a ledge. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a ledge. You can call it whatever.
Yeah, so that will be removed. Like that has to go. We're gonna put it back into a bunny track thing. That's guaranteed.
Yeah. That it isn't even that hard. That's not even that much of a big deal. That dodge.
Yeah. That's a must.
Oh, Jay.
Hello.
Hallelujah.
Hello. Hey, Trip.
Hey, Paleface.
Hey, we've been waiting for you. I've been sitting here for like 1.5 hours listening to this.
What are you on about?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I think I actually made a few points.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
It's I can definitely say these changes.
Did you flatten them below? Did you flatten the load flux?
We're going to do that. Yes.
Yeah.
That'll look nice, I think. It'll look
So
nice.
for the low, are you on the stream?
I'm watching your stream. Yeah.
Okay, so in between the two pillars in the main, we're actually going to add a little bouncer, just a little one, so that it can increase the low a bit more.
I did that on Bleak. I'll comment on that. Is I found it to just be underwhelming, but give it a go. It might work.
I think it might be a bit. Yeah,
it might be like it's
it
more
will
aesthetic. It's more aesthetic and like, oh, I saved the dodge.
Yeah.
Okay, like it's more of a. It's nice, but not something where it's like I better make sure if you miss the dodge, it'd be like whatever.
Yeah.
I lost my dodge.
I mean, the only real issue I have is because of the height of this low area. Like, if you look at the panel above, like the ceiling, you haven't actually got much room to go. So I don't know if this boost is actually going to do much at all.
Well, give it a go. I guess this is the whole point of testing, right? Preseason.
Yeah.
Put it in there, see if it works. Maybe it'll be really hit. Give it a go. It might work. I actually had the same idea with Bleak. I'm like, oh, like with some of my earlier iterations, I was like, oh, well, I don't want it to be OP. The problem with like bounce pads are supposed to be fun, and if it's like a little wah, like a little like beep, it's gonna be it's such a boring bounce pad.
Yeah. And that's what happened with the Judge, the Grudge version I had when I was trying out the bouncers instead of lifts. It had that weird effect, so it was kind of like everyone was like, "No, it's got to change." Like, yeah.
I think what will happen, in my opinion, give it a go. It'll be a nice little kind of add-on, but to be fair, I think just by you flattening it will be already a nice addition. If you want to throw that little bouncer thing, maybe do 2 bouncers, so you can kind of do a double bounce, bump, 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 like 3. Across mid, bump, 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 bump. It'll be kind of funny.
You'll just hit the wall constantly, right?
With the amount of space we got, it's not going to work.
Or if you've ever played Polar Abyss, have you ever played Polar Abyss?
I don't think so.
There's a map where you can actually physically build a moving a moving platform. Like, so if you stand on it, it like you know how like a oh, but it wouldn't work. It wouldn't go both ways. That wouldn't make sense.
You want a moving bouncer?
No.
Moving bouncers are cool. I've seen it in other games, and it has worked out. But you need to have the play style to work it. Like I think UT4, you can pull it off really nicely. In UT99, I'm not too sure if we could.
You know what would be nice is if somehow, some way, the low middle was in a way opened up so that you can make the bounce pad stronger.
You mean raise the roof?
But we remember
raise the roof.
We don't really want to make it OP at the same time.
Yeah, that's fair. And I had the same thing. It's just if you don't, I think I was always scared like trying to make a route to OP.
Yeah.
Problem is that people are going to look at the bounce pad and they're going to say this bounce pad sucks. It's boring. It's so stupid. It's worthless. This is a worthless bounce pad. And I'm sure people will eventually like start getting used to using it. Throw it in. Fuck it. Who knows? Maybe people would like it, but
that's what we kind of did with Sprinter. That's actually the next map we need to go through because that one had a massive
those bounce
backlash.
pads are
but it
stronger
also
than
had
the
a
ones
good
that you'd
thing
be
as
able to put here in Acrony. I actually don't mind the ones on Sprinter.
So let me jump onto Sprinter. So because this one is actually one of the biggest ones I want most opinions on because this was such a shitstorm when it first went out. Not a single person had any real good comments about it, but then eventually it started to warm up on some people and it did get some more play. So okay, so my personal opinion, these bounce pads in base do jack shit. They actually buff the defender. I personally can bounce from left to right on my own and defend both sides in such a quick time.
Take them out.
But then other people are like, but they like the suggestion of being able to bounce up high.
Yeah.
But is that a good enough reason to keep it if the defenders are being buffed up as well?
I can tell you that I juked an enemy team with that. I don't know if it was an official match, but it worked.
So here's my thinking. And this was my initial thinking with Sprinted before this version came out, and I really like this version. I thought whoever made the version did a really good job because it seems to scale. Because this bounce pad addresses the flag standoffs. Like, yes, it buffs the defense, but it also addresses flag standoffs. Another easy way to get flag stands. It looks like you're building an elevator there on the back right hand side. Was that your plan? I see you got a little something. You're building.
Oh no,
something
no. That's just a random shape. Just selected one.
Okay. Do you see where the ammo packs are on the top right and top left hand corners?
Yes.
Point to it. It would be at your 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
At your 1 o'clock and at your 3 o'clock. Yeah.
Or
sorry, at your 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Yeah, right there. So if you go beneath there, and up against the wall furthest from the flag stand, if you were to create a bounce, right there. If you created a vertical straight up bounce, this I think would be more valuable to an attacker because you can last second switch to high. And as well as when you enter the base, you can use this bouncer a lot easier to kind of take out the high defender. It becomes a little bit more versatile, so a little bit more of like you see what I'm saying? Straight vertical bouncer. And then you could also use it to kind of, if you're going on a flag return, you could use it to kind of get on one of those pillars and get to high. That was my initial plan. Do you see where the lighting is?
Okay, so
I was thinking the same spot, Jive. It's a good suggestion.
That position is perfect for a bouncer. I agree. One downside.
Because if you're running attack and it's going low right, he switched top, he didn't, or even hits the bounce, he switched and then you just drop right back down low. It'll create a more fun element into attacking, I think.
I can't tell you how often I got killed by people that spawned high and were chasing me in that direction. So bouncing up high seems like suicide in that case.
So think of it this way, Dion. You're attacking the base low, and maybe you get one kill on the flag D, but there's a guy who's playing in the backside, or he spawned up top. You want to get up there somehow. You'll be able to kind of do that. That spot could work too. I was thinking, or that spot, but I was thinking actually where the play button is. See where that play button is?
Yeah.
That's where I was thinking.
The problem is this: that actually play button there is a spawn. So at the moment, if we're gonna do that, we have to change the spawn.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and already we're having issues with spawns as it is. So
can I actually say something about one of the spawns that actually is a big issue as a defender? First screenshot. It's in the first screenshot.
Well, this one here.
Yeah. Do you see that back spawn behind that last bouncer?
Just to double check with this map, okay, because a lot of people are very confused, and they had every question I had when it came to this map. Why did you change the spawns? Just want to clarify, not a single spawn was touched. So at the moment, this was actually the new CTF, new settings actually kicking in. The same issue we had with Command on the sidelines. It basically was spawning them close enough because the vision was already, it didn't matter, but the distance itself was kicking it in so that they were always spawning in that location. So that's an issue. We need to try and figure out if it's going to be an issue with the new CTF distance settings before I can actually change these spawns.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. You want to test it with the new CTF spawns before you fuck with it. Okay, fair.
Because that's the issue.
A lot of the times I would spawn in that back spot, and I would literally spawn directly behind an attacker who's attacking my base, and I'd be like, okay, free kill, boop, shoot him in the back. And like, I couldn't imagine how frustrating that is to run attack and then have a defender spawn directly behind me and shoot me in the back. Like, it's a really awful feeling. And perhaps the new algorithm will fix that, and that'll never happen anyway. So then the spawns are all good.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. But because with the current one, the in-spawn ones also work.
Could you move that spawn where I was proposing to put a bounce pad?
I could move it.
The reason you couldn't put a bounce pad, could you like directly across from it?
The issue is, where would I pull it? Because at the moment this map's got very let me see how many spawns there are. Because I think, if I remember correctly, this one, yeah, it's got 10 spawns per team. Now it doesn't seem like much, but that's 2 in base, 2 in the high tunnels, 2 in the low.
Hear me out. Do you see where that bounce pad is? The ones that you're planning to remove? The ones you're planning to remove in the flag room.
Yes.
What if you put the spawn there?
Because we don't really want them in base, do we? That's the thing.
We do or don't?
We don't.
Why not?
Can you check?
Because if it's close enough to the flag room, and with a 2,000 vision radius, no one will ever spawn there if there's an attacker in there, assuming the new algorithm is going to work properly.
It depends on vision as well, though.
So if the flag is within 500 units, nobody's ever going to spawn there anyway.
500 is just tiny, but what about the 2,000 within vision? 2,000 units within vision.
That's only for enemy players, not for the flag. But if
what do you mean enemy players?
If there is an enemy player around those spawns within 2,000 units and has vision on those, yeah, that's gonna block things.
Which would be good, because if you move that spawn where it is initially closer to the flag, if I'm a flag attacker and I come close to the flag and I grab the flag, I won't run the risk of someone like spawning in the flag room, because those spawns are close enough inside the flag room where there's no chance of them actually getting that spawn.
It all depends on how strict these rules go by, though.
Well, okay, so as long if you pull them to basically exactly where the bounces are, I think the flag is going to block them. Basically, the flag will always block those spawns whenever the flag is on the stand. So if you want those spawns to be used, it would have to be when the flag is actually taken and the attacker is already kind of out of base.
Yes, exactly.
So
I'm fine with that.
That might work. It just depends. Like, it makes those 2 spawns basically unusable, reducing the effective number of spawns in the base case to 8, which is
it's okay because it's still a good amount. The only issue I really have is when the flag's taken. So, for example, okay, so imagine the spawns are actually where the bouncers are. Now, you've grabbed the flag, you've moved to this position. This triggers. That's the issue. Like, this is the issue we had in the last season, was these were triggering because of this distance here, and because it's out of the vision. So if I move, so you can see the spawn here. If I move to here, I can't see it. It triggers.
Oh, it's someone can spawn in, you're saying?
Yes, so I think they still potentially can spawn there, especially now that if they're around this corner, you're cutting the vision even tighter, which means it triggers it even more frequent.
Well, then just move it to the point. Just move it where you can see it. Then
move it further back.
Move it even closer to the flag stand.
Yeah.
Like, you see those you see where the shock rifle ammo is?
Yeah.
You see the shock rifle ammo and that cubby, but the cubby are behind it. move it to the cubby right directly behind that. So as you're walking up the ramp, you should still have vision of that spawn. Like, do you see where that lighting is? That kind of where it's there. So technically speaking, no, and then you're kind of far back enough, like to the point where it triggers. It doesn't matter if it triggers because you're far back enough where you can't really chase down a flag carrier. Maybe you can suicide, but it's
obviously that's the situation from when we're grabbing the flag. Now, as an attacker who's coming up this main slope, this will trigger no matter how close they get. So that it's a two-way thing, like coming in and coming out. There's two different situations. They would trigger in both situations.
Which is good. We want them. Isn't that what we want the spawns to do? Is we want them to trigger so that they're not spawning there. Which is the issue. Is
oh no, what I'm saying is that they're triggering so they will be used. Is what I'm trying to say. It's the complete opposite.
What's triggering them?
Obviously, because it's due to vision and distance. So if you kill, okay, so imagine defenders in the position where I am now. Someone kills him here. He spawns here. He's got a second shot. You're fighting the same defender twice within 2-3 seconds, which is something we don't want to actually. We want to try and get away from.
That sometimes happened without the same defender.
It happened a lot.
You were attacking the defender, then someone spawns right in your face.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
And we're trying to reduce that as much as we can, which is why I'm adding more spawns to the maps before. But now, because of the vision and the distance, because the shape of this map is very open, but there's little bits where you have blind spots, and that's why it keeps triggering certain ones. I don't know why it keeps triggering the ones down the slope, like more in the middle area. But for this in-base, it's very important to try and trigger these less, so they're used less.
I mean, you can always use the spawn control spawns for those. So
true.
You could have custom ranges for them, so that they don't, accidentally trigger. But basically, that's exactly the use case that I described for them, right? Spawns that you can't really remove or move or remove, and you want them, but they don't exhibit the.
Basically, I'm trying to get like a base model so it's not reliant on that. I was trying to make it so that no matter what, it would always work in a nice fashion. But obviously, if we really have to, fair enough, we're gonna have to. Like obviously for season purposes and all that.
I completely agree. What you could do is, you see those archways, right?
Yep.
That lead to low. Maybe on the center ones, like hide the spawns on those behind those, because there's little cutouts on both sides, right?
So basically to the left and right of the slope itself.
Yes. Those don't have immediate vision. Yes.
Yeah.
They have to walk a bit, and within that time you can escape maybe high. And you can see them the whole time coming in. And once you're in, well, they can spawn, but you are within the first few seconds. You are within range basically, and the other time, they can come around the other side, but.
If you enter here on the right side, and then you hit the first defender, and then you hit the second, and then one of them spawn behind you because you're already in the base. That's maybe not a nice experience.
Can I also make a suggestion, Flux? The new spawn that you added on Sprinter.
I didn't add a new one.
You did, I think.
No, I have no.
Maybe. Oh, sorry. Maybe you didn't. But whoever made the map.
There is no new spawns.
Oh, okay. So when you go all the way high mid on Sprinter, that's not a new spawn?
No.
The one directly behind the pillar, high mid. That's a spawn that always existed.
Yeah.
All the way high middle, all the way in mid, all the way in mid. That one.
Yeah.
That always was there.
So have I got the original Sprinter on here?
I don't think that spawn was always there.
It's in 2K4 and UT4 as well.
Okay. So here's the CB version.
I don't think it's there.
Oh no, in UT4 it's on the sides.
Oh shit! No, it's not there in CB.
Yeah. So this spawn, that was there, I can tell you right now, is crazy OP for a defender. The amount of times I spawned there and like someone tried getting out high on me, and I'm like, oh well, I can cut him off like left and right, doesn't fucking matter. Like he's fucking screwed. It's such a defensive spawn. It was
Okay,
awful
so I
spawn.
didn't know that was actually added. So that one I can probably say, yeah, okay, we'll remove that from each base. It will go down to 9. Then if in bases, if the rule set works as we planned, the 2 ones in base we cut, you still have, was it 6, 7 maps? 7 spawns, sorry?
7 spawns if you cut the 2 in base.
And also they added another spawn in front of the jump pad. That's brand new.
Oh wait, there's actually 4 spawns in base.
No, it's 6. This is
Look
the
at that.
CB version. So you got 1, 2,
Oh,
3.
right, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so there's 6 just in the base.
But those, I think all of those
there's
spawns
8.
get blocked.
There's 1 here and 1 here.
Those spawns get blocked when you grab the flag. I don't think people spawn there when
No,
you
they
grab
didn't.
the flag.
Because I remember grabbing the
I
flag and we
haven't seen
spawned
one
here.
spawn
Like,
there when I grabbed.
Oh,
8
God.
spawns in base. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So wait.
I'm glad.
I didn't realise how bad this was. There's 28 spawns, so there's 14 spawns per team.
Yeah, but these spawns from playing Sprinter, I can tell you the Sprinter, the map itself, the only issue with Sprinter had nothing to do with the spawns. The original issue with Sprinter was the fact that flag standoffs took a long time and it's a bit of a slow paced map. So these spawns worked. I can tell you right now, the spawn systems did work. I know maybe they moved it because there was like new balance pads and maybe that kind of interrupted it, but there was really no issue. I know there's another issue that I have with the spawns in the new map is the one by the flat cannon. There is no spawn by flat cannon. Like take a look at the flat cannon. If you look at the flat cannon position, it's you just walk past it right by the Redeemer.
Yeah.
That's a new spawn that was added actually into the newest version of Sprinter. Not a big fan of that position as well because it's the same thing as the one above. Is you're in a prime spot to cut the guy off low mid, left and right. You kind of like you have that midsection spawn where you can kind of just cut people off instantly. A very defensive friendly spawn. Of course, you can say it's an attack spawn, but it's not a game changing spawn. But I personally was never a big fan of that spawn to begin with. It did make bringing a flag into low mid a lot easier as well, because people just like spawn like crazy there.
Okay, so these spawns are very interesting, to say the least.
Are these the exact same spawns that we have in the CL version?
No, they are.
No.
They're
So
quite different, actually.
So basically, we've now got 2 more. Basically, comparing the CB to the CL. CL, we have removed. We have got only 2 spawns in base instead of 8. In terms of the center, low and high, both of them have been added. They've been added 1 more. So everything else is identical.
Can we put this map on the servers and test it out?
Which version?
CB1?
CB. I mean,
I think still is.
I think it might be still on there. They might just need to add it to the list.
Okay. I think it will be worthwhile to check if the CB version with the pads.
With new CTF, you're gonna regret it.
Really?
I
don't know.
No, I can guarantee it because
I got it, written, guys. Good luck with these spawn changes. I'm open to changing and these things. I really always wanted to do the bouncer in Sprinter for the
Well, I was tempted to do it, but because obviously with the short amount of time I had to make a really quick edit for Sprinter. I think the only main thing that I can't remember who
I
it
think
was.
before editing it, wouldn't it make sense to play it without the spawns, with the new algorithm, and see how it plays out? Because it might play out way
I need
better
to see.
with the new spawn algorithm.
Yeah, we definitely need to see how the new algorithm's going to work before I can make some definite changes.
Are all the servers the new IG Plus finally? Now that the clan,
I've been
thing is
told
over?
it's been there since Monday, so
they all are running off the new algorithm.
K1 has told me that. I just need to confirm it. I need to make sure he's definitely changed the values to what they wants to use.
Okay, have fun, guys. Good luck with the map making. Talk to you later. Bye.
So that one person actually did say like the main issue of the map is actually the amount of time to even get to the enemy base.
Yes, it is.
I agree. We added the bouncers, and it seems like they have a better effect in this new season compared to the original version. I'm just not too sure if it's effective enough.
It's not in the server. It's not InstaGib 3E. It's still 3DB.
No. This is not IG Plus related.
It's a different thing.
It's new CTF and it's a configuration setting for new CTF. So you don't need to no update or anything. It's just server configuration.
Okay.
Don't worry. As long as the server configuration is confirmed to be changed, it should be good.
Okay. You should just spam K1 for an answer.
I asked him to change it. I don't know if he did, he said he was going to change it when he prepared the hubs for KOTG. So I don't know if he did. I also asked Spect and Watercarter.
Oh yeah.
So I can tell you that on my server it's changed, confirmed. I'm not sure if I changed anything else. I may have increased the block radius without vision a bit, like by 150 or something, but don't remember.
What was it? What is it at the moment that you've got it on?
Let me check what I have it on right now.
Because at the moment, when I did all these changes, we didn't actually have the shorter range that was added. If I remember correctly, it used to be like 750, and then it got moved to 500 units for one of the settings, and that changed every map completely. It made it so all the changes I made, some of the changes were a bit not redundant, but they weren't with the full effect it actually originally was supposed to have.
Okay, so on my server, IP9 and 10, it's currently 650. I increased it a bit.
Okay.
By 150. I don't know how much that changes actually.
I know that's in the middle ground of what we had before and the new latest.
Yeah. It's a middle ground, but no idea how that changes anything.
Okay.
So
we definitely need to get more opinions on that, on what maps it affects. I think the biggest ones, Command, Sprinter.
Well, the 2000 is on all servers. I didn't tell K1 or anybody else to change the block range without vision, right? So that's still 500 for all servers. We can I can probably tell them to change it as well. I don't know. I also told you about a small modification to the algorithm that I want to do.
Okay.
Where you basically can set up what the minimum cycle length is between spawns. So you can basically say, I want to have at least one other spawn being used before you reuse one spawn. Right?
Okay,
So
that makes sense.
You have at least two spawns that are used, or 3 that are used alternately, or 4. You can basically set it.
You're basically making it so you have a less chance of using the same spawn you just used.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
And helps.
It might help, I don't know.
It could also trigger some situations like in base spawns, so Sprinter, it could trigger, like if everyone's using the ones outside in the center, it will trigger the ones in base more. But
if the in base are blocked, then they won't be used.
If they're not blocked.
Yeah. So this is basically just another flaw. On what spawns can be used. And if no spawn is eligible, by the way, it will just fall back to the default spawn algorithm. So there's a slight balance that you want to strike. Anyway.
Okay.
So it'll be really interesting to see what some of these maps will pull off. I still think Sprinter can be improved though, in general.
So you already made changes?
Yeah. Well, we're just from season 1, like the season 1 itself, like map wise. No offense to, I believe it was Bat who done them, was shit. Like from a mapper's perspective, they were absolute garbage. Some of the actual things were actually beneficial. So we removed in-base spawns, and that actually, I think pretty much everyone agrees, in-base spawns were like the bane of existence. They should never have been there.
Yeah.
Dooku, for example, Command, like behind the flag itself or behind the pillar. Great changes. But some of the changes to like Klondike, none of the spawns were centered. So like left side would be prioritized over the right side in some cases. Or certain heights were because they were like slightly out of angle, it was the same thing. So season 2 obviously I've fixed all that or most of it. But obviously certain things are triggering more than expected. Acrony, for example. Sprinter, spawns wise, I can't do anything until we test, but in terms of game flow, I'm still not happy.
But so you agree that base spawns should not happen, basically?
I've tried to keep into the rule that base spawns are a big no, unless we are a must. So at the moment, like Acrony was a test for that. We said, okay, so I removed the one in base, but now it's true in everything in high and low that it's made it almost like we kind of need that one back.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
What other maps do you think?
Well, Command obviously retained the in-base spawns.
Yes.
They're just a bit.
They're adjusted
so that you have vision when you grab the flag.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I tried to balance it between attack and defense.
What about broken limits?
I've never touched it, and at the moment, I don't. I think
limit seems fine.
Yeah, not a single person has ever had a complaint, apart from maybe a bit of lighting, but that's a personal preference.
Lighting, it's just.
But you must agree, it's a personal preference.
Didn't broken limits have a spawn in base, like right near the flag? Unless you removed it before the season started.
I think it's more. Actually, there might be one in the corner.
I remember complaining about it before the season started, but you might have removed it before.
It hasn't been touched.
If it's there, it's being blocked by new CTF anyway.
Oh, okay.
So
there's none by the
until you take the flag and take it off the stand.
So yeah, I can confirm there's none in the base.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, I see now. Those apples.
Yeah, absolutely nothing in the base to actually trigger anything, spawns or anything.
What are the keys for? And boxes? What the hell?
Huh?
There's keys and boxes.
They're torches.
Oh.
Sorry?
No, move slightly forward. Move forward slightly. Flux.
Yeah. Remember, it's got a delay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look, what's the box?
Well, this.
What is it for? What is that?
It's a zone. It's just basically what a lot of maps did. They used to have. Let me just unclick this. So they made it so that you can make rooms. So as you can see, these green bits, they're like zone portal. They're called portals. So anything that's within these things, you can name as a room. So if you look on your scoreboard, it will come up with your location.
Oh, I know. Okay, yeah.
So you can actually have weather or special effects that affect the player. So you can have it so that it would, like the decompression room, that would have everything blocked off and everything in this room will be decompressed. That sort of thing.
Okay.
Gravity.
It also affects the spawn algorithm. Just saying.
Yes, which you recently let me know. So I'm kind of a bit unsure how to work around that yet. Especially for Dooku, because I was thinking if I could, so for example, like the low main and low right, if I remove the portals in the doorways, would that stop them from being used? But then I don't want it to be so that stairs are focused so hard, or the outside spawns to be focused way more than the inside, because that would then start making basically the middle just be a deathmatch.
Just saying, it doesn't affect new CTF spawns. So new CTF doesn't care about zones.
Okay.
Right? Only the default spawn algorithm does, which is, I think, why you might have maps that superficially look the same way but have slightly changed spawns. That could be because of some subtle zoning changes on those maps.
But just to confirm, Flux?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Dio. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. I'm just basically done.
Oh. Just to confirm, Flux?
Yeah.
You have made changes to the maps you've talked previously. So Dooku, what was it? What else was it? Command?
All the CL versions.
You have made changes as of now.
I haven't made actual changes. I've only got notes to say what I'll be doing.
Oh, you got notes, okay. But
yes.
you are going to make changes, so basically.
At some point, yes.
So okay, that's all.
So that's why I thought if I do like because like the big complaints I had was not many people knew I was doing the changes. Not many people actually had their voice, so to speak, of the opinions and stuff. So I thought if I do one big stream, let everyone know, especially at this evening time, everyone can chip in their opinion, and we can kind of figure out where the actual issues are and find somewhat of a solution to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like at the moment, broken limits, I don't think there's actually an issue anyone has with this map.
No, I haven't.
Nah, I think broken limits is fine as it is.
Whereas like Command, they had issues with like the center is so vulnerable. Like there's so much happens in the center. So okay, so what we put on there, having the walls back, like majority of the wall back on the sides, but we'll have a doorway in there instead. So you still have the best of both. And that would slow down the whole deathmatch in the middle. It'll be more focused. If they're on the outside, you get out on the outside. You can't just sit in the middle. So, it's like little changes like this could make a massive impact.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I can't for the life of me attack Unbroken, but that's a me problem, not a map problem, I think.
Broken is one of those that, because Ramdrop is probably gonna. He loves this map, I know he does, and I know he complains at anyone who actually makes a comment on Broken. Broken is one of those you have to actually learn, and not just learn, but you have to keep practicing it.
I'm not saying that.
No. Like, even for myself, like when I go for defense, I go other maps, I can do fine. In Broken, I struggle. So
I hate defending on Broken.
Yeah, I hate defending as well.
Broken and Rune both are, I think, should be untouched. Broken and Rune are perfect.
Rune, I find, is perfect. If there was going to be any change, it would have to be visual. So lighting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe
or
lighting. Yeah.
Hiding some stuff, or maybe even blocking off certain things, like on top of that jungle thing that people keep jumping on.
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's standard people. Like, I really don't care. Like, there's a lot of things that even Gizmo showed me a few things that you can jump up on the high corners on his stream. Like, there's some real potential in these maps.
Yeah, I know some spots that are quite abusable as well.
Yeah. So it's.
What spots? They're not abusable. They're trick areas.
Nothing's abusable if one person can do it on their own. That's what people think.
It's not abusable if you can do it alone. That's true.
So,
it just makes it a hell of a job to return those flags.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they get into those positions.
But you can go onto those positions alone, so.
Well, yeah, but you have to. Like,
there are two issues.
You have three defenders that are coming back to kill you.
There are two positions that are kind of hard to go there, true, but those positions, if you have pressure from the enemy team, it's not that easy to go there as often as you can. So
True.
Even though those positions exist, you need to be super on the control of the map to do that, because at least one of them is really hard to do on the first try. If you're on the adrenaline rush and you need to do it, it's not as easy to do it all the time as it may seem. They exist, yeah, and that's part of the map characteristic. I don't think they should be blocked or removed, but that's me. That's my opinion, because at least two of them are hard to go and do it like instantly.
Do you remember this is coming from someone who's Deadline who'll actually abuse these little things? I'm joking.
I wouldn't call abuse. They are there.
They're tricks. Yeah.
You just use it, but other people call it abuse. So
that's not an abuse, because the only reason I don't call it abuse because it's not easy to perform it 100% of the time. If it was something you could do it easily 100% of the time, okay, it's abusable every time. Take it out, but it's not. It's not abusable 100% of the time. That even if you reach 50%, okay, that's even something. But I don't think it's abusable.
Eternal caves? What?
Yeah.
We discussed. We've been here for not me
4 hours,
but 4 hours and 17 minutes so far. So
I've really been
a lot,
4 hours.
We repeated a lot of stuff. So
but then we fine-tuned some bits at the same time.
Sorry?
But we have fine-tuned some bits at the same time.
Yeah.
Even when we go back to it.
Yeah. But it's good. You just need to save this VOD, and whoever needs to watch it again. I might watch the early part because I wasn't available.
Is there any other maps that people can think of? Like, Prixon is something I did out of fun.
Prixon seems fine. I don't know. I haven't played it much. I played it some days ago, last week. But
did you play the CL version?
Yeah, the CL, and
okay.
I didn't feel it weird. I was defending also, so I don't know.
So I basically, for Prixon, I basically just waited to mirror it. That was it. I waited to kind of balance out the left and right side, so no team was more one side or the other. The center, actually, I don't really know. It actually has less control in the center, like center spawn wise, because it used to be only just on the, if I remember correctly, it's on the left side as soon as you come out the door. So people just pre-aimed it. Now you've got it on the right as well. People can't do that. So it's
It feels good on. I felt good on CL version, even on season 1. So
yeah, Slips. I agree. People do complain for the sake of complaining. It's true.
yeah, that's why most of the maps we need to just try it again with the new algorithm.
Yep.
And try it at least a week or 2.
That's why I want you to focus on more on quality of life changes over the spawn changes, because the spawn itself can completely ruin a map, and they can actually completely fix a map. But there's still going to be the little bits of the quality at the back that are always going to be there, whether the spawns are fixed or not.
True.
So that's why I'm kind of trying to keep it all split separate, and trying to get the game flow like Dooku, where it's impossible to get in base for Div 1, whereas others
open up low stairs leading towards the flag room.
That's an idea.
Like in UT4, where you open an entrance.
Yeah, very similar to that.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't mind that.
Drury has been bought.
Did we talk about Drury?
We haven't talked about Drury, but the thing is, this is a very tough one. This is even tougher than Eternal Caves.
I played Eternal Caves some weeks ago. Drury a couple of days ago. Oh my god, I don't know what to feel.
Flux, I got a question.
I played Gauntlet a few days ago. I don't really know what to feel, honestly.
Gauntlet is broken. There is no way to fix it without actually recreating it. Drury, I'm actually almost on the same.
Gauntlet?
Yeah.
Gauntlet is broken that way? Also?
Yeah, broken is terrible. My god, I played
it's because of the spacing, like the open
version with the true red bases and completely mirrored with a huge lava path. It's shit. I really disliked it. It's so annoying. I was defending. I was like, "What am I doing here? I need to attack." We decided to attack with 4 because it was boring. Just for
basically can solo D. You can solo D in Gauntlet easily.
It was terrible. It was a terrible experience. I was like, I regret playing this because it ruined my past memories. Gauntlet, Drury. It's not the same thing anymore.
Yeah, it's nothing the same. I think it's almost similar with the same with Internal Caves. Like whether you played blue only version or red only version. This was before EC2 was made.
Yeah.
So it's like the memories you had back then are nothing to what you had now, because what we do now is actually almost completely different in terms of how we play, how we aim. There's pre-aiming, because obviously slow sensitivity is now more of a thing than it used to be. All this is completely recreated how a maps are played. And obviously sizes of maps. Have you noticed over the years the maps get bigger? But then you also have certain maps that are way too big that used to work because obviously accuracy wasn't much of an issue, whereas now accuracy is now the biggest issue for the big maps. We're now shrinking the maps.
Yeah, it's because the top accuracies of 15 years ago is like the minimal of today.
Almost, yeah.
Don't say that. I'm gonna prove you wrong. For the hell of it.
I don't know. I'm just alleging because I'm totally sure I wasn't able to do 30 constantly back then. That's for sure.
We probably shot less back then.
Even if I wanted to hold the shots, I'm almost 100% sure I wasn't able to do as much accuracy before as I do now.
Honestly, with
make it connection, computer, whatever.
With zero ping, you should have been able to. At least if the game ran acceptably. The only problem would be, of course, monitor frames per second.
I had
that kind of stuff.
I had 60 hertz and like 5 milliseconds until this year, all my life. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes a bit of a difference to a lot of a difference, depending on how good you are as a baseline. It's a multiplying factor. Yeah. It without skill you won't notice.
Yeah, no, because I've been noticing. I'm talking about the lower tier players.
Yeah,
lower tier players are improving a lot just by practicing more often and having better computers. That's true.
So just a random fun fact. There is 3 spawns in the Drury base.
3, yeah, I'm seeing them.
Wait, where do you see
I tell you. It's the joysticks.
Yeah, the joysticks.
the purple things?
No,
the joystick.
joysticks. The
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see them now.
The fruit
And,
is basically the AI puffin.
I played it last week, and I was defending, and 50% of the times when I spawned in base, and the flag carrier I had, and if I spawned on another position, I had almost no way to get in a safe path towards my flag. It was really really hard. At least for me personally.
Drury itself just basically needs a massive overhaul.
Yeah.
Just in general. Size-wise, we need to make it slightly wider in almost all of the hallways, but we need to also shrink the map size itself so that there isn't. So basically, like the gameplay, you can basically do 4-0, and the defender will still only see one person every now and then.
Yes.
Because so much shit happens in the center, or one back shot completely gets rid of the whole attack.
Mhm. Because it's so narrow.
In general, yeah.
Yeah.
Like you don't even need to. There's some cases you don't need to actually aim because where it's so narrow, you can take a shot, and it doesn't matter where the shot goes. You're almost going to hit the person anyway.
Yeah, true.
Especially with the high routes. Like, no matter where you go, that beam's going to hit the person. Unless you're a complete opposite side, but... So I don't think Drury is ever going to come back, personally. Unless it's completely remade. As like a Drury 2.
It's hard. It's really hard.
Any other maps people can think of? We kind of mentioned Revenge earlier, but nobody really has any criticism other than spawns need to be just completely out of the base. But it's not really a simple solution.
Let me check the map list on the server if something comes to mind.
Because I don't mind doing some map edits just for pickup use.
May I ask a question about Corret?
Okay. Oh god.
Are we able to make it playable?
Yeah.
You can play it.
No. You understood what I said.
I have an idea. People won't like it, and it also will be very boring still.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
So basically,
the map is boring. It's big. It's only 2 entrances.
It's not that it's big. It's just too long.
Yeah.
Like it's actually quite a smaller map than people think.
Yeah,
it's just
small, but
because
strong.
it's so long. When you can run for 5 seconds, you die. Then you have to run another 10 seconds because you've spawned so far back. But if you make it to the flag room, that's another 30-40 seconds worth of dodging you gotta do. Like that's the biggest issue we have for Corret. Like I've tried Corret. We did actually do a pickup on Corret. I don't know, like a couple months back. It was boring. Nothing really happened. But what we kind of expected it, and it was more for nostalgia's sake. But there was no fun involved. It was just I remember this. I remember this. That's really all it was.
Okay.
Like you could actually remove the whole circle, the whole mid section, and just play it like that. It would still be too long, I think.
Yeah. Okay. I'm checking. Nyx here. I'm seeing Nyx.
Okay, Nyx was mentioned before we picked the map, before the maps and all that was put up.
He was played before, right?
Apparently, people played
season
it.
1,
Yeah.
I think.
It wasn't season 1.
It wasn't on season 1, no.
No.
Oh no,
before that, it
Prixon
a draft, I think.
Prixon was.
Yeah, Prixon was. I'm talking about Nyx. Someone mentioned about Elsinore as well.
We wanted
Elsinore feels
Elsinore,
fine.
but some people was like, but it just feels like a pickup map. I personally don't know what that means.
A what map?
A pickup map. I don't know what a pickup map means. Personally.
Elsinore felt fine. I played 2 matches on it and 1 scrim, and it felt fine.
For me, it's either a map you play in a public or you play it as a competitive. That's the only 2 I know. But apparently, pickup maps are a third extra.
What's a pickup map?
So that's the reason why they didn't pick it into this map list that we actually played for season 2.
No, that's because it got it didn't get enough votes.
Oh no,
Yes, it did. It did.
Wait, was it in the
No.
map? Was it in the vote list?
I think it got either the same amount or a slightly more than disposable.
I could be wrong. I didn't think it
Elsinore?
actually made.
No.
Yeah, Elsinore had like 60 something votes, and
No,
disposable had
no,
about the
no.
same
It
thing.
definitely didn't.
No.
Because I think
Elsinore had less than disposable and revenge.
yeah, they had roughly I think 20 something votes, maybe 30.
Something.
This seems playable. Short map with two entries.
Because I've completely forgot it was actually in the map. I'm thinking of Naos. I think it was Naos. Naos actually was meant to be in the map list, but they didn't actually pull it in. Well, okay, I forgot, basically. So if you want to blame anyone, you can blame him.
What's Nail? Let me see. Is it on the list?
It's another long corridor,
Oh, is it?
basically. That's
Nail.
what Naos is. It's a
Nail-
bit more It's a bit of a more complicated corridor, but it's still one long corridor. Yeah.
I'm on the servers checking it now.
There is actually a map we haven't actually spoke about.
Oh,
Bleak.
Bleak?
Bleak seems fine for me. Or people complain about the spawns. I'm a load.
It's the new one.
The new one.
The new one.
By Humac.
If you do auto demo, I don't know what happened. It still doesn't auto record. I don't know why. I can't explain why. I tested so many times, but the auto demo doesn't work there. I don't know why.
Works for me.
The auto demo? You sure?
Yeah. Every Mac works.
I don't know why the auto demo doesn't work for me on Bleak.
It might not save it properly because of the name when I think about it. Because I know when you redirect the file, like there's a certain thing we do, it actually changes the name.
Mm.
I think because of the brackets or something. I can double check that at some point.
I think it's because of brackets. Yeah, that's my theory as well. Oh, Naos seems interesting. I won't say fine.
I will admit, like Bleak was improved, but I think it was improved. But there's now new issues with it.
What's the issues? I don't recall them. Is
Okay,
it
so
it's.
I think it might be spawn. I'm not too sure if it's spawn locations, or it's just the size of the base compared to the rest of the map now. Like obviously where the center has been shrunk quite a lot, and obviously the time to get to the base is much quicker. The defenders still spawn and get in base to defend against one attacker 2-3 times before they can even get to the flag or even get out. Very similar to Mesmerize.
Okay, I'm feeling you. I don't know. I've been playing a bit of Bleak lately. It doesn't, but I'm defender. I'm BAs on it. I don't know.
I mean, for me, for defending it, I've actually learned that I had to find new locations, and I
Yeah,
found a couple.
You can stay always on the same position there.
Yeah, so that's a good thing, but it's still like the defenders still have so much vision in base. You don't actually have to be in base to defend it in some situations.
I like to defend left side near that bouncer, so.
To make it harder for the defense to get back from spawns to shoot. Yeah, exactly. So I think it needs to be harder to get back in base, just to defend.
But how? I'm thinking, how would you make it harder to do that? Because sometimes, of my experience, if I died in base by the enemy grabbing, I will spawn most of the times left out. So I don't know.
It's a very hard one. I actually don't have Bleak on this version. So, I guess like they've done with the the high in base, you got the wall. I think that's the only thing that really could be like a solution.
Put a wall there on the left corridor?
No, just like outside the flag area, like along the bit where people will bounce up. Because it stops the vision from in the mid area to the flag itself. So like, okay, so you go up the lift behind the flag and you grab the flag, like literally there.
I'm on a server. Yeah, you have vision on the lower area.
Yeah, so basically that flag area is so open, no matter where you come from, you can shoot them.
Yeah, I will just put a door on the mid corridor.
That will actually cause more issues.
It does.
Yeah.
You just can't spam relentlessly there.
But then people won't really go towards the door. Like, people will bounce off the flag onto the bouncer onto that mid bit, and if it was the door, then they just get clogged up, or it makes it obvious because everyone can see the door open, or they can just get blocked by the door itself. You can't do any boosting tricks and stuff like that. So it kind of has more negatives than anything.
Okay. But I don't know. What do you think? Putting the block on the lower area?
I was thinking more in front of not in front of the flag, but to the side of the flag, so that the only way you could do it is if you had direct vision of the flag, which usually means high, like high left or high right, not in the center, because obviously you got the wall already. But you can't actually aim at them from the main entrance either.
Yeah, no.
So it's like you have to go it from an angle. I don't know.
I would have to see it. So,
yeah.
Because the map so far seems fine. You can do some crazy returns because of that as well. So if there is an issue with the spawn, and that should be addressed, but I really don't know how to fix that.
I think it's good because it's mostly focused on the low mid area. Jib had a wall where the flag was, so you couldn't really shoot someone. Yeah. Oh yeah. But I think Jib's version, when he wanted to try it, he had walls in so many different places that it got just literally just blocked everything off. You might as well just had a whole wall there instead of just the panels.
Wall high up so they got the high spawns. There's a kind of wall there at the moment. I know how you call it. That blocks the direct line of sight from one base to another.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, except I have to agree. I think the map itself is generally meh. But
Slip's saying that because he can't do 40 grabs there like Rune.
Actually, technically you can. Rune is easier because you just go high and just jump on the flag. But obviously with Bleak, you just go low, right, go up the lift, grab. I find that is just probably the easiest. If not, just go directly low and just use the bouncers.
Yeah, I think the problem is really the playstyle from the players.
Yeah.
Lower divisions are much funnier and more caps. Unless we reach finals and such where people at least try hard a little bit more and play a little bit more back shooting and etc. On group stage, it's just people having fun almost.
Well, for the higher divisions, it's more about the spawn control. So someone will sit on the high right, I think it is, of your base, and you can basically just spawn kill every single spawn, apart from the one that's inside the base. And you can see everything.
What are you talking about?
Bleak.
Oh.
But for Division 1, most of it's 3D, so...
My opinion is still the same. I don't think the map is bad. At least for me, and every time I played it, so...
I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's good. Like, I still... there's always room for improvement.
Yeah, but
he's figuring out what.
We have better places to go now. Bleak, I'll just leave it as it is. And...
Yeah.
Bleak was... let me check how much time it was Bleak picked this season.
Bleak wasn't picked that often, but yeah, I agree. Bleak needs a bit of changes.
Bleak originally was supposed to be one of the highest picks out of the lot, and it turned out it was almost the opposite.
Yeah, I agree. Bleak, I thought the same as well. I thought Bleak was going to be picked a lot.
If this is updated, if Randorp is on this chat, please confirm if you updated all map picks from the season. Acrony was picked 16, Bleak 11, Broken 12, Command 30, Disposable 3, Dooku 26, Grudge 13, Klondike 25, Mesmerize 20, Nuance 21, Revenge 6, Hoon 21, and Sprinter 20.
Like, you can actually see a shift of what maps actually were picked more often compared to
how
what
much
we
was Bleak
expected.
picked?
11 times.
And how much was Revenge and Disposable?
Disposable 3, Revenge, what, 6?
Disposable 2, because I think
I don't care. I don't care.
Flips' team had one wheel pick, I think.
It was Disposable. I put the link on the chat if you want to show it on the stream.
Flux, I wanted to ask you earlier, but I just want to know if we're gonna have a season 3, if ever or whatever.
We will.
Can you please just not do Disposable and Revenge, please?
I don't think they'll come back.
By the looks of it, they will never return. From the way this season went,
because of the brush issue.
Yeah, that Disposable is unfixable.
Yeah.
So that's a definite. It's being removed.
What?
Disposable. The person who made it actually saved the version without all the brushes in it, and because if I make a change, I have to rebuild the map, and without brushes, it deletes itself. So
what brushes? What are we talking about? I missed like half the conversation about.
Okay, so okay, look on the stream, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So every single part of this map is made of a brush. A brush is basically. So you see this glowing bit? That's one brush. That's another brush. That's another brush. So it makes up everything. Like that's another brush.
Okay.
So what they did is to save, from what we're seeing, to save the size of the map, they deleted all the brushes, saved it, and then sent it out publicly. But obviously they kept another version for themselves, so if they need to edit it, they can. Obviously the only versions we can get a hold of is the one with the deleted brushes. So if I delete these, and then I click on build, as you can see, it removes the whole thing that I've just got rid of. So it completely, basically deletes the map itself.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
And
basically,
if I make,
what you're trying to say is we should delete Disposable in its entirety. Okay,
it will be, it will be deleted. Like it's that bad. I don't even know.
Yeah,
why
I agree.
But whereas Revenge, we could actually change.
I've casted Disposable 2 times, Revenge 2 times.
And was it boring?
Yes.
Basically, in a pickup, me and Meep, right, we thought we were defending Disposable because that's what we got picked against us, and instead of playing the game, we were playing hide and seek. So we will find new locations in the map where we would just sit there and wait for an enemy to walk past us. And then we're indisposable. So we were just literally, we were pissing ourselves. And like on top of the flag, where you can actually stand above the flag on the wall, there's 2 locations there. Above the flag in front, on top of the wall, but the person has to go around the corner and basically in your face to see you. So we were using that. Or where the spawns are, you can sit on top of the wall. On the side, I can't remember who showed me, you can actually get the boots and go directly straight above them. And you can sit there, nobody's going to see you. So like, that's the only way you can make that map fun.
Why was this map ever picked again?
JP?
With so many issues? What?
It seems like from what the vote said, it was it was like, what was it, 60-something Portuguese players all voted for the same one? I'm not kidding. Yeah. So you're gonna get part of the blame for that, JP.
Revenge had a 39.6% vote ratio, so 55 votes.
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have 55 Portuguese players?
There were.
Yes.
Do we really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
can tell you this: we have a draft cup running with just PT. We reached 58 or 60 ish players.
Oh my god.
And we have some players that are not around at the moment.
I can tell you that when we tried to come up with the list of maps, we took one look at both Revenge and Disposable and said no way.
Yeah. So we basically waited
all of us who actually were looking at the maps and deciding what gets in, what doesn't get in, and the number of maps and so on, and trying to decide the cutoff. We all looked at the maps and said no way.
Yeah. Why did you put it on the list, even?
I'll link to the chat.
It was requested.
Yeah, there we go.
And then we put up the vote, and then
good.
In the end, it was like, do we follow the vote or do we not?
Yeah, we did question it quite a bit.
And
I'm
just saying.
I'm just sad Prixon didn't make it. I really like that map.
Yeah,
Basically, it came to the point, and my first action was, well, okay, can you double check that we have no fake votes?
Guys, I
And
need to
he
go.
double checked
Just
it.
gonna say thank you and see you later.
Cheers, man.
See ya.
See ya.
Oh, bye.
Okay, I think we can make a wrap on
Yeah.
the map subject. We've been here for, at least Flexes, I've been here for just 3 hours or so.
Yeah, it's coming up 5.5 for me.
Yeah,
we should just add Switchback to UT99. I mean, to the map list for next season.
Someone needs to make it.
My opinion is that we should at least try to increase the map pool. Remove the disposable and revenge. Okay, we seen it too down there on the, and we need to think a lot with the I don't know, maybe captains, get their voices out. I don't know. At least give the captains 17 maps and they have to pick 15 or 13. Then we choose the 15 most voted. I don't know. We need to.
It's gonna be hard.
Address it differently than we did before.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
Slips. I tried that in a draft cup for UT4, and then people came and said, "Well, we have never played those maps. Why the fuck are they in there? Nobody likes those maps anyway." And the only problem with those maps was they were new.
Which maps were they?
And basically ports from UT 2004.
Oh, Access? Sorry, Access?
For example. But I was thinking more like Talia or...
Yo, Talia's great!
I know.
It could be a map in UT99, for real. It would fit UT99.
I don't know. I mean, yes, too many maps is also bad, but on the other hand, trying to force maps onto the community, like new maps that you think would actually play fine,
is also bad as well. Like, there's no middle ground between it. You need to have the base maps that, no matter what, whether someone likes them or not, they still will play them. So, like, at the start, it was Rune. And if you look at it nowadays, people enjoy Rune because they now started to see the tactical side to it instead of the whole we can control mid, we can just control this and win. Dooku's always going to be, it's always going to stay. So like, there's certain maps we can say yes, they're always going to stay, and no matter if we change it or not, people are still going to be willing to play them. But adding these new maps, as we can tell right now, like obviously Disposable and Revenge. I think we're going to make a completely different way of how we're going to do that. Because
yeah,
we definitely need to do play runs on pickups, I think, before we even think about using maps.
Also, like with Disposable and Revenge, you can just walk on those maps and see what the problems are.
Yeah.
Like, it's not...
They have plenty of problems, yeah.
It's not
you
hard.
just load Revenge on the map editor and see the base. There's already a problem there.
Well, I mean,
you have 8 spawns
just the
around
middle.
the flag. 8.
Holy shit! Are you for real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Show him, Flux.
Let me see if I got the map on there.
Rune and One Slips went from
here it is.
maps I didn't like much to maps I really enjoy playing. As an attacker, I really hate defending on Rune. Okay, show him the spawns. Okay.
Right, let me do it from here, because this is where it starts. Because if I remember correctly, there's one here.
There,
one here.
right before the thing.
Okay.
Was there one? Oh god, this is sensitive.
What the fuck?
There's
Okay,
one
there's
there.
none.
Yes.
Is there one in there?
No, you. Sorry.
What the
I'm
fuck is that
behind
dragon
because
head?
I'm looking at your stuff.
Yeah. So basically, there's one on the left as you come in the base. There is one in this corner here on the right.
Yeah, ridiculous.
There's one right next to it.
Yeah, ridiculous.
One there.
There's one right down there, yeah.
There's none on the top right. So there's.
So far,
Basically, as you come through, I'm just gonna do this, okay? So on this view that I got now,
One in
1,
front of you,
2, 3,
Wait.
4. I think there's one up here which will be 5. There's one, 2 above me as well. So that's 6, 7 at least in this view. Like, I think if we knew that the spawns were like this, I think we would have just said, I don't care about the votes. This won't be added.
Why wouldn't we just?
Why didn't you look at it before?
Yeah,
because it was last second.
What?
We didn't get to. I didn't go through the editor or anything between all the maps. So like we found out basically after the votes went out, and we didn't want to go against the votes.
I think the people that voted as well didn't know about this. And
Yeah.
just one day because they liked it in the past.
If I remember correctly, Smithy was one of the ones who voted these 2 maps and then regretted it as soon as it went through.
Yeah, Smithy said he did.
Yeah.
vote for Revenge.
Thing is, some of these maps, especially these 2, were voted because of that, because they played it once or many times in the past and they really enjoyed it. And let's vote on that. Then you tell your friend, yeah, let's vote. It seems fun. We used to play it a lot. Yeah. And if you talk about 40, 50-ish people that used to play that, it will happen. That's inevitable.
Yeah, but then I don't know. Like
Sprinter had 76 votes.
I'm against Sprinter. Like Sprinter can fuck off.
So here's
the people that voted for Revenge and Disposable. Most of them voted Sprinter as well, if not every one of them.
That's actually I think was wrong.
Agree. Yes, but that doesn't make Sprinter good.
Here's the thing: we actually made it.
I'm not saying Sprint is good or bad. I'm just saying the logic there that happened behind the votes. People, we played this a lot. We played Spirit a lot as well. We played Spirit. You see Spirit there. Spirit just didn't go through because of the bouncer issue. But Spirit was the second most voted map.
Oh, that's why Spirit didn't go through.
Yeah, because of the issues.
Because
bouncer
the
issues.
bouncer issue. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Here's the thing, though. Sprinter was actually taken out of the map pool on purpose by us because nobody played it in season 1. I don't know if it even got played once. That's how bad it was. Yeah, no, Sprinter.
Oh, so Sprinter was played by us.
Maybe once or twice, but in season 1, it generally was redundant.
I'm gonna check now.
And then basically, when we went over, we was like, okay, right, we're not going to add it into the thing because I have a feeling nobody's going to want to play. But we left it in there so that you lot can choose. It had so many votes.
We didn't have map limitation on previous season.
That's true.
Okay.
But when you think about it, it's still the general pool.
At least on Division 1, every week, and was played 3 or 4 times. So you can see the comparison. I believe Sprinter. Okay, Sprinter was picked on Division 2, 2 times on the same week. Actually, 3 times on the Division 2. 1, 2. 2 times on Division 3, and
this is season 1.
2, 3, 4. 5 times on Division 4. So it's at least 11 games.
Okay.
So...
Can I make a request to you, Flux?
Depends.
So it was played almost more often than this season.
Or rather yet, let me ask a question first before I make the request.
Okay.
Have you ever played Talia?
Personally, no.
Have you ever seen the map Talia?
No.
God damn it. I was gonna ask if you think you could recreate Talia in UT99.
Recreate maps is not that simple because the way the engine limitations are and all that, it's very hard to go backwards compatibility.
Yeah, I know.
It's like if you go forward to a new game, it's copy paste, adjust a few extra bits. That's it. You know, especially with like walls and stuff, you can just add an extra like rock here, and you can make it look nice. But backwards wise, it's not even worth the effort. In most cases.
God damn it. Is Switchback in UT99? Does it exist?
No.
Really?
I've looked it up. When I was going through it, because we actually was looking for certain maps that actually would help, like people would actually know from UT4 or UT2K4, and Switchback is highly requested, but nobody's actually made it.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me!
Like Drunklet
was so nice.
Drunklet was actually one of the ones that people wanted to that I've requested a lot on forums and stuff, but still nobody's actually made it yet.
Damn.
Oh my god, yeah, Drunklet would be nice too. Drunklet and Splinter are both good maps.
Drunklet was
Good
quite
CTF
fun
maps.
from what I saw.
Huh?
Drunklet was actually quite fun from what I saw in UT4. It reminded me a lot of
Drunklet
Gauntlet
has
with a
changes in
bit of more
UT4
freedom.
though.
Yes, but
Yeah.
those make it better.
Yeah.
Yeah, those make it better. I kind of agree.
Anyway, so
We're done for tonight, I believe.
Yeah, I think we.
we still have a couple people listening. I don't know why.
We're just ranting about whatever.
We've
now.
basically been like stream wise, we've been on average between 8 and I think it was like 22 consistently.
Yeah.
But not many voices, which is weird.
How many in voice chat?
We've got 4 of us now. Earlier we had, I think about 11.
12.
12, yeah.
I wasn't able to come earlier.
But it's nice because we actually got a lot of opinions and we got a lot of agreement, and some of the disagreements we got, like, you know.
And we had players from several divisions.
Yes.
That's good in my opinion.
So at the moment, this afternoon has done better than the last 2 seasons put together. No joke.
For sure. Okay, do you want to wait 5 more minutes for 5 hours?
So what's the next topic then?
I wonder if I could replicate that for IG Plus.
What?
This kind of explain-a-thon.
I will be here, especially because
I'm not too sure. Not 5 hours.
Yeah,
I
it's.
I'm curious about the coding part, honestly.
The problem is I can only show you code. I don't have a great deal of material that you can visually look at and talk about.
Yeah,
I'm out, guys. Bye bye.
Yep.
See ya.
Your
Oh.
audience will be much slimmer.
I guess.
Others interested on seeing it and probably discuss solutions, etc.
I guess.
You could probably get a good 2 hours out of it at least. Like if
long?
No, I mean like if you had a couple people, like obviously like the trading system, like you could probably get a good amount of views just on that.
You'll have
that alone.
If you get people from several divisions and speak about trading, I will say myself, I haven't played this game for a long. When I came back in March, February, March, I don't remember now. They were trading already, so I'm enjoying it trading. But sometimes doesn't feel right, but most of the times feels right, even as an attacker, always on the losing end. So if I say for myself, for me, I think trading is fair to a point.
For me, it's only fair between high and low ping. I know a lot of people say it's very defense based, but if you go into TDM, look at the difference, like of the gameplay. Yes, you get more kills, and it actually feels fair because if you shot, you shot. Like,
the beam is gone already the moment you press your click. But I think Deod was talking about some weeks, days, I don't remember, about the calculation having into account the
no more meep killing you 4 seconds later. Yeah,
exactly. Difference between, let's say, yourself and Ramdrop, that probably have 5 to 10 max ping difference. That probably it shouldn't be in account.
It's not about it's not about the difference between pings. It's actually the sum.
The sum,
because it's half of the sum of of the interacting players. Like half of the sum of the pings of the interacting players.
Let's imagine 15 versus 20.
Yeah,
half of the sum is 17.5.
Yeah.
Is it should be a trade there? Because
if you,
in my opinion, if the ping difference is the threshold with this calculation is below 30 or even 20, I don't think there should be a trade.
So keep in mind that this can smear about like due to how the server deals with it. This can be of, I would guess, around 30 milliseconds actually.
Okay.
Just because the server's ticking at in 10 millisecond intervals, and you might have those spread out, like the 17 can be spread out over, like it can cross 2 boundaries, right?
Okay.
And then you get 30 in total.
Okay. Then
until they arrive.
Okay. Imagine if you can, this threshold, you have the sum of both things, then divided by 2, the middle term. If you had it, can you? I will do it different. Explain to me, how does the trade system work exactly?
Oh, you're gonna be here for a long time.
It's actually pretty simple. You just don't lose your weapon when you die.
Okay.
That's basically all that was required. We don't remove your weapon immediately. We remove it when you respawn.
Okay.
So until
that's why you had that bug where you can shot while dead, right?
Not exactly.
Okay.
Because when you're dead, you can't shoot.
Okay.
So basically, what we did is what happens is that you shoot while you are still alive on your screen, and then the information comes that you're actually dead.
Okay.
But you've already shot, so your shot still fires even after you die.
Okay. I see.
This is like all of this is synchronization issues between client and server, and yeah.
Which is why when there's a bit of lag from either the server or from the player, it can actually make the results even worse than what they originally were.
Okay.
So
packet loss, for example,
is basically just you shoot and you get the kill, no matter if you died in between or not.
Okay.
That's all it really is. So yeah, we just like the whole trading was added within basically one afternoon of Spect and myself trying to figure out what actually makes it work, and we found out. Well, first of all, you need to forward the fire event to the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing, but that was code that you could copy from some other place and just add it. And then the other thing was, you need to retain your weapon because that was removed on death. And if you don't remove it on death,
there's no owner.
You are still the owner of the weapon, and thus you can still shoot the weapon, right?
Okay.
So trading is really simple to implement. It's just I get that it's not satisfying, right? Because you think, well, this is an instant weapon, right? It fires instantly when I press. So why should there be trading? The problem is when you have people interacting over a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you are playing against one other player, you have basically 3 different views of reality.
The server and each player.
Yes. And your client sees something different from what the other client sees.
Mm-hmm.
And the server sees something entirely different from both of you also. Right?
Okay.
So the trading happens when your client says, I'm still alive, so I can shoot. And the other client also says at the same time, I'm still alive, I can shoot.
Okay.
So you both are alive, you can both shoot, you do it at the same time, and the server basically, before this, would have to process whichever arrived first.
Okay.
So whichever arrived first got priority and basically prevented the other player from firing. Which gave a huge advantage to lower ping players.
Yes.
So now you want... So this feels obviously wrong for the higher ping players, because, they shoot, they get the visuals for their shot, but nothing dies.
Yeah.
And they also get the hit sound, but the hit sound was added by IG+. I assume that if we hadn't added that, it wouldn't have been as much of an outcry. Anyway.
Okay. But the first thing I did when I came back was to remove the hit sound, because even for me, I was able to hear the hit sound, but
There's two.
someone killed him before.
Yes, that sometimes happens, but honestly, I don't think that's
I got tilted with that, so I removed it. So
fair enough. Personally, I don't mind that. I actually find it kind of.
It's funny, but I don't like it.
It's not funny to me. It's just it's nice to know. Hey, you actually hit that. It's just another guy hit him before you.
Or you like
also
1 second or whatever.
Also, with the way it is, you get basically 2 hit sounds at the same time, right? One is client side, that is a sharp, immediate ping, and then there's the other hit sound, that's the default one, which just comes from the server. So if the server decides, hey, you actually dealt damage, that's when you get the ping. And then, of course, there's the teammate hit sound, which we don't have anything for on the client side, but the server side has something.
Okay.
So you can always distinguish between all the possible events. Like, client side hit, but server side, no, you didn't deal any damage.
I see.
And, yeah, you can distinguish between teammate, did I hit a teammate or not? Because if you hit a teammate, you get a different sound from other players, from enemies,
okay,
and so on. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff in there, but
this
is
not
easy to explain and
please everyone.
Sorry?
Not everyone's going to be pleased, no matter what.
Yeah.
No, I know.
My idea here was trying to understand it a bit more so I could think about it.
Yeah.
Not ranting randomly.
That's why, like, when it came to like me for maps and David and Spect with the other two, it's if we'd listened to what the players are consistently arguing about, you would actually end up with a result that's not happy for anyone.
We'll never have.
Yeah, like so imagine Dooku. So if a lot of people say, okay, remove this spawn or remove this, if we did that, there will be a lot more side effects to the other after the result. So like Dooku, if you remove the one from the stairs, okay, what would happen? They will spawn in base. That's what people don't want. So it's sometimes we have to make these decisions to say, okay, right, but if we do that, then this is your side effect. So at the moment, we need to meet in the middle.
You need to consider pros and cons, and
yeah.
if pros are higher,
it's not just higher, it's more, is it actually more beneficial in general?
Yeah, higher and better.
So like if it's a 50-50, sometimes it's best not to touch it at all.
Yeah.
It's also always easier to remove or to call for the removal of stuff and like than making constructive
or even understanding
suggestions.
Yeah, no, that's why I took the moment to ask what was the concept behind the trading. If there was an idea, so it wouldn't happen as often, or we could make it at least something. But it's really hard after seeing the
whole system's going to be hard. The only solution really to get rid of it is to make everyone into a LAN connection. That would fix everything.
Yeah.
Sure. But obviously that's impossible. So you got to have a side effect somewhere.
We can sort it out. We get the NA players out of here and play just with you. I'm kidding. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
No, it's fine. Like, get them. But first of all, they go into 14 days of quarantine. Just to make sure, okay?
Yeah. I don't believe.
Don't want to take any chances. Also, it would be pretty hard for you to come here at the moment anyway, being
from the States. Or...
Yeah, there's.
But okay.
Visa restrictions at the moment.
I would really want to try some of these days. What is life without Instagip Plus? So I can see if I will rant even more or
try play IDM.
Yeah,
like they're gonna go ahead with NewNet as far as I can tell.
Okay, when you end the stream, we talk.
Honestly, try it, because I've been trying out NewNet with the Unreal Heaven lot. They tried Ultimate, and they've recently been trying out the normal NewNet as well. There's a major difference between every single one. Ultimate NewNet, you can shoot round corners, you shoot through walls. There's splashes everywhere. Like, it triggers me so much. New net felt actually really consistent. The movement was, similar, but you don't have the same side effects as IG Plus.
Not a few minutes ago, like 1 hour or so ago on the server while we were talking on IDM, and the shots felt laggy. I don't know.
Yes.
It didn't feel the shot was instant.
That's how I feel as well, and especially when I go hyping, I feel like I'm at such a disadvantage.
That's the first thing I noticed while alone on the server.
new net.
Yeah.
You mean?
Yeah, on new net.
Yeah, that's because the new net only has the server side hit sound, so that gets delayed by a full round trip, basically.
Yeah, I see.
So it gets delayed by at least 100 milliseconds or something, and that's not really responsive, even though the shot comes before that, right?
Yeah.
The visuals are client side. The hit sound isn't. So the hit sound doesn't match. The hit sound is accurate to what damage you deal.
Okay.
But it's not accurate to the visuals.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have the hit
So-
sound. I didn't have the hit sound, but it felt even this like I shot at something, but the shot is still going, and I'm watching the shot still slowly going at the target. It remembered me at the time when I had to play non-ZP or
Yes.
ZP with 90 ping. The same happened. I saw that image.
Yeah, that's how I felt permanently on when I was playing on NA. All the time, it was frustrating to the point where it's like I won't leave games, but for that sort of thing, I was 50% of the time I just wanted to leave.
Yeah, true.
Sorry,
Okay.
what are you talking about at the moment?
It's like how new net felt for us.
Okay, on hyping, you mean?
Yeah, hyping wise.
Yeah.
Okay, fellas.
There is a point to all of these changes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I didn't play on the new net much. I barely. I can say I played it.
I did for a bit. I fucking hated it.
When I played it, last time I played non-ZP, then full ZP. Then I stopped playing.
Yeah, that was me too. Until
Well-
recently.
As far as I can tell, Zero Ping is basically the same in terms of shots as NewNet or IG Plus, except for the whole trading thing.
Yeah.
Zero Ping does not have the movement additions that NewNet and IG Plus have.
Okay.
That's the major difference. So that means that with Zero Ping, you still were lagging around like shit.
Yeah, no, I remember. That's what I remember about Zero Ping. And I could shoot, but I felt laggy as always.
Yeah.
But wasn't it
Only-
the Zero Ping? If you hit the physical body, it counted.
Yeah.
Yes. That's Zero Ping. Like the shots are client side on Zero Ping and NewNet and IG Plus. They're all calculated perfectly client side. So whatever your client sees at that time, that's what you can shoot.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes trigger bots obviously much more reliable
Yeah.
because your client can just say, "I hit that guy.
Yeah, true.
Please give me the reward for that."
Mm-hmm.
Like
True.
with a bit of hacking, you could probably even inject the hits yourself, or the bot could inject hits. Like you wouldn't even have to move your crosshair next to somebody. You could
Or
just
even look at
inject. I hit that guy. Sure, right? You just have to wave your mouse vaguely in the direction. Like there's a bit of checking going on, but not much.
Yeah.
Right.
That's probably hard to code against that as well.
It was actually really easy at the time.
I don't want to code against that. Like I gave up.
Oh.
Like this, I'm not gonna protect against that. The fire adjusting, sure, that's relatively simple to prevent, right?
Yeah.
But all the more advanced anti-cheat stuff that UT Pure has, whatever, we removed most of it or disabled most of it because it's like, why? Like.
It's like having an
Nobody's-
extra person butting in for no reason. I guess.
Sorry?
I guess that's like the easiest way of putting it. Like, if you're having a conversation, you have this like third person just constantly going in between. That's what it looked like to me. Coding wise.
Well, yeah, UTPure hooks into a lot of stuff that's I don't know why they do that. For some things that's better, for some things that's worse. I'm torn, honestly. We do get a bunch of nice benefits. For example, we have our own completely custom netcode. That's nice, but for most of what UTPure does, like, it's been long disabled. Like MD5 sums for packages, for example.
Yeah.
That was a feature of UTPure. I don't think it works in NewNet or Ultimate NewNet or IG+. It doesn't, as far as I can tell. It's just completely commented out. I would have to check. I think, actually, even the latest UTPure that is used by the normal weapons guys does not have that.
Okay.
This is just like, some of the stuff is very hard to maintain, very hard to keep working, and it's a bunch of complexity for very little benefit, because any cheat that relied on that has long since either been adapted to work around. So I wouldn't know how to fix that anyway.
Let me get the side note.
Is no longer in use.
For Flux, ramping that's ramp. Flux, I think he can help you out on stuff if he has the time. Flux.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if it'll be worth it from the whole backwards compatibility.
No, not just that. In mapping itself, he knows some stuff.
Okay.
The UT99 editor, make sure that you're not using the 451 client. That's basically most of the problems that
Only
I've had
436.
right there. Use 436 or 469. And 469, I don't know if
I
that
don't know
works.
about that one
It should
either.
work, but 436 works. Don't use anything else.
Clean installation should be fine. That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm using for mapping as well. Because when I tried... Actually, Dale, do you remember that? You know when we used to have all the random invisible walls and such?
Oh, yeah.
That was all because it was a faulty editor. Like, every single time I built the map, it created invisible stuff.
Oh,
and it didn't exist at all when I went through the maps and stuff. I had to recreate everything I did.
Oh, God. Just make a map and call it randomizer and people.
No. Oh my God.
No.
Torture
Those
people.
were kill zones. Good question.
There's a cleaned version. There's a link for a cleaned version, I believe.
Yeah, that's
I
what
can also
even I'm
give you
using.
one.
I think there's
Let's
a link for
see.
the version. Yeah, there is. That's not. I don't think that's a clean version. I don't know.
Let me see.
HTML edition 3. I think this is. But if you have it on Steam,
Try that.
oh, that should be fine. I think what Flux has is the Steam version, right? That's clean.
I've actually replaced my whole Steam with other stuff. I just got it so it doesn't update.
Okay, good.
Because Steam adds its own like little fixes and stuff, and it doesn't work for everyone. So I just got the one that's on PG, and I've been using that ever since.
Okay, I saw you had it on Steam app, so.
Yeah, I've still got it on Steam. That was mostly for me, so I can actually see how much time I was playing. But recently, I've cut it off of Steam to just cut any delays if I had any.
Okay.
Which is actually kind of easier.
Okay, fellas, it's getting late for me.
Yeah, I feel I better go and get something to eat as well.
Thank you for this time.
Oh, thank you very much, guys. It's much appreciated.
I think this is going to be really good for season 3 whenever it comes.
Which will happen. We just don't have dates or anything.
Whoever listens to this VOD or is listening, it will happen. We just need a break.
Yeah, we do.
We
Forget you
need,
lot.
Jeremy, much more people need a break from this. Broken Limits is fine.
Oh God.
Don't change
Do I need to
Broken
keep this person now just for that comment?
reserve it. Like, don't do anything. Just redirect ram drop to him.
That's
point.
Ram. That's
Yeah.
the guy I was talking about. No, Ram. I'm gonna talk with him in a few minutes.
No, ram drop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ram
if
Drop
you-
needs to speak to him. Let him deal with it.
Exactly.
I believe the same. I don't like. Yeah, we were talking about it slips about Nails. Seems like Nails, Nyx, and Elsinore are some maps to be considered
Definitely.
for next season, in my opinion. I haven't played them much yet. Only Nyx one time. I need to play the other two as well. So. And I think we should increase the map pool as well for next season. Doesn't matter how much clans we have. The map pool should be increased as well. Okay, I need to go.
Yeah, I think we're living it.
Your effort.
I'm gonna go as well.
Cheers, guys.
Stay well.
Yep. See ya.
Until next time.
Bye bye.